Live and direct. Welcome back, of course, folks, to day 2 of the Quantum Leap Forum 2024, where we're broadcasting worldwide to a global audience of people joining us from around the world to tune in, tap in, and stay engaged with some of the top thought leaders invited from around the world. We've invited 100 thought leaders to find the breakthroughs that are necessary to lead their lives, lead their businesses, and, of course, all other aspects of life. We're also going to welcome in Julianne Meyer. Day 1 was incredible. And here at the Los Angeles Tribune, one of the things we're always focused on is to help empower, uplift the world, and specifically help uplift and empower women speakers. And so yesterday we opened with Sharon Lecter, we closed with Forbes Riley, and today we're opening with an incredible lineup of folks that will be joining us momentarily. Of course, many people in this community already know Dame Doria Cordova, my personal mentor, and I'm very excited to have her joined alongside Dame Marie Diamond, another one of my mentors, and of course, Sir Dr. James Dentley, another one of my mentors, and who also has launched this incredible media empire. And we're working with James Dentley to launch the Women's Television Network as well. So we have a lot to talk about. But before we get into the panel here in a minute, let's go and just ask the folks here that are with me, my colleagues, how excited are each and every one of you for day 2 of the Quantum Leap Forum? Let's start with you, Alicia, please.
Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for tuning in with us today for day 2 of Quantum Leap 2024. I am excited to be here today. Day 1 was fantastic from a personal perspective, business transformation perspective, and relationship building perspective. We got to hear from our worldwide speakers, and I'm so delighted that today we have so many people joining our stage. Please engage with us, comment with us, share Quantum Leap 2024 with your family, your friends, your community, because we're all gathered here today so that we can all quantum leap in 2024 in our professional lives, in our personal lives, and for the people that we are get to engage with every day. Thank you so much, Mo. And Ava, I would love to hear from you. What are you excited about today for Quantum Leap
Well,
2024?
thank you so much. I absolutely excited for our audience. First of all, I would like to ask our audience, where are you watching from? The moment we came in, we've got over 500 people from the different channels that we're in, and would love to hear, where are you joining us? Thank you for joining us on a Saturday morning. What better way to spend your Saturday than to quantum leap your life? And that's what we're here about. We've got Leesburg, Virginia. We've got Boston. One of the best things that we love about doing this is that we get to share our audience, our knowledge, everything with the rest of the world. Definitely a global broadcast. So I'm excited about that. A lot of speakers, over 100 speakers, but everything is for you, our audience, the other person on the screen. So come and tell us where you are and tell us what your thoughts are, because this is all for you. So thank you, Mo. I'm going to give it
Julianne.
back to you, and I'll let you pitch in. Who's the next person that gets to say
Julianne,
hi?
let's hear from you. Julianne.
Thank you, Mo. I just wanted to say that I'm so excited to be here. Where else can the entire world meet up and learn and grow and quantum leap their 2024? The LA Tribune has put together such an amazing lineup of speakers. And this morning, I'm super excited. Talk about starting off with a bang. So I'm just excited to be here and to learn and to grow myself.
Thank you so much, Julianne. Sandy.
Thank you so much, Mo, and welcome everyone to day 2. Today is going to be incredible. Not only are we starting out with this amazing lineup, and I cannot wait to hear my dear friend, Sir Dr. James Dentley, and learn from Dame Marie Diamond and Dame Doria Cordova. So it's going to be amazing. We're also launching the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network, which I am so humbled and grateful to be the managing director for. And you're going to hear from a lot of our podcasters today that are in that network as well. So thank you so much, everyone.
Rex Sykes.
There ain't nothing like a dame, so the song goes. And we've got 2 incredible dames here today sharing their wisdom. And we've got the incredible Sir James Dentley also sharing his expertise and wisdom. And I just hope that people understand that not only have you the opportunity to learn from and potentially interact or possibly meet our experts, but you have the ability to do that with each other by chatting, by sharing, by commenting, by liking, by questioning, by being active. And the one thing you want to do when you're in an event like this is to participate. Don't just be a passive viewer. It's fine. You can have it on in the background another time, but actually get involved and help get other people involved. That would be fantastic. And we're so glad you're here. Day 1 was fabulous. Day 2 will be incredible. And we've got 2 more after this. So strap yourself in and let's get going.
Thank you for that, Rex. And to kick off the conversation, we're going to have Alicia and Julianne help lead the way. Let's welcome this incredible group of folks: Dame Doria Cordova, Dame Marie Diamond, Baron James Dentley, and of course, Marie Diamond is one of the best-selling authors of all time in self-help. She's one of the co-authors of The Secret. I know you were at a red carpet premiere last night with Baron James Dentley. Doria Cordova has impacted. She's not just a Hall of Fame speaker, but half of the financial literacy books are sampled from her work. And so it's a pleasure to have her here as well. And, the question that we're going to have for this all-star lineup, and this is truly an all-star lineup, in the NBA, once a year, they take the best players and they put them on one team. And that's what we've done here at the Los Angeles Tribune with the self-help industry. What you're looking right now are 3 all-stars, and they're going to be helping you have breakthroughs. So 2024 is going to be your best life, your best year in life and in business. I'm going to kick it off with you, Baron James Dentley. How can the folks watching at home make 2024 their best year? And then we want Doria and Marie to also answer the same question. Baron James Dentley, please.
Well, first of all, in respect for time, I have to say thank you so much to the LA Tribune, Morocco, this incredible team, and I'm so honored to be here encased like a cookie in between two incredible women that I look up to, that I look at as mentors for myself and friends, and I love what they stand for, who they are as individuals. So I'm just excited to be here. And in 2024, I believe it starts with a sense of destiny. The one thing I can share with everyone who's watching, there's more. There has to be more for me. Is what else can I do? Who else can I be? How can I find that space for me, my sense of purpose? And it begins with having that sense of destiny that gives you a hunger that won't go away. It just refuses to be denied. So from that, it goes from the sense of there's more to taking action and having the will. When John F. Kennedy proclaimed that we'd be the first nation to put a human being on the moon, he went to his lead scientist and he asked, well, how can we do it? Because he had no concept. He just had a vision and a belief that it was possible. And the scientist looked at him and he said, 5 words, the will to do it. So sure, you have to build your skill. You have to get around the right people, have great relationships, but the will more than the skill.
That's very well said. There's been a lot of conversation in the first day about building relationships, but I love this idea of leaping into your destiny. That is absolutely amazing. Doria, would you like to answer the same question?
Yes, I would. Thank you so much. Aloha, everyone. So first, let's just take a deep breath and just get ready for the day. We want to take action. And that is exactly what is being given to me to actually, let me see. I think I'm going to have to let go of I think I had Facebook in the background. We have to really take action this year. I am really moved to say that. And I'm going to let all the other beautiful speakers to go ahead and speak about all the things that surround action. But right now, what I'd like you all to do is to share this particular event. Share it everywhere. See, people will begin to see your generous heart as you share information. Put it in all your different Facebook pages, really, and YouTube. Share this particular event. The other thing that I just wanted to do was I just wanted to let you know that it's really important for you not to just promote. One of the things that I see that so many people go to all these different events. I see them everywhere. I see them in all these different things. And as a speaker, I'm there because of that. And I do love to hang out with all of you. But you also need to create an economic engine. You need to have sales and marketing, people and organization, money and finances, and of course, refine yourself at what you are the best. You want 2024 to be the year where you're going to start having not only self-mastery, but people are going to begin to experience you as the master that you truly are. I want to acknowledge all of you for being here. If you're watching this replay, my network is sleeping right now. My network is in the Asia Pacific region. Of course, some are in the States, but the bulk of my over 200,000 graduates are in Asia Pacific. They're sleeping right now, but they know to go to Mama Doria and go to her Facebook and to check out all these things and to watch this beautiful, beautiful summit. So share your heart, but also be different this year. Take action every day. Are you involved in income generating activities? Are you involved in creating leverageable systems in place? You can leverage your relationship, leverage all the people you meet here, leverage whatever money you have, leverage access, the access that you have, leverage your love, leverage your wisdom, but also leverage the people that are contributing to you. That's why I keep sharing. I was, much as I could yesterday, was a busy day, but I was in here contributing and watching, supporting. So some of you don't participate enough. So I don't mean to make you wrong. It's just that you're seeing a different side of me today, because this year, one of the things I'm really supporting people is to take action, because that is what I constantly do. So thank you all for being here. And my God, Marie Diamond, one of our super rock star Money and You graduates, James Stentley. I mean, whoa, love you, all of you. Thank you. Aloha.
Thank you so much, Dame Doria, for that wonderful addition to this beautiful day introduction of day two. James, you spoke about mindset and having that belief. And Dame Doria, you spoke about taking action, creating, really understanding and having the belief, but then creating that foundation and creating systems in place to really be able to take that action so you can impact your life, but you can also impact those around you. Dame Doria, you've impacted hundreds of thousands of individuals around the world that has created compound effects. I've read many of the books of your students, and it's beautiful to see that the action that you have taken in your life to help educate and inspire and motivate the individuals around you has created that compound network effect where they've been able to educate and inspire those around them. So that taking action is so critical. Marie, I would love to hand it off to you to hear about your thoughts on how individuals can quantum leap in 2024.
Well, first of all, I'm so happy to be here back on one of the summits of the Los Angeles Tribune with dear friends, James and Doria, that we know for many years. So, as a feng shui master, I always look at the energy of the year. And so we are getting into the wooden dragon year. And the wooden dragon year is really about soaring. And it's about flying into another level of yourself. It's like, don't stick with what you did before. Don't stay comfortable in what happened before. Just spread your wings and say, I'm going for it. I'm willing to soar to another level of myself. And that's actually what Doria is also talking about. It's like you have to take action, but you also have to have the willingness to do it. And so we have something else that is going on in the cycle of energy. And we're starting a new 20-year cycle in our energy field of the world. And it's the cycle of fire. So it's all about purpose and passion. So you need to really focus on what is your passion, and do you have enough passion still for the purpose that you have? And so you need to really reflect back on yourself, and you have to reflect back on your Doria speaking about is your money machine, right? Your infrastructure, the people, the relationships that you have, are they still aligned with your passion and your purpose? Because if they are not, you need to, adjust things in yourself, things around you, because this is a new 20-year cycle where we call that the cycle of fire, but also the cycle of enlightenment, the cycle of quantum physics, the cycle of really getting to a new level of consciousness. And we all know we are at that point. We have studied, we have gone to all the seminars, but ultimately it needs to start from within yourself to be aligned with your passion and your purpose. And when you are, and that everything around you is reflecting that and is aligned with that, then you will soar as a dragon in 2024.
That is so beautiful, Marie. I love that so much. And as everybody knows, everything is energy. So if we can work with energy first, then everything else falls into place. Whenever you speak, I'm in awe. So I appreciate you being here today. Everyone here, just so that you know, all three of these speakers are such powerhouses that I would actually be intimidated if they weren't so kind-hearted and generous. So thank you all for being here. James, I know that something that you said about destiny just really struck a chord with me. Mm-hmm. And a lot of people I notice have this idea that maybe they are too small to fulfill this big dream that they have, or maybe like, who am I to dream this large? And you mentioned about surrounding yourself with certain people and good people that can help you grow. But what can people do to maybe get out of themselves and instead focus on their destiny?
Thank you for that question. Well, first of all, you have to believe that it's possible. The basic understanding that you were born to be more than enough, and there's more than enough for everyone to have more than enough or whatever they desire, and there's still going to be more than enough. There's no lack in the universe, and there's no lack in the possibility of you. If there's a saying that you live your life forward, you understand your life backwards. And when you look at the breadcrumbs of your life and look at the things that you've gone through, the things that you've grown through, and here you are today, and it may not be exactly where you want to be, but if you go back and look at those breadcrumbs, every situation you've been through in your life, and look at what you've grown through, you're uniquely qualified to help be a guide for someone else. You're uniquely qualified to know that you are more than a conqueror, that you are born of a royal priesthood, you are set apart, you are whole, and you're lacking nothing. But it begins with, first of all, shifting the way that you think. It's in the thinking. That paradigm that shapes is just a series of habits and based on the environment and our perception of what has happened and what that definition means to each and every one of you. The key is to understand that you can shift that definition anytime you want to. That you can take your life from tragic to magic. You can take your life to different levels because the job of life is to expand, to experience. You are the seed and when planted in good soil and well nourished will create equal and opposite and powerful advantages for not just you, but through the world with your example. Just like the power of the oak tree lies in the seed, the power of each and every one of you begins in expanding your belief to understand that you're no more talking about thinking outside of the box because there's never been a box. There's only been possibility for you and for I to create, to understand that everything that is created, everything that we experience today, once upon a time, was not. Yet everything needed to create it was always here. So you have the key element of imagination, which is where the power lies, because everything in life starts with the thought and then the thing, the mental, the physical, the inner, and then the outer. So look at and try to discover what is your gold medal talent. What is it that you do so well that people would pay or people would want to get benefit and value by you sharing that expertise or that skill set that you have with humanity? We all have a gold medal talent. Now, if you don't know what that is, I'll give you a suggestion. You send out a text to 10 people that you know, 5 people in your personal life and 5 in your business life, and you ask them a simple question and they respond with 1 or 2 words. Just tell them you're trying to discover what my gold medal talent is. I really want to find out what I'm really good at. Can you share with me, what do you like about me? What do you think that I do extremely well? Is there something that you can tell me about myself that makes you feel good about just being around me? And then get a consensus from the response. See? Because we live in an era today where you can monetize everything. If you're a great parent, you can help other people become great parents by sharing that. If you have a skill set for customer service where you can teach companies, individuals, organizations, how do you really do that? If you sit back and you think about it, what is it that you do well? And understand that your success is someone else's miracle, that the world is waiting for you. And it's not so much a responsibility, it's a calling. It's a life circumstance that when we are born to flourish, to experience, and to share. And you have something to share no matter whatever that can be. I have individuals who've come up and been raised in traumatic situations where other people would ask, how did you go on? But yet they just took one more step and another step and they build a story. And now we marvel at those stories. And people have made millions and even billions of dollars by taking those stories and filling and letting the world know that you're not alone. Letting the world know that we're all connected, we're all interconnected. There is more. There's more. And the world is waiting for you to tell your story and to live your story with full expression. So as a seed, stay planted in that dark soil, stay nourished. That means stay in the right environment, stay around the right people that feed you, that nourish you, that encourage you, and then blossom. And remember, when the flower blooms, the bees will come.
I love that so much. I mean, let's just leave that there for a second because that was pure gold. I appreciate that so very much. Doria, I have a question for you, and it has to do with this idea of action. You know, you mentioned about promotion and that's all that people do. And I would like for you to lean into that a little bit more because I think a lot of people think they're doing the action by the promotion, not realizing there's this. It's only the beginning. You just started. So if you could lean into like, how do you know if you're actually doing all the things that you can be for yourself to make that impact?
Thank you so much. You know by the amount of money that you're making, and you have to be very real with that. Are you in the process of making money, keeping the money you managed to make, or are you in the process of growing the money that you managed to keep? And you have to really be very clear on whether you are a gigapreneur, so you go from gig to gig to gig, from book to book, or from whatever it is. Use all these beautiful tools that are being offered here. Having, your own show with the Los Angeles Tribune, working with all these beautiful people. And believe me when I tell you that I have feng shui in my home for many, many years, because that also is so important. So we have the invisible and we have the visible. Okay, so you have to really realize, are you a gigapreneur, or are you building a business model for a business that you will be able to sell 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, and life goes really fast. I want you all to go to later, not now, go to moneyandyou.com and download the book for free, The Business Success Model. And that's just like the basics of, you learn from expert and masters, which we love the Los Angeles Tribune. Thank you so much, because you bring such amazing humans here for us to get to know each other. Then you you learn from experts and masters, you create a niche that is for marketing, a niche, what makes you different than anybody else, and then leverage. Everybody write in the chat, I love leverage. And leverage is something that you really need to go and discover. This is what we're really famous for. We've been around for 45 years because, the Tony Robbins, Kiyosaki, Jack Canfield, Ben and Cohen, Ben Cohen from Ben and Jerry, Paul Mitchell, they got leverage at a whole other level. So you need to understand leverage and building a team around that through systems. You create synergy and you create results. So stages of money, that's very important, but also know that you have these generalized principles that run us. And so your job, one of my favorite books, somebody write it down, Good to Great by Jim Collins. It's an old book. It's about 25 years old. But he talks about that a true leader has the ability to be able to hold two completely opposing thoughts simultaneously. You need to still every day continue to educate yourself on entrepreneurship. There's no choice about that. There's no choice about self-mastery. There's no choice. Like some of my beautiful friends that are not making it at the level that they could, they don't get that also their deservability is not high enough. They're not ready to receive. So deservability, go to fridayswithdoria.com under resources, do the magical exercises. What are the patterns of your family, of your parents? What is your most negative thought about money? Why is it that you get uncomfortable? What is the clearing that you need to do? And you need to also get in the physical universe. Even if you have very little money, you need to have a team with you. You need to make friends with the best CPA that will prepare you for wealth. Make friends with fantastic attorneys. I love Saji, and we have beautiful attorneys in this network, right? And they will support us in preparing. I grew up in the legal system, so I always have had attorneys around me that prepare me for growth. You need to be expanding not only that vision, but physically have the people. You need to also be part of a mastermind. You need to create something that scares you. Like so many people are like, oh, I don't want to be inconvenienced. Oh, I don't want to be afraid. That is part of the process. So that's why you surround yourself with all of us. And I surround myself with so many wonderful people that help me stay in my lane, I do Ho'oponoponos. Come in and join me at Fridays with Doria once a month. Do your Ho'oponopono so that you can have your inner family aligned. You stand in your own authority. This is what all these beautiful masters are teaching you. And every day, we work on self-mastery. We work on our business. If you're a gigapreneur, those are different rules than building a business that you will create multi-generational wealth with. I love Sharon. We both share the same partner, Kiyosaki. 9 years for me, 10 years for her. Financial literacy is crucial. Some of you are like, oh, I already know this. I already know that. If you are not applying it, if you cannot leave your business right now for 2 or 3 months, fly business class, first class, go to the best places on the planet, you don't understand leverage. Please, I love you. I want you to win so big, so big. And that's what you're going to do in 2024.
That
I
is
get excited.
amazing. I heard somebody say once, you can save your way right to the bottom. And a lot of entrepreneurs out there are trying to save it all, doing it themselves. But this idea of building a team and leveraging, oh my goodness, that's pure gold. I love that. Marie, you are such an amazing soul as well. And, we've been talking about action and about doing, but there's also this level of preparation in the energy realm that we can tap into. And it depends on who you're being. And I'm just curious what you would tell the audience about how they can increase their energy and get out of something, a lower vibration, in order to quantum leap into 2024.
Yes. So thank you again, and so lovely to hear Doria speak as a Money and You graduate. It just brings out so much wonderful memories, and her work really helped me to catapult myself into creating a lot of leverage for myself. Thank you so much, Doria, for this. So talking about energy, there are three aspects to where we can really connect in with energy and connecting with the quantum physics field. And that is, first of all, on a spiritual level. So people that are praying or meditating or doing any kind of spiritual belief systems is actually, or Ho'oponopono. So anything that you can do to align your energy with spirit, with God, with the universe, and do that as a daily practice will actually give you access energetically to that quantum field. So it doesn't matter what kind of religion or culture you're with or in. It's really important that you align always with your spirit, because your spirit is your source of energy. And so if you do a practice every day, something in the morning, it can be even journaling, is actually connecting with your spirit. So something that you do, even if it's a 5-minute practice, will actually align you right away. The second access we have to the quantum field is what we learn in I would say the self-help, the human potential movement. And that is how you can use your mindset to access the quantum field by changing your thought patterns. And that is where James is a master in, because that is really key for a lot of people, because they are still holding on too much to the past and they are not focusing towards the future from that present moment and the present experience of their mindset. But of course, part of that human potential is also the emotions you have, the behavior that you have, the gratitude level that you have towards what is at this moment, what has been in the past, and what will be in the future. And then we also need to take action, and Doria already talked about that, and to take daily action towards what you want to do in the future, even if it's a one thing, a one phone call, a one email, a one connection you're taking on. So don't procrastinate, but create every day towards your goals and your vision that you have. I have a big vision, and I have this vision since I'm 15. And I got that vision after a near-death experience. And the vision was, I am here to enlighten more than 500 million people. Now, I had no idea at 15 what that meant, but I did ask every day to myself, to the universe, to spirit, show me how. And every day I did one thing, even if it's a smile at somebody, even if it's just helping somebody. I don't know what that means. And now I know what it is, because it unfolded, the journey unfolded of my service. And so my service is my purpose. And so it unfolded, and that is your human potential you need for that. But there's a third aspect that gives you access to your quantum field, and that is why I've been talking about feng shui for 30 years, because your environment where you live and sleep and work is really also an access to your portal. And that you can do with decluttering, for example, organizing something. But people can also go to my free app, Marie Diamond app, on the app stores, and to start the process to finding out where are your 4 quantum portals to activate your success, health, relationship, and wisdom. And so just think about your environment is a reflection of what your purpose is a reflection of who you are. And if that is not aligned, it will manifest slower all the goals that you have.
This is the Quantum Leap Forum 2024, where we're joined by some of the top thought leaders in the world to help you lead your life and lead your business. In about 3 minutes, we're going to go to the next segment, but we want to give 1 minute to each of these all-star speakers to share their final closing thoughts with our audience. Let's start with Baron James Dentley. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, sir. Well, first and foremost, JD3TV.com, JD3TV.com. This is the ultimate edutainment platform. And this platform was created just for people like you who want more, who want to, you look at people on the big screen and you enjoy it. You're entertained by all those. You're informed by it. But now we want you to become a part of it because you have a story, and a life worth living is worth recording. And we're filming and sharing because that's part of your legacy. The world's waiting to hear your story. So JD3TV.com, your edutainment platform. And our focus is to give you over $250,000 of success in business education. And you can pay that at a very, very low fee. And on top of that, be able to win gifts and prizes, be part of our live events, and build a community because you're not just a subscriber, you're a member of our family. So we want to welcome each and every one of you all home. So we can be taken care of, we can nourish each other, we can grow together, and we can make a stark difference. The world is waiting for you. Let's go tell that story together.
Thank you for that. And real quick, Baron James Dentley, just want to hear your thoughts very briefly about how excited you are about this partnership that we have with the Los Angeles Tribune and JD3 TV and the brand new Women's Empowerment Network. Very briefly, sir, just how excited are you?
Well, we're truly excited. I was raised by an incredible mother and 3 incredible sisters. I have an incredible wife. I'm surrounded today by incredible women. So I'm just blessed all the days of my life. So I'll tell you, we're excited about bringing those stories, that intellect, and to bring out that energy that women can bring that we as men miss. We just simply miss it. We'll get an apartment and hang one painting, if nothing else. And we're not good at many things, but we just go after and try to do everything. So with the Women's Empowerment Network, our focus, and we're excited about looking forward to growing even bigger, stronger, expanding more, and coming back through the root, since all of us had to come through a woman at some point in our existence. So I'm just honored to be a part of it, to share those stories and be the standard bearer and the protector for all these great women out there, so we can get those stories out and grow and make this world just a better place because it's needed.
Thank you, Baron. And we'll give the floor to Doria Cordova. Final words.
So just remember that sometimes life is not as easy as we wish it would be. It is crazy out there. It is a wild, wild place out there. It's the Wild West. So what I really want to support you with is to just keep focusing on that light, on that love. You are needed more than ever. Create those products, create those services, continue to be a servant leader with that economic engine around it. You deserve to be wealthy. If anybody deserves it, it's you. So many of you move me to tears. You're so beautiful. I'm counting on you. You are my leverage. I'm in my 70s. One of these days I need to go someplace else and just go to the beach and hang out on Maui. So get yourself ready. You're my leverage. Go and create wealth, have a beautiful life, and thank you, and surround yourself. Keep hanging out here for the next 3 days and just keep sharing. You just keep repeating like a little parrot what is being said so that every part of your being gets it. And we love you, Los Angeles Tribune. Mwah.
Thank you, Doria. And of course, to close out this segment, the legendary Dame Marie Diamond. Thank you very much. Floor is yours.
Well, do remember that you are a being of light and that you're here to spread that light in who you are and what you do. And the Los Angeles Tribune is definitely supporting that light by all their great projects that they're doing, their network. So sometimes we don't feel that light and we need to remind ourselves from that light. And that's why we have masters that are here that have created mastery about themselves in their business. So to know how that light can be of service and created purpose for many people worldwide. So remind yourself of the light that you are.
I want to thank James Dentley, Doria Cordova, Marie Diamond for being that light on the planet and for sharing your wisdom here on this platform. And I'm very excited because next we have a segment with 2 other incredible thought leaders, and we'll be back in 1 minute with the next segment. Thank you again.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And how incredible was that to see three pioneers, three legends share the stage at the same place at the same time and share their wisdom with this audience. I mean, I just get goosebumps in the back as I take notes and I listen to these incredible conversations. And I want to thank Alicia as well, who co-hosted that segment. And we're going to bring up two truly remarkable leaders, and Kenyelle and Sherry, and what these two are doing on the face of the planet truly deserves to be highlighted. And there's not enough edification I can give them in the time that we have. So you'll just have to take my word for it. But if you don't know two incredible thought leaders, I'm excited for you to get to know them a little bit. Let's go ahead and make sure that there's no feedback. Kenyelle, if you want to lower the volume a little bit, we could hear that feedback. But let's start with you, Sherry. You're doing so many incredible things that I could actually just write down all the stuff that you do, put it in a bowl, close my eyes, and pick one out. But today we're going to focus on what you do for veterans and this incredible tour that you have and the work that you're doing with the White House. So Sherry, if you could just delve into this incredible movement that you've spearheaded, created, and facilitated, and share with our audience, we want to highlight that. Sherry Sotelo, please.
Thank you so much, Mo. I appreciate you having me on today. So what I've done for our country and for our people, right down to our veterans and our community leaders, is created a platform called Operation Impact Tour, where it's a one-day summit of training and speakers that can actually impact directly city to city, nationwide, one at a time, and get our funding right back to the people that need it the most. From the statistical base, which Kenyelle has absolutely just engorged herself with, the numbers part of it, I love it, and giving us the opportunity to say, this is how we can make changes. But along this tour, I'm also one of the credentialing agents for the Presidential Service Volunteer Award. And Mo, we all know that, yes, you were my nominee and will be awarded. So thank you for doing all that you do and opening the door to allow me to also recognize some of our high-profile individuals that do so much every single day without the recognition that maybe they do deserve. And so this is part of the tour as I go along the country, is handpicking one at a time who are our leaders that deserve the recognition. And then also right down from to the streets, who are the people that make the difference every day?
Well, thank you for that, Sherry. And, this segment is not about me, but all I'll say is that I'm humbled and honored. And Kenyelle, something that you have done is you've actually created this product that I believe is a revolutionary product. And of course, in our last segment, we heard from Marie Diamond, who's one of the stars of The Secret film. And we're heading towards the 20th anniversary of that film. And the last 2 decades, there's been a new generation of people that have been introduced to things like a vision board because of that film. And Kenyelle, you have actually created something truly masterful and miraculous that I want you to talk about a little bit while I step back and have Julianne lead the rest of the conversation. But let's start with that incredible product. Kenyelle, please, floor is yours.
Well, good morning, everyone. I am Kenyelle Ash, and thank you, Mo, for that wonderful introduction. I am honored to be here with the Los Angeles Tribune. The Los Angeles Tribune continues to do remarkable work to be able to impact others. So I'm honored to be amongst wonderful thought leaders within this space. As far as my product is concerned, it's the Visions in Progress Couture Vision Board Kit. And when it comes to doing vision boards, we all do them here. We, like Dame Cordovia, all of us do the vision boards. For me, it was about making an impact and helping women and men launch their dreams, launch their visions, as well as make an impact within their own lives. For me, during the vision board process at the time when I came up with an idea back in 2017, we used a lot of magazines, and that process was very arduous, right? So what I did was I wanted to condense the time that it took ambitious people to create an intentional vision board by creating the only vision board book and magazine and kit that women will need. Men could use it too to create an intentional vision board. And it's over. I actually have it here, this particular kit here. And it has over 154 pages and journal prompts to help someone really get intentional and in depth with who they are and who they wish to become, because it's all about who you wish to become without putting a limit on yourself. So I was very excited to bring this product to fruition. It's been here for over 3 years. The reviews that I've been getting have been amazing. I actually hosted a vision board event last night within the community, and one of my past participants came and she cried to me and said, "Thank you so much. Because of your product vision, I was able to launch my business, launch my dreams because of your input, because of your guidance, because of your product alone. I was able to open my doors last month to my new business." And that's the type of impact that I wanted to make. And that's the reason why I do what I do. So when it comes to the Vision and Progress Couture Vision Board Kit, here is the actual magazine. Here is actually a premium book, and it's over 154 pages and 800 words and images. That's very inspiring, and it will help others create an intentional vision board where they'll start attracting the people, places, and the things to them to be able, and also be able to become the person that they need to become in order to attract those things. So if you guys, you go to millionsinprogress.com in order to be able to look at the vision board kits as well as make a purchase. But aside from that, yes, my biggest thing is making an impact in the world aside from this kit. And this is just one of the many tools that I use to do it. And we'll get into all of the other things that I do, Sherry. Of course, we talked about impact, making an impact, other things that I'm doing in the community to directly make an impact on individuals' lives as well.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Everybody, make sure you go and step yourself up. Both of the ladies here, we got a lot of feedback still. So can you put yourself on mute for a second, please, Kenya? Thank you so much. Anyway, as I was saying, both of these ladies are here. Everybody, they help people who are impacting other people as well, whether it's a veteran, whether it's an entrepreneur, whether it's a young person, it does not matter. Most people want to make that impact in the world. And Sherry, I'm curious, you know, as you are out there recognizing other people for their greatness, you know, what is your big secret for quantum leaping for 2024? What is it that you plan to do for yourself?
Really take the time to actually step out. I've worked largely in the shadows for 20 years and helping people, obviously, the way that we do without any recognition or seeking recognition. And so by stepping out and giving the information and disseminating what I do know, I think that's really the biggest thing that I can do for myself, because it's finally sharing in the masses in a way that I never have before. And so many platforms have been opened up that way over through 2023, and 2024 is looking absolutely amazing. And I can't wait to take everybody with me. And so for me, that's so satisfying. That's what fulfills me.
That is beautiful. I love that. And everybody has a part, whether you're in the spotlight or not. Everybody is just as important. And I love that you're highlighting people that aren't out to be highlighted necessarily, but to honor them is such a wonderful thing. Kenyelle, I'm curious too. I mean, for those people that are watching that aren't really that familiar with a vision board, is this something that you can just alter through the year, or I mean, how does that work?
So for me, even though we're in vision board season, right? I call the December to January vision board season. It's something that you can do throughout the year. And I actually recommend to do a vision board quarterly versus yearly and update your vision board, because there are, again, when you look at your total year, when does your year start? A lot of people's years start on your birthday. They count their year as their birthday. So you have your goals for the new year. And then you have, when it comes around your birthday time, you're looking at, well, did I complete my goals and my dreams? Oh, I'm hitting another year. So that's a great time to really reflect on your vision. Also monthly, like looking at what are you doing every single day to get towards your goals and your dreams. I recommend looking at your vision board every single day. And the reason why we created a couture vision board kit is because we wanted to make sure that you made it beautiful, right? We put it on nice background to put glitter tape so that when you hang it up, it looks like art. Your vision looks like art. So I also recommend speaking life over your vision board, meaning that when you look at your vision board and you look at those words and images, you turn that into affirmations. So if you are doing this every single day and you're looking at your vision board and you're speaking life over your vision board, you're going to naturally update things in that vision board as well. So I recommend to always and continuously update the vision board. But if you're going to be intentional, always look to do, really update it quarterly, if that's your thing, or updated monthly, if that's your thing. But don't just look at it as just a yearly thing. Like I'm going to do it December or January or just my birthday. Always continue to update your vision.
I love that because a lot of people set intentions and visions and then they don't check back. So it's out there and there's no follow through. So it goes back to the idea from the last panel of action. And
and I would like to
oops, I'm sorry, you're muted.
Another thing with that, like you said, they make the vision boards or their goals and their dream, they write them down and they do not check back. You have to put it up somewhere where you can see it. And that's why it's important for you to create a vision board that actually inspires you and really dig deep in the inside in terms of what do I want out of this life that I'm living. And when you think and you visualize, do it without limits. Obviously, people don't look at how can I make this happen when you're doing the vision board. It's just look at what you want out of life and visualize it and start putting those words and images down that represents the next best you. And don't worry about the how and how it's going to happen.
I think that's a really good point to make, is to not worry about the how. You just have to get going, because it's almost like in the fog. All of a sudden, the next step is available to you as long as you're moving forward. Now, Sherry, I'm curious too, because you do honor such amazing people in the world that deserve to be recognized. And meanwhile, there are others that are not, it's just the nature of the world. But I'm guessing that most people that are honored are always surprised and always think, me? Who am I? And I would love for you to share about how it is for you to be able to see other people's greatness until they see it in themselves.
Well, I am a licensed clinician by trade, so 20 years in the field of mental health. It's really been one of my things that I do most often is bring out that confidence, bring out that humility, bring out that humbleness in somebody that allows them to accept recognition, which is very difficult for so many people. And everybody that I've come across, no matter how wonderful and prolific their life has been in front of cameras or otherwise, every single one has been absolutely just amazed and, like Mo said, very humbled and honored. So it's a wonderful way to just tap that inner person. And from, again, the clinical stance, it's something that I've done for almost 2 decades, loving that opportunity to help somebody grow from within, just simply by a small bit of recognition, because everybody deserves to be heard. Everybody deserves to be seen, be appreciated and acknowledged. And so that's what I've done quietly, but now very publicly. You guys know who I am.
Absolutely. And, Sherry, for the record, I was not surprised at all. But that's neither here nor there. And, as we wrap up this segment, I'm going to bring back up Rex Sykes to help us wrap up this segment. And welcome back, Rex. And Sherry, Kenyelle, both of you are true thought leaders, and both of you deserve all of the accolades that you get. And here at the Los Angeles Tribune, you know, this is a platform built on freedom of speech and on the idea of redefining what newspaper brands and companies can be here in the United States and abroad. And so we focus on and have an emphasis on leadership. And here you see on this virtual stage, incredible thought leaders. And I'm just going to give the floor real quick to Sherry and Kenyelle to share some closing words before we go to our next segment and invite Michael Silvers to join us here. Let's start with you, Kenyelle, please. Closing words for our audience.
Absolutely. When you think about quantum leaping, you have some people who really think like, can this happen for me? And the answer to that question is yes. And it's really about getting clear on your goals and your dreams and making a decision to move forward and building your house brick by brick. And as you're building that brick by brick and you're looking at your vision board and you're speaking words and life over yourself daily, while looking at your vision board, you're going to attract the people and the places and the to you. You're going to also start becoming the person who you need to become to attract those places and to attract those people and the places. So continue to build big brick by brick, build that house, build that solid foundation, and you will be introduced to the right person who will be able to take you and your brand and whoever you are to the next level. Also, be open to learning. You're great with what you're great at. And the reason why, you know, you are operating in the genius zone that you're in is because you made that decision. But also when you align with others, one, bring value, but also be open to learning. There's nothing worse than someone who comes on the team and they just know everything. Don't be that person. Be open to bringing value, but also learning at the same time. And just also continue to go for your goals, go for your dreams every single day. As you know, we heard and we've been hearing, take action, take inspired action, take intentional action, and everything that you want in life will happen. And before you know it, you will just be in front of the world on the world stage, and everyone will say, where did she come from? But you've been building brick by brick. You deserve it. And continue.
Sherry Sotelo. Floor is yours, Sherry.
Thank you, Mo. So everybody, please know that how you speak is how you live. The energy that you send out and the energy that you receive does impact and guide the life that you're going to lead. There's no reason that you and every single one of you can't take your voice and create the mission that's going to bring impact in the direction that you want it. And places like this with the Los Angeles Tribune and the Quantum Leap 2024 is the ideal place to start that movement. If you didn't know where to start, please take a look. Go back to yesterday's, watch the next 3 days, and know that you are in control because you can make every minute count. And from an extension from one person to the next, please, I welcome you. Be seen, be heard, have impact.
Thank you so much to Sherry and Kenyelle. And we're going to welcome back Alicia to the stage, as well as Ava and Sandy. And we're going to bring Michael Silvers in as we segue to the next segment. Again, thank you to Kenyelle and Sherry. And, you know, one of the things, and I want to welcome Michael Silvers, one of the things that I notice with a lot of business owners is, metaphorically speaking, they don't want to share their baby. They want to hoard control over their baby. They don't want to empower other leaders to be the natural born leaders that they are. That's not the philosophy that I have, and that's not the philosophy that we have here at the Los Angeles Tribune. This is an organization where we love working with other thought leaders that are creating other thought leaders. And one of the things that we're very grateful and excited about is Michael Silvers helping lead the way with a new division of our company called the Podcast Network. And Michael Silvers is somebody who, of course, has a very illustrious background and a very interesting career, from being an LAPD officer to working in the medical profession to working with some of the biggest names in personal development, and today working to help the Los Angeles Tribune redefine what it means to be a newspaper company. And so we're going to go ahead and give you the baton to lead the way the rest of the day here, Michael. But if you could share with my colleagues here on stage and the folks watching this around the world. What is your vision to help lead the podcast network? Please, Michael Silvers.
Yeah, it's great to have everybody on here, and welcome also Sandy Scarlatta, sort of my my right hand on this all as we build this. It's great to have everybody on and hosts. You know, this is one of those moments too where once I start rolling in about 5 minutes, you guys have been awesome. The show's been great today. There's been great information, and you're all going to have to then sign off and go, log into Facebook and watch us from there because we have so many panelists coming on. But really, the vision for this and really with the structure is it's getting your message out. So whether you're, and I'm going to bring somebody else up, Mo, at the same time, a gentleman who has joined us on this journey, and I'll tell you a little bit about it in a minute, but it's really about the vision, the mission, the goals, what you create, how you create it, how you look at it. And for the Tribune, it's going to be in the 5 million mark of downloads every month, growing quickly, of all these lives that we're changing. And all these people we're reaching, no matter where they are in the world. It doesn't matter how much they make. It doesn't matter what job they have. It doesn't matter. It's having messages brought to you to change your life. Having messages brought to you so you're always making a difference in somebody else's life. And really, the goal is we will have in the Los Angeles Tribune podcast network, the top podcasters on the planet. And people have a tendency of thinking, well, does that mean, the biggest influencers? That's going to be people who are making a difference in the world. That's going to be people who have a mission, values, goals, beliefs of service. That's going to be about how did I make a change today for somebody else? And we are going to have these brilliant podcasters as part of our division. And they're going to get their messages out there, and we're going to enroll other people to join us on the journey. Well, maybe I don't want a podcast, but I have a great mission. I have something to say. We want to talk to you. Maybe you're in a village somewhere where you're making a difference and your story is great. We want to talk to you. And Mo, we're really excited to have everybody on. I've got, Sandy Scarlatta, whose Happiness Solved podcast has just gone over 100,000 downloads a month, and she's growing fast, but she's always of service and always been there. And part of this team, Mo, as we grow, is Mr. Steve Smith down there in the corner, who was, I love it, almost 2 decades at Sirius XM Radio as one of their vice presidents, who really brought forward the podcast division and getting the message out there and working on especially the big shows like Howard Stern and many others. We're so excited to have Steve as part of the team. Give Steve and Sandy a round of applause, everybody. This is how we round of applause on. There you go. And we really wanted to thank everybody for being on. So I know I've got we're going to have an amazing panel coming up here in 10 minutes, and they're going to start logging in. So hosts, I'm going to have to start moving you guys down and saying goodbye for the moment. The other thing too is after the first panel, we're going to have guests talk to you. Would you like to talk to Tony Robbins VP for 18 years? Would you like to be on with the woman who still today runs Tony Robbins Extreme Health for almost 30 years? We're going to have an amazing guest who's built a fortune at a very young age, but it's always been being about service, and he'll give you those life lessons, business lessons. We're going to move into a gentleman whose company, 17,000 clients, and that's just one of his companies, but it's always to be of service. And then we're going to have another amazing panel of information that you can use today. Each panelist is going to give you 1 or 2 things that you, wherever you are in the world, can use today. So we're very excited by all of it. We're going to give you ways to join us too. We're going to talk about that as we go through the show. We want you to all stay here and hold. Mo, I want to thank everybody for being on. I'm going to start moving you guys to the down, and then we're going to have you guys sign back to Facebook. We'll bring on the panelists, and I'm going to talk to Sandy and Steve. And Mo, thank you for this. Thank you for what you and Ava have created, what you continue to create. And Alicia, is you part of the team? What a blessing. And really, it continues to grow every single day. Julianne, you're an amazing at interviewing. Rex, you're always there. You're part of what Mo has done. You mean a lot to him, and you bring your breadth of experience in, and we're very excited for everybody. So thank you all so much. I'm going to move you down below, then you guys can sign off, and we're going to do logistics. Mo.
Okay, Michael, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you. So, the great thing about this, and really what's important here for everybody, and, as we do this, is we really start to learn, and it's about education, and it's about getting that knowledge out there. So, Sandy, talk about a little bit why you're excited to be part of this division and what it means for you.
Well, my whole mission is all about happiness. That's why I have the Happiness Solved podcast. Happiness is a choice and the choice is yours. And the thing is we all have our own unique gifts and voice to bring to the world. And by having the podcast network, what that is doing is it's giving exposure to so many incredible podcasts that wouldn't normally have that exposure because you've got so many other ones that are, crowding in the space. So we're bringing to light all of these amazing thought leaders that have voices that and incredible messages to share and bring that to the world. And that's why I love this. We all of us in the podcasting network, we come from the mindset of abundance, and we want everybody to rise and just create that impact in the world. So thank you, Michael, for spearheading this. And I'm just so humbled and grateful beyond belief to be a part of it.
It's so great to have you on. And Steve, why are you excited to be part of this? And you bring so much to the table. I could go on and on and on because this industry like I'm a newbie, right? I've been in the personal development, been on the big stages. We helped take Tony Robbins and Robert Kiyosaki and all these wonderful people around. But the podcast, and we've always had podcasters on. We've always had them on our stages. But it's why are you here and what's your excitement around this?
Yeah, in a career with audio for 20 years with SiriusXM, and almost 30 years working with the Stern Show, which is kind of unbelievable.
Wow.
I just think it's, I believe, in the podcast industry, there's, as Sandy said, there's 1.7 million podcasts currently on Apple, 1.7 million. And like maybe 28% of them have ratings, so they actually get reviewed by listeners. So it means about 72% aren't being listened to at all, really. So but when people are listening to these those 28%, they're listening, they're engaged. We're bringing something to the forefront that really isn't out there right now. So something that can be useful for our listeners is going to be real important.
And that's that great piece too, because the other thing we're doing, and everybody, if you make comments, let's have a comment right here. Who is listening to this show that would like to get their message out? Who on this show would like to be part of the Tribune podcast network? Who on this show has something to say that will impact another life? So go ahead and text it in. Just put it in the chat. Just go ahead and put it in the chat. And one word that you think can change your life or somebody else's life. Those are always good comments to hear. There you go. Keep going. Keep those comments going. But Steve, it's great. And Sandy, it's great to have you two, because when you build a team, everybody write this down. When you build a team, the critical thing about a team is that you look to their greatness and you don't become greater than them. As a leader, you're always moving forward and you know the direction. And that's a big piece, but you really take the part of your team and make them stronger. I used to always say to be a great leader and actually to just learn, there's three things. You always want to have coaches, a mentor in your life, and a mastermind. Because you want to always have coaches in your life. And I'll define this because I always get the question. One coach kicks your behind. Okay, that's your accountability coach. One coach understands your business, and one coach is that spiritual, personal, physical trainer, whatever it is. The mentorship is always the people. They're further down the road than you. And that's a really critical piece, that they're further down the road and you want to keep moving forward and you want them in your life. And that next piece that's so important is that mastermind. It's the group of individuals that get together to create something out of nothing, that get together. And I think that's a really critical piece as we do this. And that will make a difference every single day as we continue to build up to everything that we're doing. That will make a difference. And we have so many players in the world that are part of what we're doing. And this is such a great team. The other thing too, I think, is we are masterminding together as podcasters. So we're holding a monthly call for all the podcasters who are part of the division to become better at what we do. Steve's going to do teaching. Sandy already does teaching. I'm part of that. We bring in the best of the best. We bring in, Sam Crawley with his 500,000 downloads a month. But he's been in the industry of podcasting since like 2008. So he's seen many different variations in the way it goes. And it's all about the learning. I think that's that critical piece, is how we learn and how we bring it forward. Sandy, if you were to see this division 5 years from today, what does it look like?
Oh my gosh. It's going to look like, not only do we have several hundred some of the most amazing podcast shows out there, but we also have, hundreds and hundreds of potential guests that can bring their voice to other podcasts. So that's another big, big part of it, because not everybody wants to start a podcast, and that's okay. But there are some amazing podcast guests out there. And we're also going to be working with them, and those who want to be a part of it, we're going to help train you to be the best podcast guest on the planet. And so I'm really excited about that. And I think that we're paving the road for the podcast industry. And I really see that this is, we're all better together, and we're going to be able to each elevate each other's shows and really just create that impact in the world that we so desperately need today.
There you go. And I think that's important. And in a minute, Steve, I'm going to turn that question over to you too. But I think that's an important piece. And everybody out there, do know something too. We are a division not about 10,000 shows. We are a division about having a couple hundred shows of the best on the planet that are bringing you the information that you need and helping move your life forward. That's a critical piece, because we're going to work as a family together, because we also have live stages. We have a lot that we do that you'll be part of it all. And you said a critical piece there. We're also going to be training people who just want to be the best guest on the planet. We're going to take our 25 years of putting people on the most major stages, producing the biggest shows on the planet, like National Achievers Congresses, and on and on and on. And my business partner, Mary Glorfield, took Tony to 82 countries. We're going to take everything we've learned and help people to become the best guest on the planet. And then you can be on these huge shows without having to wait the 3 years waiting list. And the other things that you're going to do, and it's not about the size of the show, it's the information it gives and what it brings forward. And just really quickly, DC, Doria, you said Michael and I sound like bookends. A lot of what I've learned has come from Money and You and everything you taught for so long. Because remember, I came from and worked with T. Harv Eker for 8 years. I worked with a lot of the people that what you said created everything that we are, and it is a blessing to just have you on this show, listening like you always do and being part of everything we do. So Steve, same question, where do you see us in 5 years?
So right now the podcast industry is at an inflection point. I mean, the major podcast networks have been cutting shows, cutting talent. The small to medium podcasts kind of get ignored when it comes to sales. I think we're going to bring a safe haven for some of those shows, and a place for our current talent to grow and get and to reach a bigger audience and monetize it.
Yeah, there you go. And that's the thing, monetize it, and doing it together as a family. I love what you just said. I'm going to take that soundbite. We're going to be using that. But it is so true. It's been, because I know a lot of people, even in stages of Hollywood's the same. If you're not a big name, you're treated not very well. And that's really hard. And so we're literally masterminding all together every month. We don't care if you're brand new, if you've just started, and if you've just gone from there. So we are going to give a text opt-in. And the wonderful thing is it works in the US. Sandy, I'm going to have you type that in. And this is for us to get to know you. And we'll have a call in about 2 weeks to find out who else wants to be part from this broadcast of what we're doing. Because the text opt-in, and we also have a large group coming in from Australia and England and other countries. We're also, Sandy, go ahead. Sandy's going to just put her email address in there. Yeah, you're going to love me for this. And if you're outside of the US, go ahead and send it to Sandy directly. She'll get you all the information you need, set you up on the call, and we'll go from there. There you go. So we'd love you to be part of what we're creating. You're never too small or too large. You have a message no matter what we do. I'm so honored to have Sandy as part of this with her podcast that is blowing through the doors. Steve coming in from XM Cirrus, but it's really, it's his 20 years in the industry. It's his knowing the industry. It's 30 years with the Howard Stern Show and what he's brought to all these shows with a worldwide audience that will make a difference, because he'll help direct us in a way that's for all of you, not even about us. And that's what we are as a team. Any last words before we turn over to the panel? Sandy.
You know, again, I'm just so grateful to be a part of this, the Los Angeles Tribune. Since I have been a part of this, I can't even tell you how everything in my life has just gotten better, because we are the sum of the people that we surround ourselves with. And everybody here is just incredible. So I highly encourage you to play with us and have some fun along the way.
Yeah, it's been amazing, isn't it? Steve.
Very excited to get started building, working together. It's just going to be tremendous. So very ready to get going.
Ready to get going. I know we really are. And all of you too, everybody out there, not only this group, but you're going to meet, when you're part of our division, you're going to meet Mary Glorfield, who took Tony Robbins to 82 countries for 18 years, was his vice president, who put on all the major shows and still producing shows today. She did National Achievers up until literally the COVID, and they still have big shows going now. And she helped put Gary Vee around the world, and Grant Cardone. I could just go on and on and on. And business partners like Aaron Young, whose company again has almost 17,000 clients, and the information he brings and the speaker ability and how to look at your business in different ways we do things, but in his own right is just tremendous from stage. And so many other people. I could just go on and on and on. So without any further ado, I am going to turn the show now over for this panel time to Sandy. Why do you stay on and listen? Because after this, we have an amazing speaker who's going to talk about putting this all together. We're going to have another amazing panel of people from all walks of life. So that's the interesting thing you need to hear. And then you're going to hear from one of Tony Robbins' VPs for a long time, and Lauren Lahav, who has run Extreme Health for Tony for almost 30 years and ran Fiji and has seen millions and millions of students. And I could just go on and on with the people that will be coming on next. This is a big day. And towards the end of the day, you're going to hear a gentleman that has over 500,000 downloads on his podcast. But he's going to talk to you just about speaking and how to get your message out and things for a business perspective. And we'll talk about business too, that you can nail down and use right away. So Steve, thank you so much for being on. I'm going to put you back down below and we will have a lot to say. Sandy, I'm going to turn the show over to you and I'll be back when you're done.
Awesome. All right. Thank you so much, Michael and Steve. So I'm so thrilled to be here. I'm going to go ahead and bring all of our podcasters up to the stage. Here we go, one by one. I know every single one of you I know personally, and I'm just so grateful to have you here today. So without further ado, let's just go around and I'll just say your name and tell everybody just very quickly who you are and what you do. Kathy.
Hello. So Kathy Riley, company's called Sharing the Shine. I am a speaker, author, and leadership coach working with individuals to combat what I call the itty bitty shitty committee, our stinking thinking.
Love it. Love that. All right, Jamie, you're next.
Hi, my name is Jamie Fogel. I am in Temecula, California. I help my clients exponentially grow, protect, and preserve their wealth. We share with them how the structure they choose can actually dictate the tax code they use. So we help them achieve ultimate asset control, protection, invisibility, and tax benefits. Our clients are now deferring up to 80 to 95% of their taxes now. So now they're able to scale their company that much faster and reach their goals exponentially. So that is what I get to do every day.
Oh, love it. Thank you so much.
I'm excited to be a part of this.
Yes, thank you, Jamie. Joe, so great to see you. I know we've been chatting a little bit, but go ahead and unmute and tell us a little bit about yourself.
My name is Joe Naz. I am owner of Joe Naz Accident Lawyers. So in my normal day job, I am a personal injury attorney and we specialize in helping people heal physically, financially, and emotionally. But on my side gig, I run the Jonas podcast, and it's interesting people talking about interesting things. And our hashtag is no small talk. We talk about a wide range of topics that range from trauma to emotional damage to how you can improve yourself. And I try to bring on the best business leaders in my community so that I can share their story with others.
Love it. That sounds incredible. Jamie, you're up.
How is everyone today? Thank you for inviting me here. So my name's Jamie Matheson. I am a hopeologist. I do all that I can to share hope with all those around me, and I encourage you to do the same. We have a process that we put together that will help us go from hopeless to hopeful. What steps do we take? How do we change our decisions from the past? How do we change our thinking so we can move forward in the future?
Love it. Hopeologist. That's so great. I love that. It's very catchy. Thank you, Jamie. Tom Simmons, my dear friend, you're up.
All right. Well, first, thank you to the Los Angeles Tribune for hosting Quantum Leap 2024. Excited to be here. I'm an avid entrepreneur, own 3 businesses, 2 building consulting firms, and an online learning platform. We curate courses for folks to jump on an online platform, learn in bite-sized pieces at their convenience on their schedule. And just recently launched our own podcast, Success Unlimited, where we interview folks who've had life challenges, how they've overcome those life challenges, and explore their journey.
Incredible. Thank you so much, Tom. Brigada, go ahead and unmute. Great to see
Hello,
you
everyone.
here today.
Good to see you, Sandy. Thanks for having me. My name is Brigida Höfele, originally from Germany. Been residing in the United States for 21 years now. I'm owner and broadcaster of the Success Pattern Show, where it's all about patterns and how we communicate, how we listen, and what we say and what we don't say. We look into that in the Success Pattern Show. I love to get an insight on what kind of patterns do we run on and what kind of patterns runs us. And that's what wakes me up every morning and gets me excited about life. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. Amber, go ahead and unmute and you're up.
Hey, thank you again for inviting me as well. So, you know what? People are my passion. And my company is Inner Love Coaching. So I am a coach and I have a podcast, the Inner Love Diva podcast. And you know what? I struggle so much with depression and anxiety. And I realized that it was amplified by my inner critic. I was doing it to myself. And then I stumbled on life coaching and I learned some amazing tools that completely changed how I looked at my life. And so I want to just thrive, not just survive. I think everyone here is smart enough to know that all of our beliefs will change how we show up in our businesses, in our lives. And so I'm helping people tame that inner critic, how to finally look at their lives as something that is something cherished and to be loved. And I was actually named 2023 Best Transformational Life Coach of the Year and by Best Holistic Life Magazine. Love them. Shout out to them. And I love transforming people and I love loving people. You're all worth being loved.
I love it. Thank you so much for sharing your vulnerability with us, Amber. So that leads us into our next question. Since this whole event, Quantum Leap 2024, what advice can you give, one thing that you can give to make 2024 your best year ever? Let's go ahead and start with Kathy.
Oh, goody, I get to go first. So to make 2024 the best year ever is, in my mind, twofold. We've heard from earlier speakers talking about your vision. So what is it that you actually want out of 2024? I mean, you can't just, expect to have a good year and not know what good means, or a great year and don't know what great means. What is your goal at the end of the day? So figure that out. What's calling you? Get quiet, journal, identify what really matters for you, and then set a course to that. So finding that one goal. And then the second piece is actually using your voice. I am a huge advocate for people speaking their truth and using their voice and asking for what they want. We have a tendency not to ask, to be timid, to be quiet, to deal with our itty bitty shitty committee and hold ourselves back. And I say, let that go and use your voice and ask for what you want.
Amazing advice, Kathy. Thank you so much. All right, Jamie, what about you?
Yeah, well, with inflation and the cost of everything going up, a lot of people aren't able to save as much money. But what if reaching your financial goals wasn't so much about how much you're saving, but just how much you're spending every day on your bills and expenses? If there was a way you could earn uninterrupted compound interest for the rest of your life, like how much faster could you reach your goals? So before you spend that money on your bills and expenses, on your mortgage, learn how you can leverage that and earn uninterrupted compound interest. It's through creative financial strategies through life insurance policies.
Love it. That's such great advice. Thank you so much. All right, Joe, how about you?
I think the most important thing is to get clear on exactly what you want and why. If you figure out exactly what you want in life and you are crystal clear about it and your intention is true and coming from an honest place, I think that's always going to steer you in the right direction. And then for me, the second most important thing is my health. What I've realized is that as I improve my health, the more I work out, the better I eat. I've been really deep on biohacking in the last year. And as that has progressed and as I elevate that and keep leveling up, everything in my life seems to benefit for it. I have more energy. I feel clear. My cognitive function is through the roof. And so if you improve your health, everything else in your life is going to improve and you'll have the best year ever.
So important, because as we all know, unfortunately, America is one of the unhealthiest countries in the world. So here's to your health in 2024. All right, Jamie.
Moving forward in 2024, we have to understand what opposition we were trying to avoid in our past, why we were making the decisions that we previously made. Once we face that opposition, whether it be with our finances, our health, our emotional well-being, our education, once we face those fears and the opposition we were trying to avoid that caused us to make the decisions we had made, we can all move forward with confidence.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Jamie. Tom Simmons, you're up.
Well, such a great question. A lot of great answers so far, but I wrote down 3 things: read, connect, and listen. So the saying I heard last week, and that is, the person who doesn't read doesn't have an advantage over the person who can't. Connect with people. Go to events, Chamber of Commerce events. Get around folks who can make you better, who can pour into your life that you can learn from. And then listen to podcasts. Invest in yourself. There's, as the last segment, Steve and Mike were saying, and yourself, Sandy, there's 1.7 million podcasts and about 427,000 that are active. There's a lot of subject matter experts on podcasts. Who, if you can't meet somebody, who can you listen to make this year the best year of your life?
Love it. And your quote is incredible. You shared that with me a couple of days ago. And yes, podcasting is free to listen to. So there's no excuses anymore, right? You don't have to pay for it. All right, Brigitta.
Since I love patterns and I look into patterns, here's a formula. Credibility plus visibility equals profitability. Now, I think we all, and that's why we're here, we all go into that quantum leap of 2024. How do you get to that next level? And that comes down to the quality of your communication. Because if you don't like the quality of your results, you're not going to like, it's probably lacking the quality of your communication. And that also always goes back to your thoughts. So think about some of those patterns that I just threw at you and be more visible.
Love it. Thank you so much. Amber.
So I think it's really useful to figure out what your superpower is. Really dial in on that and focus on that. Get solid on what you really want. Maybe pick a word that just resonates with you and just really flush that out. What does that mean to you? What do you want the very, very most? Once you know that, it doesn't really matter what other people say because you are solid in your conviction with that. So figure out your superpower.
Love it. Yes, we all need a superpower for sure. All right, next question. And I'm going to do reverse order this time just to give you a heads up, because if I don't go in order, I'll forget who's talked and who hasn't. All right. So what is a key principle or practice that has guided your leadership approach throughout your career? All right, Amber, you're first.
You know what? I think it is just being solid with where I'm at, being very gracious and forgiving of myself if I'm not where I want to be, because I think it's in that acceptance of really just loving where we are and being okay with where we are and who we are. That is where we come across as the most authentic human person, right? We don't actually need someone to lead us who can't speak to us. We need someone who we resonate with. And I think that first of all comes with your ability to be authentic and vulnerable and know that, hey, you know what? I don't actually want to show you how to do it. I want to do it with you. Let's do this together.
Love it. That's really amazing. All right, Brigitta.
Listening, and not just listening with your ears, but truly listening on a deeper level. We've heard active listening. I call it the 5-star listening with your sense of touch, listening with your whole being, listening with what is the mindset of the other person. So that really means that you're present to the conversation and not in your head, what's the next witty thing that I could say, as we might even find ourselves here in this panel, right? It is all about not the golden rule, but the platinum rule. Treat others not how you want to be treated, but how they want to be treated.
Oh, so key. So key. Love it. All right, Tom, what about you?
I love what Brigitta just said, being willing to listen, but I'd say servant leadership. Lead by example. Don't be afraid to be the janitor if need be. No one's above it. No fake gurus, no fake leadership. Managing is not the same as leadership. Some of my two favorite podcasts I love to listen to, John Maxwell and Craig Rochelle. And there's so much you can learn from folks who exemplify and practice servant leadership.
Love it. Thank you so much. Jamie.
Probably just following my passion and knowing that I'm on the right path and just learning all the hidden secrets of the world and just sharing that with other people to help them reach their goals and their success. It makes me just as happy as if it was happening to myself. So yeah, and just feeling that wish fulfilled, like what you want, just feel it as if it's already happened.
Awesome. You know, I just realized we have two Jamies on the panel, so I'll have to, it's okay. Let's go to Jamie, the Hopeologist next.
So understanding that we are the one person that will make the greatest difference in our own lives, and understanding how we make our decisions. I use a process I put together. It's called the Belief, Lie, Fact, Act system. The core of the word belief actually has the word lie in it. You can spell it out. When we have a decision that we need to make, we need to look to see if it is a belief, because if it is a belief and we cannot back it up by fact, then it's actually a lie. If it is a lie, we need to let it go. If it is a fact, then we need to act on it. Sometimes we'll come upon things that really don't have a determining factor in how we want to move forward. And if it's a maybe, then maybe we should just let it be.
Love it. That was brilliant. Thank you so much. Joe, you're next.
So I actually agree with Brigitta. I think that the most important thing when it comes to being a great leader is listening with two ears and speaking with one mouth and actually hearing what the other person has to say. I think the greatest lesson for me throughout this podcast experience has been actually listening to what the person has to say and not just thinking about what I'm going to say the whole time, and giving that person my full presence. And so what I define presence as is the other person in front of me is the most important person in the world. And if you're actually listening to what they say and you give them your full attention, you not only will learn so much, but then you can actually help them with what they need help with. And when you take the time to listen in, you really get a chance to drop in, and emotionally you both benefit. And there's just so much that is able to benefit from that relationship.
Love it. Love it. Thank you so much. And listening is one of the things that, as a podcaster, is one of the most important things you can do.
Yeah.
So, all right. Last but not least for this question, Kathy.
Oh my gosh, there was so much goodness, juicy answers here. Now I've got to wrap this up in a bow, and but I'm going to follow up with what Tom said is lead by example. At the end of the day, you know, you got to walk the walk. You can't just talk the talk. And by that, I also mean it's your thoughts. So as a leader, are you paying attention to your thoughts? We need to have positive thoughts. And how do you talk to yourself? If the words you are saying to yourself, you cannot say that out loud to a child or to your grandmother. You have no business saying it to yourself. So pay attention to your thoughts. Your thoughts leads to your beliefs. Your beliefs lead to your actions. Your actions lead to habits, and the habits, baby, the habits are where the success comes. So it all starts with the thoughts.
Oh, gosh, thank you. You're right. That was so many golden nuggets, and we're not done yet, because another thing that I love to talk about on panels, especially because life happens when we're busy making other plans, and it's always going to happen, and we're going to always get those curveballs thrown to us. So how do you recommend dealing with periods of stagnation or even like a lack of motivation? Because we all have days like that. So let's go back. I'm going to go the reverse order again. Let's start with you, Amber.
Okay, this again, I can't say it enough. It's okay to be where you're at, because if you're sitting there shaming yourself, you will not find the motivation you want. If we're talking about our beliefs are going to lead to our behaviors and our actions, what action are you going to get from shaming yourself or from even lying to yourself about what you should be doing? I think that held me back way too long, was thinking, no, I need to be here, I need to be there, and listening to all these different peoples of what I need to do. And it's more of, what is my intuition telling me I need to do? Get solid with yourself and be okay that this is where you are at. It's not a problem, my friends. It's not.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you so much. Brigitta.
I like to interrupt that pattern. So if I am stagnant and I am trying to like push my whole, imagine, and I think we've all been there. You're writing something, you're trying to be creative, and you're just like trying to press it out of you, but there's just nothing there, right? I know we've all been there. Get up. Go outside, go for a walk, take the dog for a ball throw, go work out, go grocery shopping, do something completely different, interrupt that pattern, and then breathe. And like Amber said, don't shit all over yourself, but accept it, interrupt it, don't force it, and see when you come back. And probably even as you're getting in motion somewhere else, things will start popping up. Try that.
Love it. Thank you so much. Tom.
Well, I want to go back to what Kathy said from her last answer. And it's funny because I tell my kids this all the time, a little bit differently though. So what your mouth speaks, your ears hear, and your mind believes, right? So control your thoughts. But I'm going to throw out another quote here, and that is, success is not bought, it's rented. And rent is due every day. So don't take things for granted. Don't think, just do. And just laying in bed, it's like, why am I laying here in bed? I need to get up and take that action. You start that action, the results will follow.
Love it. Fantastic. Let's move to our hopeologist, Jamie.
Ask ourselves, what opportunities do we want to present in our lives? Because if we're sitting there stagnant, if we're having a hard time, use it as motivation. Ask yourself questions. Continue to be calm and listen for the answers.
Love it. Thank you so much, Jamie. And Joe.
So I believe in life, there's ups and downs, and there'll be waves of high motivation, and then there'll be times where you'll be less motivated. And I think that's perfectly okay. When I'm in the times of low motivation, what I try to do is I try to go spend time doing the things that I'm passionate about. I love art history. I love to travel. I love to go to conferences, and going and being around those types of individuals or being in that space where I'm most inspired will help me find the motivations, will help me fuel those fires. So I just try to inspire myself, not by forcing it or by being super aggressive and disciplined with myself, but by trying to do it from a place of kindness and finding motivation through the things that I really love and the things that make me happy.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. All right, Jamie.
Ooh, such great tips there. I really love going back to if I'm feeling like upset or frustrated about something. Donna Campbell, who I'm sure you guys have seen on the our event this weekend, but she has this great meditation involving like breath work where you like breathe out that negative thought that you're having and like breathe in like that positive emotion. It really helps. And just like journaling, like it will just change like your mindset and how you feel and your motivation, just like, you know, within minutes. So I find myself doing that probably, you know, once a month or something.
Yes, it's all about that breath work. Let me tell you, it can change everything for you. All right, Kathy.
So what this speaks to me is that motivation, we're not always going to feel like it. You're just not going to feel like it, which why it's so important to develop strong habits. If there is a goal that you want and you want it bad enough, you're going to create those habits that's going to get you there. And you're not going to feel like it all the time. So at some point, you just got to embrace the suck and just do it and have those habits that are going to get you there. Yes, I agree. Like other people talked about, pull from your joy list to, you know, kind of break up that pattern and lift your energy, because energy is everything. But at the end of the day, you're not going to feel like it all the time. So you've got to embrace the suck and just do it.
I love it. Embrace the suck. And thank you, Daniel, for putting that in there, right there. Embrace the suck. That is brilliant. All right, we've got time for one more question. Do we have time for one more question, Michael?
Yes, we do. I just wanted to say, you know, panel, this has been great, and you're all now part of the team. So give yourselves a round of applause for being part of this team as we move forward, because we do this as one team, one family, and we work together very strongly. And I'll be seeing many of you on this journey for the next 3 to 5 years or longer. But this has been a great panel because you're hitting many different areas, and you're really taking people through the things that they need to learn, and at the same time giving them that thing that they can walk away with. And one of the best things I will take away for the moment is embrace the suck. So that was great. Right. It's those things, and it's failing forward and everything else. So Sandy, back to you. I'll be back in 5.
Okay. All right. So very quickly, because we only have 5 minutes left before our next incredible speaker, Daniel Gomez. Let's see. What is the best you've ever received? Is it a quote? Or because a lot of us have our quotes because we want to keep this short and sweet. So what is the best advice that you have received at this point in your life? And I'll start with you, Kathy.
There's so many, but follow your heart, but take your head with you. You know, our heart is connected to, you know, our brain, our heart, our gut. You know, we have 3 brains essentially, and we need to really go inside ourselves to make the right decision. So to kind of integrate all of that moving forward, because at the end of the day, your success for 2024 is based on your next best decision.
Love it. All right, Jamie.
Just to get yourself around a team of experts. You might not know everything about the industry or what you're trying to help somebody with, but you might know enough to just like get them started. And then, you know, you have your team around you that can help, you know, fill in all the blanks. So just don't not get started on anything because you're not that expert yet.
Oh, love it. So true. Yeah. Find people that are smarter than you and have them help you. Right. All right, Joe.
My friend Eric Godsey said this quote: "You do not choose what you are passionate about, interested in, or like." And for me, this was really important because I think everyone tries to force into things a lot of the time. And I think if you just listen to your heart and follow and pull on the threads of the things that you're actually passionate about, the things that you actually like, the things that you're interested in. And you go down those roads, you're always going to find at the end of that road your happiness, and you're going to find what your purpose and passion is in life. So I think that you just keep pulling on those threads and you'll always find what you're looking for.
Love it. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. All right, Jamie, our hopeologist.
So, paraphrasing Les Brown, if you do the difficult things in life, life will become easy. If you do the easy things in life, life will become difficult.
Oh, so much wisdom in that. Thank you so much for sharing that. All right, Tom.
Well, probably some of the most potent advice I was given was learn from someone who is in life where you want to be. And going back to what Joe said as well, find your passion, you'll find your purpose, pursue life.
Love it. Awesome. Brigitta.
A connection begins when the other person feels seen, heard, valued, and understood.
Oh, brilliant. All right. Last but not least, Amber, what are your closing words here and your best advice?
This is all, I love all this advice. Absolutely. I love Marie Forleo, and I love how she says, I win or I learn. I never lose. And failure is just a faithful attempt in learning. And so if we can just continue to be determined, know our why, understand why we want it, sink into our intuition, and drive from there and just learn, you're never losing.
Give yourself a round of applause, everybody. You guys were amazing. There was so many golden nuggets. This was incredible. Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Sandy, and you were so great at leading this. Everybody give Sandy a thunderous round of applause. Yeah, that's the way. The other thing too is not to put you guys on the spot or anything like that, but you are a little. First of all, we feel like the Hollywood Squares, so I want to pick Joe Nast for the win. But it's the kind of thing where you're also. This is like a showcase because not only is Steve Smith watching you guys and everybody else around the world because he's already thinking, okay, how do I shop that show? How do I put them? What's the best guest? Which he did for every big show on the planet. Mary Glorfield's been watching you all and gave you all big a shout out, and she was Tony's VP for 18 years. And took him to 82 countries. So you're now in this realm of others are watching you to see what you do, to see what you're part of, because you're part of the Tribune Podcast Network, because you're part of what we're developing and building, and what that's going to look like for you, but how you're going to change lives. And how is the Tribune we're going to continue to change lives will make all the difference in the world. So I want to thank all the panelists again. Give yourselves a round of applause. Give Sandy a round of applause. And we're going to move you all back to the bottom. You guys were amazing. And then we're going to have you guys drop off, come in through the regular feed so you can watch on Facebook and all our other feeds as we bring on an amazing speaker and then another huge panel. I look forward to meeting all of you. Hey, don't forget, Monday, you know what time the call is. I'll see you all Monday, 12:30. Joe, you and I got to talk about that. But Monday, 12:30 Pacific Standard Time, we've got our normal, right? We got all our podcasters around the world, and everybody gets together, and we just move it forward. So I want to thank everybody for being on. You guys are awesome, and I will talk to you all soon. Sandy, it's tremendous information, and I'm getting text right and left going, that was a great panel. Those were great. They're part of that division. This is amazing. Because everybody's of service and everybody really is there to make a difference and make a change. And Sandy, that's what you're here to do too. And I think that always will be great at everything we do because we're bringing it out there from an educational standpoint. We know there's people listening to this show that are in villages around the world that have nothing else. They have their phone and they're listening. I know people right now in hospitals and facilities that are listening to us because we're able to be there for them. And that will make a difference every single day. Yeah. So it just gets better and better. This next gentleman I'm about to bring up, and Sandy, I'm going to have you chat with him for the first beginning. I'm going to have, because, you two are doing so much in the same realm, and I think that really makes a difference. But I just want to say, so Daniel Gomez, not only, you see his name is behind him. That's so he never forgets it. But Daniel Gomez not only has changed lives around the world, he's spoken on the same stage as I have. He brings his vision of wealth and his millionaire mind to everything he does. He's always being of service. But right now in my life, something's been going on. And do you know this man prays every day? Do you know this man sends me messages of like love every day? And this man is always, I want to know how your family is first before we talk business. Those are the kind of people you want to work with. Those are the kind of people you want to be part of. And I'm now going to turn this show over to Sandy and Daniel because I want to hear what you two have to say, and I'll be popping in and out. You guys have an amazing time.
Well, first of all, I want to say, if you're not connected to Michael Silvers and the podcast network, I'll tell you what, you got to get with them. Michael, I love you, and you're always in my prayers, brother. And I get to hang out with Sandy today. Man, I'm double blessed today. Woo, let's go.
Me too, Daniel. I had no idea. So thank you, and I love.
So
that. I love that about this show.
Yeah, the greatest thing about this, Daniel, and is that's where you bring greatness out, because they're like, oh, who scripted it? No. And I was sitting there thinking, I've produced how many shows in the last 25 years and how size? I'm like, these two are perfect. This will be the greatest segment on the planet. Over to you.
Oh my gosh. Well, I want to just underscore what Michael just said, because when I met you a couple years ago in New York, I started getting these messages from you. And sometimes they were texts and sometimes they were your voice. And it would just bring me to tears because I have never met anybody who goes out of the way to pray for me. Yeah. And every time we have a phone conversation, you end it with a prayer for me. And that is just something that is so unique. And folks, I've had the pleasure of speaking on stage with Daniel at his events. His wife, Madi, has an amazing breast cancer foundation. And they're the real deal. His whole family, they are the most special people I have ever met on the planet. And I just wanted to really acknowledge you for that, Daniel, because your children, your wife, how you show up, you're just amazing. And when it says Daniel Gomez inspires, he truly does.
Well, thank you, Sandy. You know, in 2017, prayers what got me through the year. My wife was diagnosed with breast cancer. We had money in the bank. Our house was paid off. And so many things were going right in the business aspect of what the world sees. But when your wife calls you and she's diagnosed with stage 3 breast cancer, there's nothing, right? There's no answer there. And God put me in a place where he was the answer. And the best thing that I would be doing anybody injustice if I didn't share what really got me through 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2020. So it's just, prayer is part of who I am. I tell people, they say, Daniel, do you always talk about God and pray? I'm like, well, if you don't like it, unfriend me. but you know, but it's who I am, because today I wanted to talk about the power of our words, right? The power of our seeds. And the truth is this, is that we don't realize that every single word we say, Sandy, every single word we say, whether it's a prayer for somebody, whether it's just helping somebody be inspired or encouraged, those words that we speak every single day, they're seeds that we sow. And this is the part that most of us, right? Most of us miss this part, Sandy. They're seeds for our future. And then we wonder why our business is not doing well. We wonder why our life is in shambles. Is because we say dumb stuff like this. I wrote this down earlier from the earlier panel. They said create momentum. The best way to create momentum is through the power of our words, Sandy. The power of the words and the seeds that we sow in every conversation, even to ourselves. But we miss that so many times.
Yeah, we sure do. We sure do. And let me tell you, not just our words, but our thoughts. And we have to pay attention to every little thing that we think about. And you talk a lot about this in your book, The Makings of a Millionaire Mind. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that and how those thoughts can really block us from creating not just the financial success, but success in every other area of our life?
Yeah. So in my book, I talk about this, right? The Makings of a Millionaire Mind. We have between 60 to 70,000 thoughts a day, right? 60 to 70,000 thoughts. And over 90% of human beings, they're negative thoughts. Think about that. They're negative thoughts. Same thoughts every day. And we're never taught this in school. We're never taught this every day. So if 60 to 70 thoughts are negative, what are our words going to be? Negative. And we say them, right? The seeds that we sow are, I'm not good enough. Man, I'm so stupid. Why did I do that? And then we beat ourselves up and we wonder why our business isn't growing and scaling. And when I realized that, man, so everybody, I want you to do this with me. I'm going to do this little hack, right? I actually do this in corporate America. I did it with AT&T. I did it with the United States Air Force because it's so simple, but it's so powerful, right? So do this with me, Sandy. Okay, right? Thoughts become words.
Become words.
Become things.
Become things.
Thoughts
become
words.
Become words.
Become things.
Become things.
And that's how simple, but that's how powerful it is. Our thoughts become our words, become our things. Think about that. Thoughts become words, become things. Right now, I have this iPhone right here. It was somebody's thought. And then they spoke about the iPhone. And then next thing you know, it became a thing. Everything that is around us right now started as a thought. But this is the part that most people don't realize is you have the power, ladies and gentlemen. You watching all over the world right now, you have the power to create the thoughts that you want every single day. And this is another hack I want to give the audience, right? I want you to start saying, right, if a negative thought happens to pop into your mind, say, no, I want you to actually just tap yourself like this and say, you know what? I am thinking positive. I am thinking success. I am thinking in abundance. I am good enough, right? And when you tap yourself and then you say these words, I am thinking, right? You can actually tell your mind, tell your brain what you wanted to think. But the thing is, we're never taught these things, but that's how simple, but that's how powerful it is. And I want to give the audience 4 things, right? So 4 things that can help you to change your thoughts. Because you know what the problem is, Sandy? We focus on the result instead of focusing on what's causing the result. Let me say it again. We focus so much on the result instead of focusing on what is causing the result.
It's so simple, and yet it's so hard for people to actually apply to their life. Right. And that's what blows my mind, because we all do it, but it's catching yourself. And like Brigada on the panel was saying, because that's part of what she does with NLP, it's like interrupting it. You just got to interrupt it. Like you just said, the tapping. Brilliant.
So if the results are important, but more important, the results are what are causing the results. So let me put it another way, Sandy, for those that maybe did miss that one, right? Your output is determined by your input. Let me say it again. Your output, the results are determined by the input. But most of us, we don't really realize what we're inputting into ourselves. So there's 4 things I want to tell you today, ladies and gentlemen, right? The first thing is this. What are you watching every single day? What are you watching on a daily basis? This fact is going to surprise many people watching this. We take in over 1 million optics a second. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, 1 million optics a second. We take them in. But yes, we're watching trash TV. We're watching garbage. We're binge watching on Netflix. And we're wondering why our life isn't growing. We wonder why our business isn't scaling and growing. Because what we're watching, guess what? It's junk. It's trash. So one, what are you watching on a consistent basis? Second one, what are you listening to, right? What are you listening to on every single basis? I remember when I ran a multi-million-dollar dealership, Sandy, there was this one mechanic. He would listen to this certain band, and the music was just loud, raw, but he was always angry. And what you need to understand, if you're listening to something that's not adding value to you, why would you listen to it?
Right.
That morning, I got a page over the intercom, right? Daniel come to dispatch. He was arguing with our dispatcher because of the fact that he wasn't happy with something. And I was like, man, you know what? You're so angry because you keep listening to that damn music. Stop it. And nothing against heavy metal or speed metal, but it's the energy behind it that was causing him to be angry. So number 1, what are you watching? Number 2, what are you listening to? Because this shapes our life. And then number 3 is this. What are you reading, right? What are you reading on a consistent basis? What are you reading? And if you're not reading anything, you're hurting yourself. And the truth is this, Sandy, is that I didn't read a book probably for about 15 years that I really, really read a book. The moment my wife was diagnosed with breast cancer, I started reading and my life changed like that. My mind opened up. So the third one is, what are you reading? And the last one is this. I like to have fun with this one, right? Who are you allowing in your playground, right? I'm allowing Sandy Scarletta in my playground. Who's playing in your playground? It matters who is playing in your playground. right? Because if you're playing around with people that are toxic, if you're playing around with people that are negative, if you're playing around with people that ain't growing in life, well, guess what? If you're playing around with 5 broke people, you're going to be the 6th broke one. And I realized, like, man, when I met Michael Silvers, it was us, Bill Walsh, James Dentley. I started playing around with all these multimillionaires, and guess what? The Lord led me to a different path. But you got to understand that this is the part that most people miss. I want you to understand this, and I'm being totally honest because I cried through this process, Sandy. Ladies and gentlemen, your new life is going to cost you your old life. Your new life is going to cost you your old life. And the question you need to ask yourself is this: how bad do you want to be a speaker? How bad do you want to have a successful business? How bad do you want to be a coach? How bad do you want it? And most people, they don't realize that the cost for it, Sandy, is more than what they think it's going to be, right? If you think it's going to cost you 24 hours a day, whatever it may be to you, double that, because it's going to cost you some tears. And I can tell you, because I've cried myself many, many times, and I'm not ashamed to say it. I've broken some wine glasses because in the process of your old identity dying, it hurts. It really, really hurts. But people don't realize that. And then that's when they say the wrong words again. They say words like this: I should have just stayed where I was. Why did I even start? So I want to encourage you, ladies and gentlemen, as you're watching all over the world, push through that breaking point. Push through that breaking point. The reason you're going through these struggles right now, because it's called fortification. It's called preparation. It's called pressure. Embrace the pressure. And like that other lady said on the panel, embrace the suck, because the suck is what's making you stronger. The suck is what's making you better. And that's what it's all about. You can't grow if there's no challenge in your life, Sandy.
Oh my gosh. Well, my famous quote that I love to say over and over is, in order to grow, you have to be comfortable being uncomfortable.
Yes.
And that's exactly what you've done in your life. I've done it in my life, and I'm continuing to do it all the time because it is uncomfortable sometimes.
It is. And the thing is, the thing is, this is so many times in our industry, we hear it over and over, right? We hear it over and over, get uncomfortable. But then when it's easy to say it to Sandy. It's easy to say it to Karen Olsen Hall. It's easy to say it to Angela. But when you're going through it, it's not easy, because when you get uncomfortable, A, you get frustrated. B, you get, man, you're like, you feel, this is what happens. This is why many of us self-sabotage, because we become very hard on ourselves. I want you to understand, you must stop being hard on yourself. Write this down, ladies and gentlemen. When the suck comes, when those hard times comes, give yourself more credit. That's the moment, Sandy. You need to start sowing those seeds of, you're right where you need to be, Sandy. You're right where you need to be, Daniel. You're doing amazing, Angela, right? You need to speak words of encouragement over yourself. And that's one thing that I've learned to do. If you look at my bathroom mirror, true story, ladies and gentlemen, I have over 40 affirmations that I tell myself. And I have a gift for the audience. We had these millionaire affirmations right now. Text the word millionaire to 210-942-5059. That's 210-942-5059. And I want to give the audience one of these. But I started saying these to myself, Sandy, and I realized when you change the words you speak every single day, everything changes. The day gets brighter. Even if it's a rainy day, the day gets brighter. You know why? I want to give you a hack, ladies and gentlemen. Next time it's a rainy, stormy day, I want you to say this: the sun is shining beyond them clouds. The sun is shining beyond them clouds. So no matter how dark the day may be, no matter how stormy it may be, right? It may be a dark, stormy, gray day, but Michael, the sun is shining above them clouds. And when you realize that, and then you surround yourself with the fourth one, right? Who's in your playground? I got Sandy in my playground. I got Michael in my playground. How can I lose? Because, I'm going to say this because me and Michael have a real good relationship, and I feel I can say this. Sometimes those good conversations are tough love that you don't want to hear. And I can tell you that because I love Michael Silvers and I respect him. That's why I'm part of his LA Tribune podcast network, is that sometimes he tells me things that I don't like at the surface level, but I know that he's telling me for my own good. And there's somebody out there watching this that somebody's trying to coach you, somebody's trying to mentor you, but you don't want to listen to it because it's not what you want to hear.
Yeah, I think, and it's so true. That's, by the way, Sandy, I was going to jump back on so you could take 5 and get the panel ready and go into so we'll see you in 5 minutes. How's that? Sandy's got a big day today. I'm working her hard today. But, the biggest thing, again, I think that it's not only how I fulfill my mission, and we get really, right, Daniel, we get stuck sometimes but how am I truly changing the people around me? And I think that's, part of what you're saying. And part of that is to have those conversations. Part of it is to be able to say to those that you partner with and business with, especially those of us who speak on stages, we have a tendency of moving very fast, right? Harvey used to always say, ready, fire, aim. And it's that part of us that just has to realize there's still other people around us, and they're not in it or don't move, or we all have those things that we look at ourselves and go, oh God, okay, how do I get past this?
Well, you know what, Michael, to what you just said, many times we expect it to look a certain way, and it doesn't look the way we expect it to look. Let me say it again. So many times we expect it to look a certain way, and it's not going to look the way we always expect it to look. And that's when you have somebody, when God brings you a Michael Silvers that talks to you in love, you have to be open-minded and go with right? We have to understand that, because I think the biggest mistake that I made when I was younger, Michael, I thought it was going to look a certain way, and it didn't look the way I wanted it to, and I got discouraged, and then I thought things weren't working out. But in reality, it was even bigger and better than what I thought.
That's right. That's right. And by the way, Daniel, just through your own Facebook feed, if you can, after we do this call, just put the phone number in again. Some of them just want to know the number for the opt-in. But it is about how do I create that, and how do I move that forward, right? And stop. It's okay to question yourself, but that's why I always say coaches, mentors, and masterminds. You've got to stay in the flow. Well, but I'm too small. I don't have a business. Okay, then you do what's called, write this down, everybody, as if you already had the business, how it would all look, and you continue forward. So any last words before we bring on the panel that you can leave this audience so they can remember something they can do right now?
I want you to understand this. What you can do right now is who's one person you can help? Who's one person you can help? Every time I get in a jam, Michael, every time I feel down and out of myself, I always say this: who can I help in this moment? The best thing that I've ever found to get me out of a jam is go out to be a blessing to somebody. Maybe it's giving them $100. Maybe it's blessing somebody with lunch. Maybe it's just telling somebody like Michael, hey, I love you. I'm thinking about you. Send them a prayer. But get out of your own head. And I realize what helps me to grow and to really catapult myself forward is when I'm stuck in my own selfishness, I get out of that head and I go help somebody else, Michael. And all of a sudden, guess what? A breakthrough happens, my brother. And I just want to thank you for allowing me to be here with you. It's been an amazing, amazing time. And I want to end with this. If no one's ever told you they believe in you, ladies and gentlemen, this is Daniel going with Inspire saying, I believe in you. Go out there and get it. Stop making excuses, because you can do anything you want to do as long as you put your mind to it.
Oh, everybody give Daniel a thunderous round of applause. You've been you're amazing. And part of this division, we're not a division. We're a team and a family. And everything that we build is a team and a family. And you're so part of this family already. And we've just begun. We're on a 3 to 5 year journey here. And then we're never going to quit, because we got to change more people. Daniel, thank you so much for being on. What Daniel's going to do is he'll pop on like his Facebook feed, and it's okay. We'll leave the comment in. Just put the phone number so they can get that sheet from you.
Okay, I'll do that, sir. Yes, sir.
You're the best. All right, Daniel, thank you so much. And I will talk to you soon.
And get with them. And if you're not connected to Michael Silvers, connect with him and get on his podcast, Tribune Network. It's amazing. I'll tell you what, if you don't do it, it's a big mistake.
Oh, you're good. Everybody in the box, in the chats, give a thunderous round of applause. Put hands up, type a 1, whatever it is. All right, Daniel, you're the best. The greatest thing about what we do is it's about information. Write this down. You're an information machine, because you're a meaning-making machine. So you're a meaning-making machine with everything you do and everything that you learn. And it's truly about How do I get a bigger experience? How do I become more? How do I help people become more? And you're going to continue to do that as we move forward. And it just becomes more and more fun. And what's great about the show we're doing too is you get to see the live pieces, right? We've produced the big shows. We've done all that. I should have popped Mary Glorfield on. She's helping the speakers get on today, but she's produced the biggest shows on the planet, from the Get Motivated to the National Achiever Congresses to Tony Robbins in 82 countries. I'll have her on one day. We're going to have, what we're going to also do is we're going to have calls over the next couple of weeks with people that you can talk to directly. We're going to have Zoom calls so you can come on live and you can talk to some of us and really see what we're doing and what we're about and ask lots of questions. So we're really excited that we're going to be doing that. You know, as I move forward with the team and everything we're doing, it's all about development, education, and training. And we continue to move forward. But here's the one thing: don't get stuck in the training. It's use it now. It's be part of it and keep moving forward and have too much fun. All right. And Sandy, I'm going to be using you a lot today, so get ready for that. You just never know. All right. I'm going to bring Sandy back up so she can bring this amazing panel up. And you guys, you're all part of the network. It's tremendous. And have an amazing time.
Hello. Thank you, Michael. Thank you so much. Yeah, that last panel was amazing. So I hope you guys are ready. I'm going to start bringing you up to the stage because we've got some, you know, heavy lifting to do here. So I hope you're ready. Hope you bring in your brilliance, bring in everything you've got, because like I said, the last panel was amazing. So, all right, let's first just start out. I'm just going to go around the room and everybody just very briefly just say who you are and what it is that you do. Jake, I'll start with you.
Hi, Sandy.
The hat, by the way. Thank you for wearing that today.
I had to wear it because who recognizes me without it? Let's be really honest.
I know.
Who gets that? I'm Jake Clendenning, CT Impact. Oddly, with the theme of the last hour and a half, guess what the name of my podcast is? ETS, Embrace the Suck. That just happens to be the name of my podcast. So I run CT Impact. We're a resource-driven coaching company. Everything we do is to build resources for business owners, entrepreneurs, and just everybody out there. That's leadership, leverage, and language. That is what we do. If we can build it and bring it to you, and that's in all forms of either mostly people and resources and tools.
Love it. Thank you so much. Todd, you're next.
Thank you, Sandy. I'm Todd Baker. My company is Project 9 Life, and I am a transformation coach. I help individuals go from kind of feeling trapped and stuck in the life that they currently have and make progress towards living their best life. And that's through two main principles, which is clarity and simplicity.
Love it. That's amazing.
I wore a hat
Andrea,
too, Sandy.
I know, because I don't recognize you guys if you don't. And Misty, thank you for wearing your hat too. Love it. Love all the hats. Now I feel a little FOMO here, but I don't wear hats. So, all right, Andrea, you're next.
Hey everyone. Technically, we all wear hats in some form or the other. I'm Andrea Adams. And it's just a joy to be part of this great team. As Michael said before, we're family. I am a communication and relationship and mindset coach. I specialize in helping kids. In fact, I consider myself an expert at helping kids in public speaking. I'm also the owner of a wonderful CMOS business called Raw Moss.
Love it. Thank you so much. And next we have the fabulous Camille. So great to see you.
So good to see you guys. Can you guys hear me well?
Oh, yeah.
So hello, everyone. I am the fabulous Camille. That's my name. And I'm an advocate for kids. I've been an advocate for kids for over 27 years. I run a global exchange student program that take children from all over the country, bring them here to the United States, and provide a home away from home. I also have a nonprofit that provide education, food, clothes, and shelter for children that cannot afford to do so.
Oh, thank you so much for the work that you do. It is so needed in today's world. All right, Sean Smiley, you're next.
All right. So my name is Sean Smiley. I always say God made a few perfect heads. He gave everyone else a little hair or a hat. So my company is in ERC Junction and Finance Group. ERC stands for Employee Retention Credit. I have the most fun job on earth. I get to sell IRS refunds. So business owners out there who kept employees paid throughout the pandemic may qualify up to $26,000 per employee. And self-employed people may also be eligible for the self-employment tax credit. So love to help any of the listeners out there that may qualify.
Well, your name is absolutely appropriate, because who doesn't smile when they get that tax refund, right?
Exactly.
All right. My dear friend and sister from another mother, doesn't rhyme, but Misty Garrigan.
We're so close. Good
know,
afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Sandy, for having me here. I'm very excited. I love everyone in these windows. Powerhouse people. I am Misty Kerrigan. I am a business psychologist and corporate trainer. And so what I do is I have 23 years of mental health experience creating we're all a little bit of children's, right? Creating children's programs across the state of California. And I just took that over into small businesses, entrepreneurs, because what I realized was there's always a little crazy in every business. So definitely not been assorted since I moved over into this world.
Love it. And thank you, Joe Naz, who was on our last panel, sister from another mister. There you go.
That one rhymes.
Love it. All right. Last but not least, Alana.
Hi, Sandy. Thank you. It's wonderful to be here. I'm a mindfulness coach. When I was 16 years old, I started to meditate. I found myself with a book in my hands called TM, which stands for Transcendental Meditation. And since then, I've explored just about, I think, every style of meditation that exists. I'm sure there's probably something else new brewing right now. And I'm so lucky that today I get to teach others how to meditate and bring it into their lives to bring more awareness, peace, and abundance of health, wealth, and happiness.
Oh, thank you. I love everything that you all do. And thank you so much for creating such amazing impact in the world. So because this is Quantum Leap 2024, what advice can you give so that all of the listeners can make 2024 their best year ever and really take that quantum leap? And Jake, we'll start with you. I'm just going to go around.
There's been some great stuff from the previous several panels, and from Daniel. He was just talking about some great stuff. For me, what I would tell you, moving into 2024, nobody succeeds alone. We've heard Jim Rohn kind of quoted a couple times here of you are a product of the 5 people you spend the most time around. And from a leverage standpoint, going into 2024, who do you need to be around that fulfills your greater purpose, that helps you pull you over that wall? Every time in my life, I've run up against a wall or hit a ceiling. Like, the ceiling's a lie. We all know that's fake, right? But every single time, it's not a resource or it's a tool, it's a person. Every single time. So get around the people that are where you want to go. Know who you're supposed to be so you know who you're going to be when you get there.
Oh, thank you so much, Jake. And I am so blessed to be a part of this podcast network. And I've got so many of you on my side and in my corner. So thank you so much. Todd, you're next.
Yeah, Jake, that's very well said. It is about the people. And I think something else to keep in mind, like as you get into 2024 and you really just want to like level up and change the trajectory of your life, is something to keep in your mind is that when it starts to get tough or when it starts to feel like too difficult or that you're not going to make it, the first thing that should go off is that alarm bell in your head that says, I'm doing this the right way and I'm on the right path. Because if it was easy, everyone would just cruise through. And unfortunately, when we hit that difficulty, most people kind of tend to back up. But just look at it as it's an opportunity, and you're telling yourself you're on the right path because now challenge is there and you're really pushing through and transcending your life.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Andrea.
Yes, Sandy, thank you. Whenever we think of our future, it's always looking ahead. And in terms of looking ahead, what comes to mind for me always is purpose. Whenever we're planning ahead, 2024, what is our purpose? As we all know, our purpose lies not ever with ourselves, but it's always about giving. That's why we're all here, listeners or participators. We're all here because of that purpose. But in order to make the world a better place, we absolutely have to give the world a better person. So for me, for 2024, I will tell anyone listening in, ensure you work with yourself first, because in order to love your neighbors, you have to love yourself. So accept yourself and love yourself. Work on yourself, and you will be an amazing asset to the world and those around you.
Yes, beautifully said. Thank you. And the fabulous Camille.
I'm all excited because you said that, because my mentor have told me this for years. He said you have to start with yourself first before you can give advice to anyone else. My 2024 started in October. October the 1st started my 2024, because I have to prepare for my students that are coming in and for the student that need my help. Because without our children, we have no future. No matter how you spin it, we're only here temporary, but what's coming behind us is our children. And we have to focus on them, not ourselves. So get out of your way and focus on the children, because we need them more than we think. You got to
Oh,
start with yourself.
yes, and thank you, and ditto to that, because that they are our future. All right, Sean Smiley.
So I had a wonderful conversation this morning with my son Austin, and he was sharing with me how he's created a new story for his life. And I really encourage listeners out there to consider, what do you tell yourself about yourself? Like Andrea was just saying, love yourself, right? Dana was saying, go easy on yourself. My son Austin has created this wonderful vision of who he is, and now he's becoming that, right? I think it really gets down to, what is your identity? And creating a wonderful story of who you are becoming is magical.
Love it. Thank you so much. Misty.
Do you know what? I work a lot with individuals, and it blows me away, especially like, I know, Sandy, you with professional athletes, just how many coaches they do have to be amazing, or actors. I think sometimes we see the people that are just succeeding and we're like, oh my God, they're amazing. But behind them is a team of individuals, a team of individuals. And so the one thing I do suggest, because anyone's budget can't afford it, is find a coach. Find a coach in that one area, whether it's where you were talking about communication, or like earlier, maybe it's confidence. And there's over 100 speakers here on this amazing 4-day event. And I bet you 99 of them are coaches and have amazing programs. So the first thing I would recommend in 2024, that one area that you just want to exceed in, is get a coach.
Awesome. And Alana. And then we're going to introduce Dr. Chow.
Okay, so at the end of every year, I fill out a form that I've created, and I now share it with my clients and people who I talk to. And it's really the year in review and the year ahead. And why I think the year in review is so important is because we need to look and see what we've accomplished. As human beings, I don't know why it's in our nature, but we just don't see what we've accomplished, and we're always moving into the future. And so recognize the small things, the things in your family, the things at work, the things in your home, the victories, the big and the small. And that will help you build momentum to create the future year with already success under your belt.
Beautifully said. Thank you so much, Alana. All right, Dr. Chow with the Crazy Rich Asian podcast. So happy you're able to make it today. I know you are so crazy busy with everything you have going on. So just briefly introduce yourself, and then go ahead and give just one piece of advice that people can do to make 2024 their best year ever.
Thank you so much, guys, for having me. Yes, so I am the Crazy Rich Asian, as you know, Dr. Chow Wong, immigrant to multi-millionaire, now hanging out with Grant Cardone, Tony Robbins. So those are my mentors. And, creating the movement of helping the overlooked, the underserved, the communities, the minorities, the women, the ladies, all you guys who feel like that you've been marginalized, please reach out to me. I love to help you create your own stage. My number one advice is to transform your identity. It's all about identity shift, right? Sean Smiley used to be one of my employee, and now a team member, and now he's going on doing bigger, greater things. I love that. And so I love that he said that, because identity shift is the number one thing, right? how you can change your life by just transforming your identity. We are already kings and queens. All you need to do is own your throne, claim your crown, because we already have everything in text. We are already crazy rich, guys. That's the message. We are already crazy rich. Okay, we got everything inside of us. God is giving us every single thing we ever need to succeed. So why don't you own your king, own your crown, go out there and collaborate, build an ecosystem, not conquer the world, but collaborate so we can build an ecosystem, not an empire, so everybody can win together. This is Dr. Chow Wong. I love you. Make sure you follow me on Dr. Chow B&B on IG, DRCHAU B&B. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Chow, thank you so much. That was like dropping a bomb, right, on us today. Amazing. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right, next question is, what daily or weekly habits do you believe are essential for your growth, and how do you maintain them consistently? Because we all make changes in our life. We always like, oh, let's try this. How do we make those changes and keep them going consistently? Jake, you're up.
Well, first of all, I want to start listening to Andrea's podcast because like her voice is clarified butter, man. If you're not listening, just how she speaks, like I don't care what she's saying, I'm buying it. She has a great voice. Thank you for that. The one habit that that really sticks with me, that is consistent with me, of course, we all exercise, we all do the right things, we try to eat right. For me, it's a gratitude journal. Every single morning while my coffee is perking, I am writing down at least 5 things I am grateful for every single day. And they're not huge things. They're always the small things that I'm grateful for that have the biggest impact. When it was super cold here a couple weeks, I was really grateful for my wood stove, and I wrote that down. So it's a matter of, what are you grateful for? Truly in your person, what are you grateful for? Because here's what we know about gratitude. Gratitude and grumpy do not exist in the same place. You cannot be grumpy and grateful in the same time. So if you want to change that state, and we heard that earlier, I think Joe Naz talked about that, change your state. That's a great way to do it. What am I grateful for right now?
Love it. Thank you so much. That's such a great practice. Todd, you're next.
Yeah, that is a great practice, and something certainly that I do as well. But I think what keeps me on task is I have a very set morning routine and a nighttime routine. It's written down, it sits by my bed. And one of the things that is on there, besides like simple stuff like brush your teeth, okay, but it's something that you can check off, and it's a micro win, right? Like I did that. But one of the things that I put on there, and a focus of mine, is getting 1% better every single day. And what I do is then every single day when I wake up and I write down, I look at that, then I come up with my list for the day of, how am I going to get 1% better today? What am I going to do? And sometimes it's, I teach a class, or I have a new client or something like that. Sometimes it's just, hey, I got some stuff to say and I post it. But just focus on those, the constant improvement, and write it down. Like, set your day according to, okay, if I'm going to get 1% better today, how am I going to do that today?
Love it. And the woman with the voice like butter, Andrea.
Yes, I must say, coming from a third world country, I was born in South America, Guyana, and I can say the simple things like just being grateful for things like water, just getting up every day and saying at least 10 things that you're grateful for does so much wonders for you. One of the other things I must say is that we tend to go through different phases in our lives. There's sometimes when it's all going great. Then there's another time where we're so hard on ourselves. So the other thing I tell people to do is just do at least one task. And that is, I am so into making up my bed, because when that bed is made, I'm so encouraged. There's this one task that I have been able to complete. So for me, making up the bed is an important thing to show definiteness. I've done something for the day.
Well, thank you so much. And I tell you, when you hear someone like Andrea keeping it real, like being grateful for water, that just, it doesn't get any better than that. So thank you for sharing that. And the fabulous Camille.
And Andrea, you know, I when it comes to especially water, I've been traveling for the past 6 months. I've been into 7 different countries, and I've seen children that have water and it's like gold to them. And we here take it for take advantage of that. We don't understand. Just grateful to just getting up and have a bed. You look back, I have a bed that I just slept on. You know, I just rolled over and I'm not eaten up by mosquitoes. People don't understand. Just be grateful just to get up. My routine, thank you, God, for giving me the opportunity to see another day so that I can be a servant to someone else. That's my routine.
Love it, love it, love it, love it. Sean Smiley.
I love what Jake said about the gratitude journal. That's certainly something I do. The other thing I would encourage everyone to consider is feeding your mind. So either listening to a podcast every single day, reading a book. For me, non-negotiable every morning is 15 minutes minimum reading the Bible. The Bible may not be your thing. Find a book, find a mentor, find somebody who's poured their life and their knowledge. It's the shortcut. That book is the shortcut to the success these other people have figured out. So really feed your mind every day.
Love it, love it, love it. Misty.
So I love all of these, but one of my favorite things to do every day is just make someone smile. So if I focus on how do I make someone smile, it has to make me smile. But starting with just my wife, or if I'm at the grocery store, commenting on something, saying something to make someone smile, it amplifies so much energy and vibration just to that simple moment of having someone smile at you, or you smile at them, or you say something. I'm a sucker for dad jokes. So even someone, like cracking a dad joke or saying that, like, I just believe in making someone smile a day. And if you're not smiling, then priming yourself to smile so that when you leave your house, you can go out and add more joy.
And you know what, Misty, thank you for saying that, because we'll never know if you look at somebody in the eye and you smile, that could change the course of their whole life. Just showing that little bit of act of kindness. Thank you. Alana.
These are all so inspiring. So thank you to everyone. And I start my day meditating. And I have for years, and I notice a difference when I don't. And so what does my meditation look like? It's a time for me to go within, to access the, I suppose, my God self, my goddess self, to really access the light within me. And by starting, as so many of you said, by taking care of ourselves, we're then better set to take care of everyone else. And appreciation, I think, is in my daily morning routine. I'm so grateful just to have this house. I have a house. I have a studio. Wow. It's I have a window looking at trees, and sometimes I get to see deer. And so noticing, and that's what meditation does for me, and I think can do for everyone. And that meditation might be a song, or another phrase out of your favorite book, or it may be the rosary, or a scripture, or just simply sitting and meditating on your breath, and bringing you into that peaceful place so that you can start your day in a place of being centered and with some self-awareness.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, meditation changed my life, and I've been practicing it for years myself. All right, Dr. Chow, we're ready.
Yeah.
What can you
Okay.
share with
I
us
love that.
now?
I love daddy's jokes too. So who's your daddy? Comment down below. Who's your daddy? I got the answer for you. God is our daddy, okay? Not me.
That's
Okay. So
right.
anyway, I don't want to be your daddy. Okay. I'm just kidding there. But anyway, so for real quick, focus. Where focus goes, energy flows. So make sure you focus on the solution. Secondly, is your state of mind, right? You got to get in the right state by changing your physiology. All this Tony Robbins. But I want to share this. And once you change your physiology, get out there, get sunshine, get in state, right? Incantation, like not affirmation, right? I'm happy, I'm happy, I'm happy. No, you ever go to war and you go be like, oh, I'm gonna kill him, I'm gonna win. No, man, you go to war like, yeah, that's Spartan. What's your profession, right? Ho. Exactly. So get in that state, get in the right mistake, only then do you rewrite your story, guys. You got to rewrite your story because we've been stuck in the matrix. We've been programmed since we've been birthed by the television, television into reprogramming. That's why it's called programming the TV. There's a program going on. You get it? So unplug from the matrix, reprogram, rewrite your own story. You are the director, the executive producer, the main actor, actresses, the most badass person in your story. What's your story? What's your movie? Sign me up. I want to watch it right now. Let's go.
All right. Awesome. Okay. We only have time for one more question, and I want you all to be as brief as possible because we have an amazing speaker coming up next. And we want to make sure that we are able to give Aaron Scott Young the full time and stay tuned for him because he is going to be off the charts. So what is the best advice you've ever received, or what is your favorite quote? Real quick, Jake.
Best advice I've ever gotten. I'm sitting at a table, set some rather low goals for the year, and one of my business partners at the time, she's still my business partner. She did one of these, kind of looked down her glasses at me like this, and she said, "Jake, you're settling for good when great is on the table." And that has been a massively impactful, much to Dr. Chow's point of write your movie, let's go watch it. Like, I was PBS and now we're MTV. Like, that's a different thing. That's where we are. So that particular quote, you're settling for good when great is on the table.
Awesome. Thank you. That was brilliant. All right, Todd.
Yeah, I thought I was in a good mood until Dr. Chow came on, but a quote that I heard a long time ago, and it was worded a little bit differently, but I've incorporated it fully into basically everything that I do. And it's very simply, if you want different, do different. And it's just, it drives everything. Like, you can't do the same thing and expect different results. So if you want something different in your life, you got to do something different.
Ah, brilliant. All right. Andrea.
Yes. Well, for me, it's both advice and actually a quote. It came as advice, and that was proper preparation prevents poor performance. This was told to me by a dear friend, and I believe with everything that we do, we apply it, whether in business or personally. If we're really honest with ourselves, when we prepare properly, we get so much better results. So for me, that hits home a lot.
Awesome. Camille.
So for me, my grandmother has been one of the most influential person in my life. And she said, God put people in your life for a season and a reason. And my addition to that, you never know what the reason is, but as the season come and go, God will show you where to go. So for me, my motto in my business is each one, teach one.
Oh, love that. All right, Sean Smiley.
Well, fabulous, Camille. I agree with your perspective on God showing us where we go. Something I've been doing lately, also, Alana, is meditating. And I often meditate on a verse. And lately, I've just been meditating on the Lord is my shepherd.
Yes.
So when life gets a little bit too much or I start getting stressed out about something, I just focus on that and remember God's got me in the palm of his hand.
Oh, beautifully said. Misty.
So my grandparents raised me, and my grandma was also very influential. And she used to always say, shit or get off the pot. Shit or get off the pot. And then what that later translated in life to me, what I understood was not making a decision is making a decision. So sometimes we could get too far in trying to be perfect or analyzing or trying to make everything work when it needs action. So not making decision is making a decision. So putting forth action helps me not stay in my head all day. Shit or get off the pot.
Love it. Alana.
So one of my favorite, probably my favorite teacher of mindfulness is Thich Nhat Hanh, a Buddhist monk who recently passed away. And he's written, oh gosh, so many books on mindfulness and meditation. And there was one mantra or meditation that really has stuck with me, and it is breathing in. I know I am breathing in. Breathing out. I know I am breathing out. And this one phrase can just ground me, center me. If there's something stressful going on, if I'm nervous, if anything is coming up, I just say that as I'm breathing out. I can do that like just a few times, and it brings a sense of calm and peace. So I share that with you.
Love it. All right, Dr. Chow, close it up. Close the panel up for us.
Thank you. Thank you. So my favorite all-time quote is, our deepest fear is that we are not inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that scares us, guys. So go out there and own your crown, own your throne, guys. Be the light in the darkness. Be that lighthouse that guide everybody to safety, to shore. The brighter we shine, the more we can save, the more we can help people. Don't let the devil work like with you, right? Be that light. That's my message.
All right, everybody, give yourselves a round of applause. I'm going to go ahead and take all you off stage, but thank you so much. You guys were amazing.
Sandy, before you do that, first of all, let's give this panel again. It's okay. Give this panel a big thunderous round of applause. You guys were awesome. You're part of the team and family. Give Sandy a thunderous round of applause for everything that she does. You guys, it's incredible because you gave information. It was impactful. They could use it immediately. All of you know that we get together every Monday because we mentor, we train, we coach, we teach as podcasters, as world leaders, as guests. We're creating the best guests on the planet. We're creating certified guests. We're creating some of the biggest podcasts. We have the VP from SiriusXM has come over to us now to take us to the next level. And all of you who are joining us on that journey, we are so excited. Thank you so much. And we'll talk to you all soon. Bye, everybody. All right, everybody else stay on the line. That was for them, not for you. That's like when you did a show. There was a famous Frasier, which was an old show. And hopefully you guys watched it because it had some of the best writing ever. But at one point because there's always a delay on radio, and he tells the person on the radio, turn your radio off. So they turn the radio off. So you got to be careful what you say when you're on broadcast, right? Because people are always ready to go out, and it just happens every time. Sandy, that was a great panel.
All right. Thank you so much. I'll leave it to you now.
All right. See, I'm quick, huh, Sandy? I can pull that trigger. So our next guest, it's amazing how we do this. And everybody, panelists, you guys were awesome. Bounce back on the LA Tribune Facebook feed. So you just can go on the LA Tribune Facebook feed. We're on YouTube. We're on many different channels. We're on Twitch. It's just great to have all of you here. So our next, I'm just going to bring you to the stage. I don't need to say that much because people, what they do, what I find, Aaron, now, do you know people Google you faster than, literally when we put people on stages, they're Googling. They don't care what your intro is. I thought, what is this audience doing? They're all Googling who this person is. The funniest thing to watch.
We just need to hold up a QR code and let them all scan it.
That's it. You know who I am? Do this. So Aaron is not only one of my mentors, and we've put him on stages around the world. Not only did he come help for many events that we had, and we used to have something called the Global Mastermind, which we ran through Peak Potentials, and he flew out and helped whenever we needed. Of course, it's always easier to invite people when you're in Hawaii, but that's a story for another day. But, he was really there to be supportive. He also is the chairman and owner of the Laughlin Group, which is amazing what they're doing, and with their, 16,000 clients? But
47,000 clients.
Oh, sorry, 47,000. We got to get all the bios rewritten, but 47,000. Think about that way, and just think about your own business. But he also teaches how to really bring business to, it's not simplistic, I always hate that term, but to a level that you can move it forward with just some basic understandings. So Aaron, and he's a business partner of mine, and we're doing so much together, and he's a big part of the podcast network, and on and on and on and on. So, and he just got back from Iceland. It's rough. You know what I'm saying, Aaron? So are you getting acclimated to the weather yet?
What was fun was we were in San Diego putting on the Laughlin Mastermind, and there was a big ice storm up here in the Northwest. You and I both live in the Northwest. Mm-hmm. And so Michelle and I flew in, my wife, we flew in from San Diego. We had less than 24 hours to turn around for Iceland. We tried to drive from the airport 2.5 hours to where we live on the beach, hit a big chunk of ice on the interstate, blew out a tire on a Sunday afternoon, no way to get it repaired. With just all one set of things after another. And we finally got the car towed, got a rental car, got to the beach, got packed to go to Iceland the next morning. And Michelle looked at me and she goes, I know we just had like all these troubles, but didn't it just go elegantly? Like, didn't it just, everything just fell into place? And I was listening to your last group and thinking about how when we, if depending on our perspective, life can be elegant, life can be everything falling right into our perfect place, or it can be a nightmare. We really get to make the decision of what the experience is, as you know. And you and I've talked a lot about personal things that are going on in your life, my life, and it's our attitude toward it that will give us success or a lot of misery. It's that's my experience. So yeah, I'm reacclimated from the weather and enjoying every minute.
You know, it's great to have you on here. And it's, you know, for everybody, you have to think of this. If this is somebody who's just one of the companies says 47,000 clients, but it's not about the number. It's about how many businesses he's seen. It's about how many businesses over the last, you know, his career. I won't say how long because it just makes you older, but how many decades you've been doing this. Yeah, I know. It's amazing. But you have seen millions of businesses. I mean, you've talked to tens of thousands of owners of small companies to $100 million companies to $1 billion companies. Tell us a little bit about, because there's always the question comes up, and this is really an important piece. How do I make that first step? How do I start moving forward? Especially if I've just created my business or it's just started. What are a couple simple steps or tools that I should think about?
Well, okay. Well, all right. We're going to get, so we just had everybody talking about God and meditation and Buddha and all that stuff. And I'm just going to flip the record over to the crazier side. Here's the deal. First thing you want to do is really be sure that somebody actually wants what you want to sell. Because there are a lot of people I meet who have an idea. And one of the first questions I ask, I actually have a little book called The Critical 20 that goes through the 20 steps. And the first one is there a felt need in the market for what you want to do? You know, does anybody want to buy it? I see so many people bang their heads against the wall trying to push something into the economy that nobody wants to buy. And then they feel miserable. And one of the reasons we talk so much about the old Stephen Covey quote, begin with the end in mind, is first figure out, what do I want out of the deal? So guys, write that down. If you're just getting started or if you're already quite successful, first thing is to say, what do I want? Because I'm investing my time, I'm investing my money, I'm giving up time with family or friends to work on this project. What am I going to get out of it? And not what do I hope, but like, what is my expectation? What is a win? What does the finish line look like? Because if you don't know that, I promise you, you're not going to get there. Okay. You're never going to get there. Second thing is to say, okay, so if that's the finish line, what am I great at and what do I suck at? Somebody earlier said, embrace the suck. Okay, so we have to acknowledge what we're good at and what we're not. And so many people who have a good idea cling so tightly to the idea that they won't release it to somebody else to play with, and they end up smothering it, right? They end up killing it. We really need to figure out, if I'm really good at operations, maybe I shouldn't be the sales guy. Maybe I shouldn't be doing accounting. If I'm really good at let's say accounting, let's use that because that's like the bane of my existence. If I know that accounting is super difficult for me, I should definitely get somebody who not only is good at it, but somebody who plays at the things I have to work at. And so I'm going to stay focused on what I'm great at and surround myself with people who are good. A lot of people out there are probably saying, well, I can't afford to hire anybody. I can't afford. And Michael, I've had this talk with you about your company. And I've asked this question of lots of CEOs who want to grow bigger. And I'll say, okay, so you've gotten this far, let's say more or less on your own. And you're eating all the profits, right? As you get a little further down the road, you say, I'm going to get a better house, or I'm going to get a better car, or I'm going to go out to dinner more often, or whatever. My first question is, are you willing to take a pay cut? If you want to grow, are you willing to take a pay cut so you can hire somebody who's going to start to augment, they're going to be the counterbalance, your strengths to their strengths, your weaknesses to their weaknesses, so you can leap the thing forward. Most people say, no, I'm not willing to do it. And you know what happens to them? They don't go anywhere. they don't go anywhere. So what we want to do when we're trying to get started is make sure we have something people want, that we don't eat all the money up that comes in, so that we can start to grow in a logical way. I teach a course called Unshackled, and by
Aaron,
definition,
I'm going to stop you for one sec, because
oh yeah,
so I am actually, one thing that Bob Proctor told me a long time ago is to take every course on the planet and never stop taking courses. So everybody out there, I'm actually currently in Aaron's course. You continue learning, and it's off the chart. Go ahead, Aaron.
Okay, thanks. Well, I wasn't trying to pitch the course, but thank you for saying that very much. But the point is, by definition, if you want to be an owner and not a slave to your business, you have got to figure out how to surround yourself with people who can run this beautiful idea you have and blow it up into something really great. Because as long as you're the smartest person in the room, as long as you're the keeper of all the keys, as long as you're the one that has to approve everything, the company will never grow beyond your ability. So if you want to build something really cool, make sure people want it. Make sure that you don't eat up all the resources. Make sure that you surround yourself as you can, line upon line, precept on precept, a little here, there, here a little, there a little. Add people around you to build a real business and not just be self-employed, have a glorified job.
The great thing about this is, because it's freedom. You're talking about freedom is what you're talking about. You're still making a difference. You're building a business, but every business owner, the ones we've talked to and all the ones we used to have in our rooms, they're like, I have no time. Is this what it's going to be like the rest of my life? And you get that a lot, as you and I have also worked with a lot of attorneys and doctors, and it's a slave to the business. And I love that what you said, because it's truly about the freedom.
Well, it is. Most people that become entrepreneurs are basically a little nuts, because you're going to work harder, you're going to work more hours, you're going to do this probably for less money than you could go get a job. But the people that want it feel a tug inside to become more than just an employee for somebody else. And a lot of times they get discouraged because they have the desire and they might even have the thing to offer, but they don't have a plan. I don't know. Is it appropriate to offer something for free here or not? Or is there a different way to do that?
Yeah, you can do it. You can go ahead.
All right. Well, just not to be weird, but I asked our marketing department, I said, turn off the pay part. And if people want to go to secretsclass.com, it says it's 4-part, but we've added a 5th module. And it's really, what kind of business entity should you be in? How do you use multiple business entities? How do you stay corporately compliant? How do you dramatically reduce your taxes? And how do you empower employees so that you can become free? What you just said. And I didn't know if I could offer it, but I told him, I said, just in case, turn off the $199 thing and let people for the next day or two jump in and see if they like it. Rather than spending a lot of money buying a course, why don't you try that first and see if that will give you a few hints of how to become actually successful. Because we've got the 52-year-old asset protection company. We've got the strategic tax planning. We've got the lending company. We've got we're all the other companies I mentor, as you know. And all of this is really simply to give people with great ideas the ability to launch those ideas and make a difference for their family, in their community, and for all those who will become their customers.
I think the other part of this too, Aaron, is the one great thing that you've done is, first of all, you've spoken on stages, you run your own mastermind. So you teach it, right? You see how it works within sort of a group. You teach it from stage. But the other thing is you've also, and we only have a couple minutes left, but you've also created something for the business owner that's been in business for a long time, or for, and I love the name. You can talk about it or not. I don't care. You got a couple minutes, but I think that's important too, because for those who've been in business a long time, sometimes there's so what's next, or what should I do? Or what should I do with the money, and all of that.
So, okay. All right. Well, good. I'll take a couple of minutes or a minute and a half, and I'll say what that is. For 52 years, Laughlin Associates has been a leading incorporation and corporate compliance service, resident agent. And we've done all these cool things to work with hundreds of thousands of business owners over time. But we always had kind of a big foot in the kind of typical business. That could be the startup, could be a $5 or $10 million company, but it's sort of people that are churning away doing kind of regular stuff. We have always had a small group of constituents that were really, really successful. $50 million company, $100 million, $500 million, $1 billion company. And what happens is they start to get a complex world. They have multiple entities, multiple investments, multiple contracts, and they start to go, how does company 3 work with company 87? And so there's been enough requests, and we finally decided to launch with a much deeper bench than we've had before of legal, accounting, and MBA and so on people, something we call Laughlin Black. So think of the Centurion card, a limousine, a tuxedo, Laughlin Black, which is really there. And it's an invitation only sort of opportunity, but it's basically private banking or family office for entrepreneurs who have gotten to a place where there's significant activity and risk, and there's just a lot at stake. We're working on one project right now with somebody that literally has over 400 companies. And they just said, it's gotten out of control. Can you help me wrangle it and make this about $1 billion enterprise get it laser focused? So that's an example. And you don't have to be that big. We have other people who have 30 or 40 LLCs that have all kinds of diverse real estate or other assets. Same deal. Once it gets to a level of complexity, it's time to move it to Laughlin Black. I'm honored that you would ask me about that. I have not talked about that publicly. So you got it here on the LA Tribune podcast or Quantum Leap live stream. So there you go.
The great thing about that, and then I'll say adieu, but the great thing about that is you're servicing all ends. You know what I mean? It's great they always sometimes find the niche, but you found the niche. You found there's a niche at this end, there's a niche at this end, and you're also taking care of the people in the middle. And I think that's the brilliance about what you do. And you also are giving them the educational component that helps them move forward as they're having all the questions we all have. Why do we all go to personal development classes, right? Why do we all go to business coaching? Why did we all do Zig Ziglar? There's reasons for that. And some of the old masters have now either passed away or they're retiring. Mm-hmm. So you're part of that new breed. You're part of that new breed who is continuing that education and never going to leave businesses in a lurch. Podcasters, speakers, trainers, authors, same thing. Aaron, and what they do is for all of you. So, but Aaron, you're part of that new breed. Any last words before I let you go? And thank you so much for being on today.
Well, it's a joy to be on. I want to say how much I love what the Tribune is doing. I love what you're doing, Michael. I love the podcast network and my, sort of minor role in how you're rolling this whole thing out. And it's so much fun to be part of something that's so uplifting and is rooting for, as big corporations are kind of or not imploding, but they're firing people. They're adding AI. There are a lot of people losing jobs. We know a lot more people are going to lose jobs because of artificial intelligence. What's going to happen is we're going to see an explosion of what podcasts are. They went from 3 big networks to millions of individual voices teaching very specific information. And the Tribune has positioned itself now to put its halo effect around some of the very best and brightest. This is going to be great. And I don't think we have to fear anything that's coming. What we have to do is adapt. And part of that's going to be, what can I bring to a small group of people out of 8 billion so that I can bring them value and bring value back into my home? Guys, the future is very exciting. Make sure you're organized and ready to ride the front of the wave.
Awesome. Everybody give Mr. Aaron Scott Young a big thunderous round of applause. Aaron, thank you so much. I'll be talking to you soon.
Okay,
Right.
bye-bye.
Thank you, Aaron. It's always great, Sandy, I'm bringing you up. It's always great. Yeah, they always bring me up actually when I got something, I'm chewing something but it's always great to have that information. And remember, everybody, Aaron is one of my mentors. So Aaron's been a mentor to a lot of people I know in our business world. And you just have to think of, what can I learn and how do I keep moving forward? At the same time, Aaron's really funny. He'll turn around and say, Michael, you're a mentor as much as, because look at all the stages you put me on. So we work together as a team. And also, as all of our team is out there listening, please, everybody on there, share this stream with everybody you know. Go on Facebook right now and share this with other people because it's education information. And a couple of people have said, where do I find it on Facebook? So if any of our team could post the stream where it is on Facebook, that would be fantastic. But make sure that you share. There you go. Ava just posted it out there. Everybody got that? You want to make sure, leave that up for a minute, that's where you send your people. This is an amazing information, and it's learning every single day. Preston, make sure your mic is off. I'm about to bring you up. The other thing too is it's always education, and it's always a learning, and it's just been a great day, a great event. And now the next gentleman, I'm going to just bring you to stage. The next gentleman I'm going to bring up to stage. We've just been casual all day. We've been having way too much fun. So Mr. Preston Brown, Preston, it's good. I want to introduce you also, Sandy Scarlatta. I don't know if you've ever met Sandy. She's one of my business partners in the LA Tribune podcast network. Her show, her Happiness Solve little podcast. I say little. Let's not do that ever again. Her podcast is now hit over 100,000 downloads a month and is growing incredibly fast. So she's hitting that part of just really creating greatness in people. And I'm going to have her on with us, and everybody, and Lauren too, as we bring you up in 20 minutes. Sandy's going to be around for part of it and ask you questions, and we're going to have way too much fun. But everybody, who the heck is Preston? So Preston is a serial entrepreneur. I love that. Multiple 8-figure business owner and expert in disruptive innovation and profitability scaling companies. With 18 successful businesses that generate $200 million or more in gross revenue, Preston has advised hundreds of CEOs and entrepreneurs on how to grow and scale their companies. He's also a sought-after speaker, which is why we have you here, with your passion for sharing insights and expertise. And by the way, Preston put me on his stage. It was fun. We had a great time. Join us today. I love the way Mary writes these, and isn't Mary Glorfield the best person on the planet? Let's give Mary a shout out, round of applause. I just chatted with Mary a couple minutes ago. So, so Preston, without any further ado, give Mr. Preston Brown a thunderous round of applause from the audience. You want to put a 1 in the chat? Go ahead. Preston, as you really, as you build these businesses and everything you've done, it's the one thing that always stands out, and this was asked earlier, so it's why I'm asking you, and I know you do talk about it. It's that purposeful driven life. It's how do I, sometimes when people get into business, they lose their way. It's not fun anymore. It's not the way to do business. Can you talk about that?
Sure. Yeah. So, businesses, they should be fun. And when we're talking purpose, you're supposed to live like on purpose and in your purpose. And I went through the most fun exercise like last week. So I'm going to probably plagiarize a pastor that I got to spend some time with. And he sat us down and we started talking, and he was like, write your own eulogy. And if you haven't done that, like you want to find your purpose, write your eulogy. You'll get there real quick. Like me and a group that we were sitting with, we were like, man, we'd really like people to be honest at our funeral. Like hopefully they can say nice things and not be full of crap. That'd be great. Like maybe that's a good goal. I hope the people that are close to me like me more than the ones on my social media. Like, you start like figuring out what do you want, right? And like, I think business is no different. I've never found an entrepreneur that was doing the wrong thing. Like, at least if they were trying and ethically, operating out of integrity, they were not doing the wrong thing. They might have been doing the right thing at the wrong stage of their business's development, but normally not the wrong thing. Like we all go hear these gurus and we hear these speakers and, oh, you should buy an airplane or a helicopter and there's tax write-offs. Well, if you're kind of in this like mid-level stage and you're managing by crisis, what I like to call an operational entrepreneur, it may not be the right time for you to be looking at those tax strategies that are a few steps ahead of you, right? But it's still the right thing, just at a different stage. So figuring out the purpose, it's, environmental awareness, like knowing where you're at, what you're doing, and solving the problems at your stage and keeping it fun. Like I like to say, I try to put the FU in fun because we're always getting a little screwed by the environment. And so if we can put the FU in fun, we can have a good time the entire way. And if a big part of, I think, entrepreneurship in any way, shape, or form is if we want to, and I love what Aaron said, like find that right product for the customer, the right thing to fit their needs. The first thing you got to do is get over yourself, right? Like everybody else already has. Like everybody else is already over you. You should get over you too. Then when you can start looking at what's going on from their eyes and seeing the value that you're producing, it becomes so much easier to produce great products, great services, build great cultures, have great teams. And I love that you brought Sandy on. Like every business I have, Sandy, like I like to say I'm Charlie's Angels. Like I'm Charlie with a whole lot of angels. I have a brilliant woman running all of my businesses. Like another part of environmental awareness. Like did you guys know how much better? And I'm going to say this. I'll probably trigger some people. I hope you don't mind. Women, because of what I like to talk about, like y'all have this beautiful magical focus called diffused awareness, where you are environmentally aware beyond anything a man could ever be. You all have the ability to run and manage in leadership positions far better than most men, unless they are trained in how to do it. So like behind every great man is probably an even better woman. So like I like it. I get like the best of both worlds here, Mike.
I'll tell you. I'm going to pull myself off right now. I'm done. No, it is, and that's it's because I've worked in the world too. It's, Mary talks about more women on stage, and I think that's always important. And at the same time, it's always it's the balance, right? There's always a balance in there, and there's that balancing act, especially. But I do believe there's it's what energy are you looking as you move forward, and how critical that's going to be as you move your business forward. I'm gonna let Sandy ask a question in a sec too. I'm gonna pull myself off for a minute, but Preston, one thing I want to hammer on again is, can you talk just a little bit about, with all the businesses you have and everything you run, is how clear are you and the people you work with on your vision, and how did you build that team?
How clear are you on your vision? Okay, so that is such a broad question. I'm probably going to take it a little more specifically. Okay. Yeah. So I think when you're clear on your vision, that's the write your own eulogy thing, right? Like, because you want to know the impact you want to have. Like, impact could be described in many ways. Like, you could describe impact with a car accident, or you could describe impact and how you're going to save widows and orphans who are starving in a third world country. Like, so impact's a big word. Like, but when you get down to the specifics of any different organization or operation, you have to have a clear vision there as well. And I like to call it like creating the cult. Like, you got to put the cult in the culture, right? Cult, people think it's, 4-letter word. It's the first word in the word culture, or cultivate. So what is the identity of your business? People have an identity. Businesses have an identity. So when you define what your culture is there to cultivate, you can create very specific, clear visioning on what is the outcome or impact specifically in that one. Like me, I know my personal ones, but I can also like dive deep into every single one of my companies and talk about the specific vision of each, because they may not be exactly aligned to me, but they'll fit a piece of the pie that makes up what I feel my total mission is.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Preston, I have to say, one thing about you is you get down to it. You say exactly how it is, but you live it. The one thing, because I talk to Mary a lot, not that we talk about you, but but you live what you say. And I think to me, that's the kind of people I want to work with. It's who I know, like, and trust, who I believe live in integrity. And Sandy, over to you.
All right. Oh my gosh, Preston, what an honor to be here with you today. And I had no idea. Michael, he loves to do this to me or do this for me, where I just get to interview people, because that's what I do. And I would love to hear, because I've been asking some of the
Sam, I'm going to stop you for 1 second. How many interviews have you done just in the last 2 years? How many interviews have you done in the last 2 years? Right?
I don't know. It's been over
like
300.
400. So. Yeah. So she has over 300 shows already, and she's got 3-year waiting list for her show now. Go ahead, Sandy.
Right.
That means you're worth waiting for.
Right. Well, yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, since this is the Quantum Leap 2024, what advice can you give for people so that they can take that quantum leap and make 2024 their best year ever?
So, and I might have talked about this last time I was with Mike, but I think this is one of the common themes in my life. Ownership is not about possession. Ownership is about responsibility. So responsibility, if you want to be an owner, like, none of us are going to truly own anything, because that means that there's a permanence to it and we're going to die, right? Like, so if I'm going to die, I don't really own anything. Like, I'm here as a manager for an amount of time, if that makes sense. And so ownership is about responsibility. Responsibility begets possession. There's a lot of things in the world right now today that around us, and they're trying to take away our ability to think. They're trying to possess us. I mean, thoughts are the number one thing that possesses people, right? And so if you think about like ancient Aramaic, the word Satan, you know what it means? Crazy thought. Yeah. So if you study like Jesus the Christ, I mean, when he was on that fast that they write about in the good book, that best-selling book, the Bible, and he says, "Get behind me, Satan. Get behind me, crazy thought." And we don't necessarily look at the language. Well, how many things, whether it's politics, war, anything else out there, is a distraction, something trying to remove us from using the most valuable real estate we have and taking us out of the context of what is our purpose, our mission, our life, our dreams, our goals, everything else that's us, and getting us to be possessed by something else. So maybe own fun. Like I like to own fun. Like I'm blessed to have 2 beautiful children and a crazy awesome wife. And one thing like my wife is so good at with my kids is she's very good at having fun with them, like way better than me. Like entrepreneurs, we get obsessed, and she has fun. She like truly owns fun. Like she takes the time with them to play. And I plagiarize her. I should probably put her on here, not me, but she has fun with them. And so like I'll copy that. Like I'll cheat off her paper and I'm like, okay, how do I make business a game? Like adults, we all go into business and we need an enemy and we all fight. What if we could have fun? What if we could own fun? And then when we can own fun, we could build this culture, this identity for a business where our impact is creating that kind of compelling internal future for all of us because we're owning our own fun. I mean, maybe that answers your question. Maybe I went a little too woo-woo, but I think it's about owning that piece and knowing what serves you and not letting what's out there, all the different distractions, taking you away from the action you could be taking.
I love it. That's incredible. And I love what you said about the fun. And I love how the culture, you talked about culture and you need to make it a cult. Can you dive a little bit deeper into that? Because I think in today, especially, leaders have a hard time creating that culture and organizations are struggling. And especially because we have such a big remote workforce and everything. So what can you tell some leaders out there how to make their culture a cult?
Okay, so we're getting into a long conversation. How much time do we have? About 3 days. Let's see, culture. Let me go off of maybe you have to be willing, if you're going to dive into creating a culture, to understand what it's founded with. Like, how do you create a culture? And there are things that people don't necessarily want to look at. Normally, when you're doing the things that others don't want to do or are triggered by doing, that's going to be the things that are going to get you ahead. And so you have to find the way to do those things in a beautiful way. Like, what's the most important thing about a leader and also the most important thing about a culture? It's the paradox of safety and danger. Okay. This is the most important thing. The most dangerous person in my business is me. I'm the one or I have the ability to hire and fire. Now, if you go read the good book, like, and this actually triggered me recently because I was reading a book called The Awe of God, and it was like, the beginning of wisdom is the fear of the Lord. And I mean, we're all trained to be against fear. And so this really hurt my heart. So I was like, no, my God's supposed to be loving. He's supposed to be kind. But then again, like, you get around somebody as like inspiring as Michael, and then you hear about like this amazing lady, Sandy, and oh yeah, she's got people waiting like, 6 months, a year, to be 3 years to be able to talk to her. And you're like, oh God, I hope they like me. Shoot. Am I cool enough to be here? Like, so like there's this fear when you're around an influencer, right? There's this fear when you're around great people. And I kind of think that's maybe similar to like the fear of the Lord, if you want. And so when you think about safety and danger, like the only reason we need faith, if we're gonna, like, you go back to the good book, Saved by Grace Through Faith. What does that mean? Well, the only reason we would need faith is if there was maybe a paradox anywhere where there was truth. Like, can God, if God is real, create a rock so big that God cannot lift the rock? And the answer is, of course, yes. And the answer is also, of course, no. So there's a paradox. We need some faith, right? And so I must be the guy that creates the most safety in my business, but I can only be that if I'm so dangerous that I will remove the weak links that could compromise the mission, vision, culture, and identity of our tribe. Right. And so but people don't like to talk about being dangerous. People don't like to talk about eliminating the weakest links. People don't like to talk about that, but it's important, right? Like, you know, what else? Like, I mean, there's mission, vision, values. It's another huge foundation of a culture. Like, if you don't know what your mission is, like I can go and tell you, we have a home building company, small on the relative scale, but large in El Paso. We hit all of our 5-year goals well before we hit 5 years. We were about 6 months early hitting our 5-year goals. Last October was our 5th birthday. We set new goals. We're like, you know what? We're going to have as much equity in the company as we do in our like debt. So we're going to balance equity and debt. And then we're going to take, once we do that, half of all of our money, and we're going to give it to charities we believe in. So this is a mission, vision, and value that we decided to do, and we share transparently with all of our staff. So we've kind of changed our mission once we hit a certain benchmark, and we're like, okay, mission, vision, values. Who are we? What are we doing? What are we going to do on all of this? Like it's got to be fluid. It's got to be changing with the times, right? So obviously, we're still going to develop great products. We're still going to do this. So you've got the paradox of safety and danger. You've got to communicate transparently. Mission, vision, values. That's a huge and strong number 2. You've got to identify production. If I'm Apple, I want 60% of Earth on an iPhone. If I'm a local home builder, you know, I might want to get 20% of the market share. If there's 3,000 permits, I want that. So you kind of got to know, like, pardon my dogs, they have their own culture. If you can hear them in the background, they like to bark at everyone. But like, so you got to figure out what is the foundation of culture. So your production is a huge piece. The next paradox that you've got to look at is, because everybody's always about growing. Well, sometimes when you're, sorry, before I go to the next piece, production. Sometimes the paradox of production is I'm going to produce more for one than I'm gonna for the masses. Like Apple's going to do so much for everybody. I might put a little more into my homes and get just a little more love and a little more raving fan clientele measurement. Okay. The next one, quality versus narrative. Like quality versus narrative. Everybody wants to build a quality product. Normally those that don't have a quality product are going to sell the story of how bad others are. And so you have to make sure that you're not allowing gossip and narrative into your company, but rather quality and heart and everything else about what you do, how you serve, how you create, how you help. And if it doesn't fit it, that's where you got to be dangerous, come in and cut that out like a surgeon. And then, I mean, probably the last piece of culture, and this is one that, am I allowed to get politically incorrect here? And it's absolute truth. It's
no, because we're a newspaper. We don't talk, but keep going.
I love you, Michael. You're so awesome. So I'll tell a little story. Okay, I got on a stage, and this is right at the height of Black Lives Matter, and it was like a TV show kind of stage where I was there with like 8 other folks, and 5 folks on the stage were African American, and one was an influencer for BLM. Okay. And I grew up in El Paso. Like, yes, I'm a white man, but I'd never identified as a white man before BLM. I'd never even thought about it. Like, I live in a town that's 82% Hispanic. Like, you know, my buddy Joseph McClendon says, like, I'm not colored, you're colored. You change colors every time anybody says anything. And I'm like, oh yeah, I blush all the time. You're right. And so I'm on this stage to talk about how making money is easy. And this one girl goes, you're privileged, right? Tribal triggers is the last foundation of culture. And it was magic because here I am trying to tell everybody they can do it, they can be successful, they can have money, and then this distraction, this thought demon like pops up, and it's like, oh shoot, I'm getting painted as a bad guy because I'm a rich white guy. And so I stopped and I said, okay, well, let's dive into this. Let's dive into what is race. Let's dive into a tribal trigger. You're gonna have lots of tribal triggers, like what is race? And so we dove into what is race, and we actually got into the science on this show. It was so cool. Like my brand blew up right afterwards. And I was like, so, you know, genealogy is the passing on of alleles from the parents to the child. And if my children live in an area with a lot of sun over, I don't know how many dozens of generations, we did the study then, I don't have it close to me. But after so long, there'll be enough melanin in the skin that they'll be darker, right? Because we respond to the environment. And so there's less genetic differences between a black man in Africa and a white man in England than there is between a white man in England and a white man in America. So we can't prove race. And I explained to them, I said, there was one time where there were 2 races, okay? There was Homo sapiens sapien and there was Neanderthal man. Neanderthal man could kill us with a napkin. They could have wiped Homo sapiens sapien off the planet. The one thing that they had in their culture that made us the dominant species on the planet today was the ability to leverage a tribal trigger. For them, it was music. They had lutes, they had flutes, they had string instruments. And instead of warring, where they would have lost, Neanderthal man fell in love. It wasn't a controlled landing. They fell in love. You don't have a breakthrough unless something freaking breaks. They fell in love. They joined the campsites. They entered our genetic code. They became part of our system. And then Homo sapiens sapien becomes the dominant race. And that's the only time there's ever been two races. So it was this phenomenal like tribal trigger education that we all got, where music, I immediately adopted it and said, okay, we're going to put up sound systems in all of our offices. We're going to make sure that there's things that like are part of our companies, whether it's humor or jokes or anything that people will bond with our culture. So if you have mission, vision, values, safety and danger, quality or narrative, production, and tribal triggers, these are what I call the 5 foundations of creating a beautiful culture. Any single piece that's missing is the part that's missing, and it's going to be the thing that will prevent you from creating that amazing culture. Hopefully that answers that question.
Yeah, that was, go ahead. That was
Brilliant.
great. Yeah, that was brilliant.
I think you need to write a book about that.
Yes.
I like.
I followed that one even. So that was, Preston,
Wow.
we only have another minute actually. But what is one thing that you'd like to leave the audience today? I think that's always the impactful piece. What can they walk away with today that they could use today, whether it's business, their life, whatever that is, a daily habit? What is one thing and they'll remember you? This is what they will remember you for.
So I think there's 4 cores to life. I think there's 4 core needs, and there's one piece that's not a need, but we should add it, right? Like, you have faith, which people get triggered. They think it's religion. No, it's energy receiving energy, receiving love, if you want. Family, which is giving love, expressing love. There's fitness, health, well-being, vitality, and then there's finance, right? And there's this last one. This one's not a need. Most people don't know how to have it. It's fun, right? Like they don't have that, most of them. But if progress equals happiness, and you can imagine those 4 elevating, going up, the problem you need to solve is where the biggest anchor is. If there's a problem with family, don't go try to make more money. Go solve the problem with family. If there's a problem with faith or self-worth or belief in yourself, imposter syndrome, whatever you want, solve that problem. And once you solve the problem at the lowest rung, everything naturally starts elevating and rising up. The cream always rises to the surface, but we have to solve the problem with the anchors. Cut the ropes. Let yourself float.
Oh, God, that's Preston, thank you so much for being on today. It was an honor for me to be on your stage in El Paso. It was an honor to help your audience. It's been an honor to have you doing what you just did for our audience. For myself and Sandy, who's just a blessing to have here too. We thank you so much. I was just texting with Mary. You're awesome. You're amazing. I welcome you back anytime. And any last words before we let you go?
It's just a privilege and an honor, guys. I love what you all are doing, changing the world. I'm happy to be a part of it in whatever small way.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Everybody give Preston Brown a thunderous round of applause. You're amazing. You're amazing. He's amazing. So he's been great. It's just, what's great about what we're doing, Sandy, is not only today did we officially launch the Los Angeles Tribune podcast network, not only are we doing a worldwide broadcast, not only do we already know that we've had some notes from villages and countries around the world who are watching this, but they said the one thing I'm getting from a lot of this is every speaker is giving me a couple things I can use right away. Because some of these people, right, they might make $1 a day. They might make, less than that. But they have something now. And sometimes you could think it's maybe leadership or business oriented, but it's life. And it relates to anything they do. And we've talked about leadership and business and teams. And, when I talked about the podcast division, what is the power between 5 million downloads to another 25 million people to whatever it is? It's not about what we're doing. It's about how we've changed the lives.
Yeah.
And I think that's that piece. And that's why I say to everybody on here, as you're listening to this show, share it with your friends. Because you're giving them the learning. You want to circle yourself with people who are like-minded individuals, or it doesn't mean they're in the same business at all. We always ran between Tony's Platinum Partnership and at Peak Potentials, I ran the Global Mastermind. It was always gathering a group of individuals together from different walks of life to create something that was never there, right? Napoleon Hill. And by the way, for all of you who have never read anything by Napoleon Hill, we can start talking about books all day long, but get a book, Think and Grow Rich. Everybody just and if you read that already, then Outwitting the Devil, and do the chapter on masterminds, and you'll learn so much. And at the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network, we are masterminding every single month. So you want to be part of what we're doing. It's just great, Sandy.
It is. And that's what I love more than anything about it, because as a podcaster, it's kind of a lonely business, you know, it's just me. It's me and my guests. And to be able to have that mastermind every month where we can help other podcasters learn and grow from each other. And we're going to be bringing experts in that have created, you know, yeah, my podcast is getting big, but there's still plenty that are a lot bigger out there. And we're going to bring some of those people in and share their success and how they did it. And that's what's so wonderful about a mastermind. And there's really nothing out there like it, quite
No,
frankly.
I mean, I said to,
Yeah.
we were talking, and everybody out there, make sure that your vision and dream is continue on. Make sure that you keep moving forward, whatever. And even be the best employee. Somebody said, well, I'm an employee or I work for a nonprofit. Fantastic. Then be the best one. Be the one who's really driving yourself to that next level. And that's what makes a difference every time.
Well, you know, I had to go back to corporate America back in 2011 when I went through a divorce and became a single mother to a teenager. And I decided, well, you know, while I'm an entrepreneur by heart and I was a serial entrepreneur up to that point, I don't have to own my own company, but I can own my job. And I owned my job and just made the most of it. And that's, you know, there's nothing wrong with that. Not everybody's meant to, you know, to be an entrepreneur, because it's not easy.
No, it's so the entrepreneur world, that's a whole story for another day,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
That's we will have that conversation.
That's
And
right.
the biggest thing about being the entrepreneur, and the funny part is there's fear, so many fears that come up. And at the same time, it's so easy to play, right? With the time that's available, it's like, oh, I mean, I got to schedule myself now. You mean I have to do phone, but I'm not in the mood to do a phone call today. It's sunny in Seattle. I want to walk out. Yeah. So we'll talk. And it's funny for podcasters too. It's the same thing. I don't want to do my podcasting. We all get into that because look at the sunshine, or one of my friends just called and says, let's go play tennis for Sandy. It's those kind of things that you really have to sort of rein yourself, but learn to enjoy. I've been on entrepreneur. It's been 24 years now with my wife. I love every minute, and we have a lot of free time. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. We have had a ton more free time than most. Time with our kids. Our kids used to say, "Really? Do you work? You're always home." But we traveled the road a ton. We were on the road a lot, not as much as Miss Mary Glorfield. That's a story for another day. But we were on the road a lot, and we got it done. We got it done. And that's what makes the difference every single day. Yeah, Ava, you are so right. So one of my mentors, Bill Walsh, said entrepreneurs are the one who work 100 hours so they don't have to work 40. I love it. He's also taught me one of the biggest things I've ever learned, which is 10 before 10. Bill taught me a long time ago, do 10 things before 10 o'clock that move your business forward and watch what happens. And it does. It changed everything. So our next amazing speaker, and we'll see, Lauren, are you ready? You can just raise your hand, jump up and down. Okay, good. Our next amazing presenter, speaker, trainer, author, writer. I mean, I could just go on and on and on. Host. I'm going to bring you up, Lauren.
Okay.
You have done so many things that is just, it's been incredible with this world. For 30 years, you work with coaches and speakers behind the scenes. You listened and listened and listened. I love that. And eventually you opened your mouth and found that you had a voice too. You've worked and empowered entrepreneurs all over the world with seminars. You shared the stage with Barbara Walters, Kevin O'Leary, Gary V. See, if you say Gary Vaynerchuk, a lot of people don't know. It's really funny. If you say Gary V, they're like, oh, Gary V. Aaron Brockovich, Campbell Brown, Gene Johnson, Mike Rowe. Mike Rowe, was he not the best? Was he not the Mike Rowe? That stories he told on stage, and Tony Robbins. You've been featured
You mean
in
you mean the right Mike Rowe when he made fun of my teeth? He said he wanted to meet me in person when he said to see if my teeth were really that white.
What are you going to do? That's Mike Rowe. What are you going to do? You know what are you going to do? Hey, any man who gets down in the sewers, that's a whole story for another day. But you've been in 30 business publications. You've been published in Success Magazine, Woman's World, Parenting, and many more. You've also appeared on national shows like Oprah Radio and Fox News. So, Lauren, it's great to have you on here because we've worked on stages together. You are
Yes.
good friends with my business partner and great friend in my life, Mary Glorfield. And I also wanted to introduce you. I don't know if you know Sandy, my business partner in crime up here. She's co-producer of the Tribune Podcast Network. Her show is Happiness Solved, and she's actually now at 100,000 downloads a month and growing fast.
Amazing. That's
So
amazing.
she's
I
only
remember
done
you
like
and I talking podcasts when we were in New
yes,
Mexico,
New Mexico. Oh my
painting a
gosh.
fence, I
Yes,
think
we
it was.
were. Yes, and the horses were watching us, and it was awesome. So,
Yes. So
go
no,
ahead.
I was just going to say, Lauren, I came to your event last year in Las
I
Vegas.
thought so. That's what I was going to say. We're doing it
Yeah.
again.
Well,
Get ready for it.
I have to put my glasses on so I can see you, because so normally when you see me in person, I don't have my glasses on. But yeah, your event was amazing, and it was so high tech, and it was incredible. Yeah.
Thank
You know,
you.
it's go ahead, Lauren.
No, I was just going to say, I think the biggest thing, first of all, thank you for being there. And because I think the biggest thing that I've learned as I was listening, just to Preston and listening to both of you, I mean, you've got to take risks. I think that's the biggest thing. And I don't know about you, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it right. I'm going to go all in. It's like either give it a strong yes or a strong no, but no wishy-washy dilly-dally stuff. And I think that's what you're really doing here, is helping people say, hey, come on, let's do this. Let's do it together. Let's create a beautiful tribe together where we can help everybody win. So I respect you all a lot. Anyway.
Thank you for that. And it's really, the important part here, Lauren, is everything that we do for others, right? Everything it's that, I look at my grandkids now and I look at them all the time going, this is for them. This is I've moved past my kids. I used to always talk about my kids on stage. And Harvey used to do that with Jesse too. That was always, and talk about Maddie, and but I always talked about my kids now I talk about my grandkids. It's all about, it's that next generation of what we're going to leave for them. And I think part of what you're doing in the entrepreneurial world is you're looking at it. See, you've been on stage for so long. You've talked to so many people. You led, so much for Tony for so long. And you always step out as your own, though, because everybody knows Lauren. Sometimes there's that, with Harv, they don't really remember the trainers, they remember Harv.
Right.
But Lauren LaHave has created something for women around the planet that they can hold on to. And can you talk a little bit about, and I'm going to jump into a long-term question right away, but I think it's important, is where is Lauren going to be 3 to 5 years from now? And where is she taking everybody with her?
Oh, wow. And that's it. I think that you hit it right there. It's interesting when the first part we said, where's Lauren going to be? And immediately before you added that next part is like, I don't want to do it alone. I'm all about a collaboration. My whole thing is that it's never too early to own your worth. I wish I would have learned that. My message, my legacy message is it's never too early to own your worth. I'll give a little secret away at the event we have coming up. I have a little girl who sings opera. She's 7 years old. She speaks 6 languages. She's already performed at Carnegie Hall, and she's already performing in Barcelona. And I think it's so important, because if there's any message that I really want the world to hear, and for us all to hear, that it's never too early to own your worth. And every story that I hear people, it's like they're wounded from that they're still that little wounded 7-year-old. And if we can give them hope. So for me, I'm all about being the wind underneath people's wings and say, come on, let's do this together. That your win is my win, that my win is your win. And, Mary, we've talked a lot about Mary. Mary's really been to me that mentor that, said, you've got this, even when I didn't feel like I had it. So 3 to 5 years, I already have. It's funny when he was talking about those 5-year goals, I was like, yes, I've already done that. And it is reaching around the world and making sure that we help people own their worth, because it's sometimes easy to hide behind other people when you know that there's good stuff being done, versus understanding that you are really a part of that beautiful puzzle that brings the magic. So yeah, I'm super excited.
What's great about this too, you talk about this, and I'll just step in for a minute, and then I'm going to turn over to Sandy for a couple minutes, is you talked about the 3 to 5 year, and Preston said he hit it already. And you and I, this was 4.5 years ago, we were talking about a podcast network. We were talking about those things. And this actually came to fruition. Most people don't know, almost 7, 8 months ago. So I hit that 5 year, right at about my 4 year mark. And I realized, how did this come to happen? And just like you said, there was a whole team behind it. There were all these people driving it. And all I ever did, especially through a lot, through my career, but COVID, was how can I be of service? How can I be of service? What can I do next? And people don't forget that. People don't, for Bill, the times that I put him on and things that we did, and even Aaron who was on, and even giving up my own slots on stages for other people, they never. And Sam Crawley, I don't know if you remember Sam.
I remember Sam.
Okay, so of course Sam's going to be on later. Actually, Sam was so sick at a Peaks event where he couldn't do it. He told Mary, "I can only do 20 minutes. I'm dying here." I went back on for him after the break and outsold him. But that for him, I just went on and said, "Sam's so sick. Let me tell you what he really wanted to tell you and see who wants to join us in the journey." And he's never forgotten it. It's the things that we do for other people that they'll never forget.
And you know what's so cool about that is, I don't know about you, but I get so lit up promoting my friends. Like I mean, I'm actually emceeing an event right now, and a couple of people that are here at this event that people saw at my event, and I'm like, instead of going, "Oh my gosh, they were at my event," then they were here. I'm like, "Oh my God, yes, the world gets to see them, gets to know more about them." I think the other thing as well that's really important is just the importance. My favorite word is now, right? Like, do it now. Like, you hear, I'm sure there's a lot of people saying, "Well, one day I'm going to do a podcast. One day I'm going to do this and that," versus like really just getting started. And I think the thing that a lot of, when you really are serious and you really want to help the world and you really want people to win, is you got to be willing to start messy. I see a lot of people that are preparing to prepare. Like last year, there were parts, maybe people couldn't see it behind, but I knew like some messy things that were happening, but I had to do it because I knew that if I said, well, when I have the money to be able to produce an event that, costs $500,000, then I'll do it. I'm like, no, I'm doing it. And I love what Eric Worre says. He says, say yes, tell the world, figure it out. And when you see that you've just, that one person's life has been affected, then you're addicted. You're like, I got to do more of this. So that's why I love that you're doing with helping people with their podcasts as well.
Yeah, I think, and again, and what you're doing actually in the world, in the event you have coming up in Vegas, which I think I'm going to be there. But it's that you're just always changing a life. You're making a difference. So Sandy, I'm going to turn this over to you for a couple minutes.
All right, awesome. So I had to grab the pen that I got from your event last year, and it says #own it. And I also got a t-shirt, and I wear that t-shirt a lot, and I get so many people that want to see it. And it's so beautiful because it's a heart, and it's just, and I wish I had brought it in here so that I could share it with the audience, because there's days where I have to remind myself to own it. We all do.
And then the t-shirt says the most important relationship you'll have is the relationship that you have with yourself. Right.
Yeah.
And so, I
right.
love that. I love it. Yeah. And I think that you're right. Like, life gets busy, but I always talk about that. There's really 4 things. If you look at what I've learned from this beautiful world of personal development, is it always comes down to 4 things. And that's the rituals that you do. Right. So that we do our priorities, the rituals that you do, the questions that you ask, the identity that you have for yourself, and then the people that you surround yourself with. If you come back to anything, that all comes back to those 3 things. And when you said that, when sometimes you have to remind yourself to own it, it's remembering, right? It's remembering to state like, I know who I am. I know what I stand for. I know my intentions. I know that my heart is here to serve the greater good. And almost like future pacing your day or your week or your year of like, who am I going to help today? Who am I going to serve? What one thing that I could do today is going to make a big difference. And those things, I think, help remind us as well.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Such great information there, Lauren. Thank you so much. So to add to that, life happens while we're busy making other plans. And I know you've got a very busy life. You've got kids, you've got charities that you're working with. I was really just so amazed when you were talking about all the different things that you do. And it was like, wow, incredible. But what does Lauren LaHave do when life happens, when you're busy making other plans? How do you reset that and make that shift? Because you've got to get on stage, or you have to pick the kids up, or you have to, whatever it is. How do you reset your day?
Well, what do they say? Lighten up, and then everything will brighten up. I don't take myself way too seriously. I feel blessed every day. Honestly, I go to that state of gratitude. But it's funny that you say that, because someone says, we put together this whole thing, there's a lot of schools, I think you all know, across the United States, they're known as Title I schools. Title I schools are kids that live below the poverty level. And then there's Title I Hope. Those are kids that live below the poverty level and are homeless. And for me, a lot of these kids have never had a birthday party. And you're asking, like, what do I really do to go fill up? So we adopted a school, me and just a bunch of girlfriends. I didn't start a foundation. I didn't do anything. I just kind of like, what can we go to do just to be of service? And I'm telling you, it's what my daughter, all of her friends, all of my friends look forward to every month, is going and being of service. So any opportunity that I can, I really go out and I do something of service. But you really want to know one of my secrets too? My secret weapons?
Yeah.
A lot of people will tell you this. When I have to run away, what do they call it? An Irish exit sometimes, when I'm just gone. You don't know why I'm gone. If I've been on stage, I run to my room and I get in water. Even if it's just, that's why I love, and you might have just seen it if anybody follows me on Facebook or social media, I like take a bath with my ducks. I like literally go back and just get myself grounded in the water. You probably are all laughing like crazy, but I'm going to give you something that really has worked for me for 35 years. And just getting myself back in water is something that just helps me feel like I'm good. I'm just like almost like cleanse. You think of the Japanese culture or the Orthodox Jewish culture. Getting your hands in water. All of those things about just I'm fresh. I'm good. I can go out there. So I know it's a crazy little tip, but you might want to try it because it works.
Well, when you were talking that, I do that as well. I love taking baths. And I was just thinking, Calgon, take me away, right?
But like I said, it's one of those things you can't give what you don't have. And it's this feeling for me of like just feeling like refreshed. But that's the other thing that I do is I call my mom every day. Someone asked my brother once, they go, why do you call your mom every day? And my brother said, because I can. And I think we just take people for granted that they're going to be there the next day. And, I can't call my dad, right? And my dad was my everything. So I think that if we can get back to the foundation of what really gives us fulfillment, and it's the little things, right? Because the little things, they compound into the big things. And if you just do them consistently, your fulfillment level, you're not waiting for, it's kind of like, when do people take a car to the, they take it when their car's broken down instead of making sure that it has, all the checkups to check the oil, to check the tires. And that's the same thing with you. If you really want to be of service to people, you got to do those things so that you're full.
Oh yeah. I was kind of laughing because you were saying you call your mom every day because you can. I have a whole different scenario where I call my mom to remind her to take her medicine every day. So it's a whole other, but boy, am I grateful to have that opportunity to be there. So one of the questions that I have always wanted to ask you, because Tony Robbins, that was my very first self-improvement. I had the whole big thing of all the CDs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was the first program I ever purchased. And so I've always been a huge fan, and you worked very closely with him for many, many years. Can you share with us, because he's so much like bigger than life and he's a big guy, anyway, what was the most important thing that you've learned from Tony that has helped you that you'll never forget and you'll practice it every day for the rest of your life?
Oh my God, that's a tough one. Well, as you know, I met him November 1989. I met him at a basket brigade. It was the very first basket brigade. It was the beginning of his foundation, and his goal was to deliver 100 baskets, right? And I think it's what Preston talks about, of having that vision. And I remember Tony going, next year we're going to do 1,000. And then people like laughed at him like, yeah. And then I remember that the crowd started to grow bigger. Mary and I were around the world doing these events. And then it would grow to 100,000. People were like, yeah, Tony, 100,000. And then he met 100,000. Then it was 1 million. Then he was going to do a million meals. Then it ended up being 1 billion meals. Now Tony is 100 billion meals. I think what I've learned from him is stop listening to the noise. If you know what your vision is, nobody knows your vision like you know your vision. So same thing with me last year. People were like, yeah, Lauren, sure you're going to do that event. Yeah, sure you're going to do that. And I learned this from Gary Vee as well at one of the times that the events that we did together. He says, I don't hear the good. I don't hear the bad. I remember what my vision is and I stay on track. And sometimes we can get caught up and get like, ooh, like when you're successful, that you feel like you've arrived. And they both, I will just say, have stayed on track. And what I love about Tony is his heart. You know, I don't get to see him very much. I still teach life masteries for him, life and wealth mastery, a few a year. But the guy's got the biggest heart. I remember the very first thing when I saw him, saw him for like 10 minutes. And the very first thing that he said, I might cry for a second. Could have talked about anything, could have asked me anything. And the first thing that he said to me was, how's your mom? And I'm like, she's great. And he goes, let's do a video message for her. And he literally recorded a message for my mom. And so when I just respect him so much because he's helped me understand what vision is. Being, to remember to stay true to yourself, and that, don't let, and I've heard this before as well from, I think it was Joel Olson. He says, don't let anybody name your baby, because it's not their vision. It's not their dream. They don't know, because it's in your heart. So I've learned so much from him. I'm beyond grateful for him. I've met Mary and all of you because of him. And don't take those relationships for granted. You never know who you're going to meet. You never know what transformation is going to happen in your life because of the relationships, or maybe just showing up here. Hopefully a little bit of inspiration for everybody to just stay true to yourself and stay true to your vision.
Oh, I love it. Such golden nuggets you're sharing with everyone today. And since this is Quantum Leap 2024, what advice can you give so that people can take that quantum leap and make 2024 their best year ever?
I mean, the biggest thing that I would say to people so that they make that quantum leap is just jump in, just go for it. I really mean, it's just, you can intend and attend all you want, but you got to get off your hiney. You got to go do something. So like I said, I'm one of those girls. It might be a little messy, sorry, I cry. I'm also known as the ocean of emotion. I just say yes. I say yes, and I will figure it out. I think that you might have heard it said before as well. The person that's most resourceful always wins. What amazing resources that you're bringing to people right now of how to do podcasts, of how to grow your business, like Preston just shared, all of the wide variety of people that you have on. So if you really want to quantum leap, take all of the information that you've learned here and apply it, and ask for help. Find a group that's going to, stay connected to this group, because they'll hold you to it. And surround yourself with people who are going to love you. People describe me as someone who loves them, but I also kick them in the hiney as well. So find those people that are going to challenge you to step up into it and not let you off the hook. That's my advice to quantum leap.
Love it. Well, and that's so true. So who is that person for you? Do you have a coach that kicks you in the butt when you need?
Oh yeah, I have a few. Yeah, I actually have three. They kick me in the butt. I have them for different reasons, right? I have some, and it's not my spouse, just so you know. My spouse is my spouse. That is not the one. So I have one for my business. I have one for my health. I have one for my finance. So making sure that those things, and sometimes it's not fun. And that's the other thing. You have to be willing to, to be coached and to take a deep look and go, okay, how do I really feel about this? But it's people that are in the game. I don't take advice from people who aren't doing the work. Right. They've been that road. I remember once I called Bob Proctor once, because he wrote a foreword to a book that I'm definitely going to finish up now. But it's called The Courage to Raise a Gentleman. And Bob was the ultimate gentleman, as we all know. And I remember saying to Bob, I said, Bob, I owe you an apology. And he's like, why? Like, what's up? I go, because I used to poo-poo the whole thing about time in the trenches and the time that you have invested. But there is, I think the thing that really I have learned is you got to be willing to put in the work. That 10,000 hours that you always hear about, that's real, right? The more that you do it, the consistency that you do it, the more impact that you make, even, and just do it because you know that that's going to grow you so that you really can quantum leap in 2024 and beyond. So, but I've got lots of them. Mary
I know,
Glorfield's
right?
one of them. Mary Glorfield's one of them. So
yeah,
for
for
sure.
sure. So you obviously have coaches that help you stay accountable, but what approach can you share with the audience here in goal setting, and how do you keep yourself accountable to make sure that you're going through those?
Well, once again, I think we do our priorities, right? We do what is really important for us. I love the book Atomic Habits because I love that Atomic Habits doesn't just talk about goal setting, it talks about systems and back to who do you really need to become. I love block timing. Everybody knows that if they want to get a hold of me, it's 10 to 2. I hunker down from 10 to 2. I'm at my computer. I got my goggles sitting right there, reminding me to stay laser focused. That's when I really get that's when I get work done. And I'm booked in meetings. Those meetings, I'm with my daughter, taking her to school at 6:30 in the morning. That's a meeting. Nobody can be in that meeting. You know, at 8 o'clock, I'm going off to Hotworks with my friend, and then I go meet my husband for breakfast. But I am very committed to my priorities. And I'm flexible within my priorities. I don't freak out if something happens, but I set boundaries around my time, and then my time, because time is money, right? And I want to make sure that I'm fair to all those different, I think that Preston talked about this as well, right? The financial, the family, the fun, all of those different things, all of them are important. One's just like the diamond pen that you have right there, the brilliance of your life. I mean, for me, the diamond is the metaphor, right? If you really want to look at the brilliance in your life and where you're missing that brilliance, you got to look at the different facets of your diamond. And do you need to take a look at that? Some people call it the wheel of life. Jim Rohn calls it check up from the neck up. Find your metaphor that works for you so you make those things a priority. And the most important thing for me is that people know I'm the real deal, that I invite everybody to my house. I don't want to be teaching the lesson I need to learn most. So that's why I always invite people over to my house. I had a lady once clean out my closets, and she threw all my favorite things away. Well, when I went to New York to see her, I said, where's your bedroom? And she goes, why? She goes, why? I go, I want to see your closet. I just paid you all this money to clean my closets out. And she said, no, you can't go see my closets because they're a mess. And I said, that will never be me. I said, I want people to know that I'm the real deal, right? That this is who I am, that my life, and they know that they're buying me as me, right? And that they know I am who I say I'm gonna be. That's why I say I'm not messy, I like a clean house. I'm talking about mess. I just go in and I figure it out, and I figure out how I'm going to swim. I can't tell you how many times that we've had to figure things out, but that resourcefulness has given me so much confidence. Was it scary in the moment? Oh my gosh, I don't even know how I made some things happen, right? But the resourcefulness, and I've passed that resourcefulness on to my kids. That's a big thing. Talk about legacy. That especially I think it was a really big thing during that mandatory pause that we had in the world. Mm-hmm. That my kids were able to take that resourcefulness and apply it to their own life. I mean, my daughter was in high school. My other son was in New York City, and then my other son was, I don't even know where he was, but he was living in an Airstream in Oregon. But the fact that they could be resourceful, and that's the thing I would say to everybody, maximize the resources that are around you, especially within this beautiful this community that you're creating.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. And I do have to just say, and that was one of the things that I really admire about you, Lauren, is that I went to that event that you had in Las Vegas last year, and it was really state of the art. People have been doing it now. I've seen other ones that are doing it similar to what you did, but that was really groundbreaking. And for the audience, just so you know what I'm talking about, she was on stage and she had a virtual audience, and behind her were all of these screens, and you could see all of the little Hollywood squares of everybody on it. And it was just really incredible to see.
Well, yeah, and I think, like you said, to be able to reach people where they could never have the opportunity. We had people on from Poland. We had people on from all over the world. We're translating in 6 languages. So you never know that one nugget that's going to happen to help somebody.
Yeah. Well, what I was starting to get at, oh, sorry, Michael.
No,
I just
think
wanted,
yeah, go ahead.
sorry. We're
No, go
talking
ahead,
over each
Sandy.
other.
No. Sandy and I work together all the time. Go ahead, Sandy.
Yeah. Okay. So I just wanted to applaud Lauren because she was talking about her being messy and just everything she does. And the thing that I love about you, Lauren, is you're so authentic. And I watched you run your event, and who you were on stage was no different than who you were off stage, and the conversations that you were talking to people. And it's such a great quality because you really walk the talk, and you know, what you see is what you get. And I love that. And you've been an inspiration for me. And I just wanted you to know that. So thank you.
Well, thank you. I hope to see you again. And that's really the goal, right? I want people to know that I am the real deal. You might not love me. Not everybody loves me. And I'm okay with that. I'm not for everybody. But I care. All I know is that my heart is pure and that my heart is to serve the greater good. And I think that's all we can really do is just be our best, be our best and stay true to ourselves. So,
yeah.
Yeah, I think it's, I think part of that too is getting that message out there, which is what you've done. And always, getting that message out there from the standpoint of it's not about you, it's about getting the messaging, it's about being the best that you can be every day. And sometimes we have the days that don't look as good. I heard you talk about the messiness and staying, we talk about that all the time. And it's continuing, how do I continue to get that message out there? And that's that big piece. So with just a couple of minutes we have left, what should this audience know? What can they, again, what should they know? What do you want to leave them with? And what could I step away with that I could start using immediately?
get started. Stop making excuses. Like, stop making excuses of when the time is, when is the right time. Just do it. Like, I'm sorry, it's not like the Nike commercial. I don't know about you. Time's going to go by anyway. And if you could help one person, like I said, if you could help one person with that big dream that you had, would you do it? The answer we all know is yes, but we get the only thing that's getting in our way is ourselves, right? Some limiting belief that we have and the reason why. And I mean, honestly, so many times I just wish I could, it's owning it and saying that it's time to own your worth. It's time to really step into your greatness and just say yes. You will figure it out. And find those resources that are going to help you. I mean, that's what you do, Michael. Like, you love to get people and help them start that. You've got all the resources available for someone to start a podcast. So stop making excuses, get enough reasons, and just create, a big why of like who you can help and who you can serve.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. Well, everybody, give Lauren a big thunderous round of applause. I look forward to hearing from you, seeing from you, working with you, and seeing you in Vegas. And everything that you're doing is just amazing. You're getting your message out there, and you're making a difference every day. And I think that's a critical piece. And if somebody just wanted to get in touch with you, what's the easiest way?
Just Lauren Lahav, LOREN, Lahav, LAHAV.com. And I think that we were going to offer some gifts for people, some virtual tickets to them for the Own Your Worth experience. So it's ownyourworthexperience.com. And then tomorrow, if they put in the code LA, just LA, then they're going to get a virtual ticket.
That is really awesome. Awesome. Please tell us one more time.
So ownyourworthexperience.com. And I've got to put the code in. So the code starting tomorrow is LA, just a giant L and a giant A. And they'll get a virtual ticket. We can have a whole LA Tribune room with all of those wonderful people. You're going to hear from people age 8 to 108 is going to be our oldest speaker. We're hoping.
Is she going to be back?
We're hoping. Oh, she's 94. But we've got.
She's 94. That's a different one.
Yes.
Okay.
So, yeah. But our oldest participant is 96. So she's signed up again. So anyway.
Wow, that's fantastic. Awesome. Everybody, please give Lauren a thunderous round of applause. You can put a 1 in the chat. Lauren, thank you so much for everything you do for us. And thank you really for just the time you spent with us and giving us this time, because your time is just as important as everybody else's. And I really appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you all. Have a wonderful day. Thank you. Love it.
All right. Bye, Lauren. She's amazing. It's really what they've created. And you look at how many events they've done over 30 years. And, she was with, yeah, it is. And they all started in 89, and her and Mary basically hit the road with Tony, and what they created was pretty cool. And it is how we make a difference every single day, and how we drive that forward. And it's amazing. And Lauren's just a blessing on this planet. So let's just all keep doing what we do. Sandy, you ready for more?
Whew, yeah, let's do
All
it.
right. This next gentleman I'm about to bring up, right? And he's ready to go. Now, I interviewed him last time. So, Sandy, I'm going to give this to you and I'll tell him
Whew.
why. So he's amazing. He's just amazing. But there is that.
This is like one long podcast interview for me today.
It is. It is. You've only done like 300 in the last year. So what's another interview, right? I think that, but we did do it last time together. So there you are. Bart, how are you? And your mic's on. You're on mute. You're still on mute, Bart. You're still on mute. Oh, I can do it for you. There you go.
There you go.
Oh, I
Got
can't
it.
unmute. There you go. Okay, good.
I got it.
So I just wanted to let everybody know our next gentleman, Dr. Bart Rademacher, is considered a pioneer and renaissance man in regenerative medicine and health optimization. His vision of the future doctor is that they will not be practicing drugs or performing surgeries. Rather, they will harness the potential of the body to restore form and function, thus to preventing disease. Dr. Rademacher has a multinational background, has trained at some of the best institutes in the world, including the Mayo Clinic, and you were nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize for your humanitarian work. Give Dr. Bart a big thunderous round of applause. Thank you for being on today.
Thank you so much. And it's quite an honor, and especially following the real deal. And I know Lauren, and she really is the real deal.
I know you've toured those circles many times too. I know it's like the old family, right? I was just texting Mary. I'm like, Mary, we're gonna rock this out. We're having too much fun. Who do we have on? You know, it's funny because if you take a look at, we have Jim Miller next, and he was Tony's VP forever too, right? It just gets, it's just so amazing. But thank you for spending your time with us today. Really, at the Tribune, it's about education, information, and really, it's a worldwide audience that's listening to you because some of them are in villages. Some of them are they have their cell phone. That's all they have, but they're able to hear this because we are educating the world at the same time. So tell us a little bit about you and just something you want the audience to know that was not in your intro. And then I'm going to turn this over to Sandy, and why she's interviewing you. Let me tell you. Her podcast not only happened to solve this hit 100,000 downloads a month and growing like incredibly fast. She's only done 300 interviews in the last year and has 3 years of waiting list. But she's also she's our partner on the LA Tribune Podcast Network. She's brilliant at what she does, and you'll see what I mean in a minute. But tell us a little bit about you. What was not in the intro?
Well, first thing, I have to commend you both because of what you're doing. And what I'm hearing you say, it's all about impact. And you absolutely are rocking it. You know, with all these incredible guests. I was listening to Preston earlier, and obviously Lauren. You know, there's such a wealth of information. It's sort of like you can't go wrong. You know, if you follow these steps, you know, you develop your own system. And thank you for doing that for so many people. I wish I had known something like this when I was in school.
I love it. You know, it's that right. I remember you just dropped me right back to like high school and you know, I was born and raised in LA and LA Unified, and it was very structured. You took the classes and this, and you know, you did the math, you did the science, and then you came out and became an accountant or an attorney or a doctor, right? There's always there's so much to learn in the entrepreneur world and the things we do, because part of what you do is always being of service. So talk a little bit about that humanitarian piece and the service you do is so critical. And then I'm gonna give this over to Sandy, and you guys have a great time, and I'll be back.
Yeah, thank you for this opportunity. And what's really, you know, present for me, what's on my heart, is the journey that I've been on for the last 40 years. And I'm going to keep it like very brief, because I know you've got a lot of things you probably want to ask Sandy. And thanks again for this opportunity. But the truth is that once I graduated from medical school, I knew there was a fundamental gap between what medicine was offering, what I learned in medicine, and what people were really needing. And then fast forward another 20 years, and I fell into this crazy world of personal development. You know, I was that guy who trained for 17 years and thought, you know, I don't need to learn anything else. I speak 4 languages. I read the Greek classics, all those amazing things. But personal development changed my entire world. And that was actually with Tony Robbins. But what really crystallized for me was that mission as to how do we harness the potential of the body to restore form and function, and really offering that to every single person on the planet. Because today, with how we've learned to practice medicine as physicians, so I'm a plastic and reconstructive surgeon, so your listeners can know, and how that's delivered basically on Newtonian physics. Now we know about quantum theory. What the customer needs today is very, very different. And that's what I'm really passionate about. And that's basically creating a democratized and unified model, for people so that they have easy access to all types of information and health solutions. So you know what? They can have optimum health. I mean, imagine that.
Well, I love that, number one. And I listen to a lot of different podcasts that talk to experts such as yourself, because I find it's very, very fascinating to me. Talk about some of the struggles that you're having with that when it comes to, big pharma and the insurance agencies, right? Because that seems to be the biggest roadblock that a lot of doctors have in bringing some of these modalities to the public.
No, great question. And, quite frankly, the name of this summit is the Quantum Leap. And the reality is, the guy who figured this out, that was, what's his name, Einstein or something. He also said something. He also said something to the fact that you can't solve the problems of today with the knowledge that created it. You have to level up, the knowledge to solve those problems. And so that's essentially what we call quantum leap. And so I'm one of those guys that I like to see things differently. I'm actually very much a matcher, but when it comes to innovation, I'm a mismatcher. I see where there's a mismatch, I see where the gap is, and then I uncover a very specific solution. Interesting enough, some of the solutions that high tech, advanced tech is delivering today are things that I thought of maybe 20 years ago, which started my journey, then. So for me, with the businesses that I've created over the last 20 years, I'm stepping outside of the conventional medical system, because to change that, it's not going to be possible. There's too much money in it. There's too much inertia in it. There's too much politics in it. And so it doesn't serve any doctor to try to fight that, but simply accept what's there and take the best of it. Because the truth is this, and as many people may not agree with this, but here's the truth. We no longer have an excuse to be sick. The technology is there, the information is there, and the people are there as well. Now, conventional medicine can help you to a point, and most importantly, in any kind of emergency or crisis. But everything else, right, that's where we need to look outside of conventional medicine and identify the believable sources of information and resources that will absolutely help you optimize your health. And that's my mission. I'm the doctor's guide. I have my own podcast. I'm teaching doctors how to reimagine the business of medicine and allowing them the opportunity to have a trusted source of information that gives them the opportunity to deliver more resources and solutions to their patients and also have the business thrive. And at the end, it's the consumer that wins.
I love everything you just said. And I want to emphasize what you said in there, and that is there's no more excuses for being sick. So what can the average person do? What is like the most important thing the average person can do to help them towards a greater health in their, greater health in their life?
And that was the big question I struggled when I started 20 years ago, and really couldn't come up with that answer until recently, because over the last 5 years, the technology that has come online is just breakthroughs. They're paradigm shifts. And so without going specifically into them, except I'll give you one example, but the conversation has to change, first of all. And it's 3 elements of that conversation. One is responsibility, the other is root cause, and the final one is data. Now, when we talk about responsibility, the consumer now has all the tools, has access to all the tools. So it's really up to them to get educated. It's really up to them to verify that what it is that they're doing is the right thing. Now, that's the hard part. And that's why I need someone like me as the doctor's guide, who basically curates all this kind of information. And I'm teaching doctors to do the same. Curate all this information that's out there. So you're the guide to all those other resources outside of conventional medicine for their customer. That's number one. Number two, and the patient, the consumer has to take responsibility. Ultimately, it's on them. They've always abdicated the responsibility on the doctors, and that's a very, very bad thing to do, by the way. The second is root cause. Now, that's a buzzword these days, but the truth of the matter is that most people, when they talk about root cause, they don't really quite understand the essence of it. And what it really comes down to is cellular function. And we need to be able to identify when cells are not functioning properly. Now, forget about if you're low on vitamin D. Now, how is your cell actually functioning? And conventional medicine hasn't figured that out. The people outside of conventional medicine, they have. There are tools and resources that actually do that. And so that's one of the things that I brought to the United States is a system by which you can get very accurate information about cellular function. And then the final thing, and this is the most critical thing, and this is what's exciting about the technology world today, is data. We're not following the right data. And so you get those three elements, you hone into them, then that's going to be transformative. But at the end of the day, to really answer your question, and that's what my job is, to give doctors an opportunity to once again take a central role in people's lives and to guide them and collaborate. That was another key word in the last session with Lauren, is it's create a collaborative environment with the doctors, the nutritionists, the massage therapists, the chiropractors, all these amazing people that can be part of health optimizing for anyone.
Such great information. And my next question is all, because the whole craze right now is all about artificial intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that it's so exciting for the medical field because it's something that can really transform. What is your take on that?
I love it. And, you have to qualify it. You have to verify the accuracy, right? It makes it so much more convenient and easier for me to understand something today because, doctors are expected to know everything. And they're the first to admit that, and let me rephrase that, and they're the last one to admit that they don't know everything. And so that's where AI is incredibly helpful because if I'm stumped with a question, I just go online. I use ChatGPT all the time, but you have to verify that information. And so this is a quantum leap. AI is a quantum leap. It's exciting. It gives us so many more resources and resourcefulness to do a better job. We just have to adapt.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I've just heard some stories of, how AI has really helped diagnose certain things. And I just think, wow, that's just incredible. Because at the end of the day, doctors are practicing medicine, right? And
But
like you said, they're the last to admit.
Yeah, they're doing it the old way though, and they need to change.
Isn't that so true that because they get comfortable? I think part of it, right? Isn't part of it we get comfortable in what we do and what we know. There's also the fear of the old insurance company and being sued. And if I go a little bit off, so innovation happens, but then doesn't happen. And I think what you're looking at is really that innovative side.
Absolutely. And it's a scary world. I mean, I'll be really quite transparent. I think the medical environment is hostile on so many different levels. And I'm not going to go into any kind of details, making it extremely difficult for somebody who's sacrificed, half of their lives and also their pocketbook, and then to face the opportunity to step out, but too scared to step out because any of the possible ramifications that can happen. And so that's why, the work that I do is I'm inviting doctors. No, you're not stepping out. You're just stepping in a whole new world. And it's just a different way of thinking. Keep your conventional medical approach, but it's a different way of thinking as well, because here's the ultimate, right? And, it's sort of like what Lauren was saying, you got to start. And the truth is that clients, patients are asking different questions and looking for different solutions that are outside of conventional medicine, and because they work.
That's right, because they work. I think, it's also, so part of, long time ago, I was a male nurse. We always make the jokes about that. And I was becoming a nurse practitioner. And that was back in the mid 90s. And really my thought at that point was to open many practices and have all these things I was going to do. And then the HMOs came in really strong at the same time. And I grew up in the Kaiser system. I grew up in LA. But I suddenly realized that dream was not going to happen. It was sure not going to happen the way I wanted it to. And people were literally going to tell me all the time what to do and what not to do. And so how did you sort of rise from that as the entrepreneur?
So, well, I'm the youngest of three, so I had to survive. And so I'm the rebel. And I've always been a rebel, and really a rebel with a cause. And I think that's because I grew up in 5 different countries. And so all my efforts have actually been very much, in my heart and humanitarian. And exactly what I'm hearing from what you two are saying, and many people on this platform, in service of others. because that's the juice. That's where I have a lot of fun. And so, getting to the world of plastic surgery, it's all about being very, very creative. And so I saw different challenges and I said, you know what? I'm here. This is my legacy. This is what I want to do. And so I just went for it. Now, it's been a long journey for a lot of different reasons. Maybe I'm a slow learner or not, but the truth is that now's the time that the ideas that I created 20 years ago is actually possible because that technology has come together. So I'm not that genius in inventing anything. I'm the genius in putting it together in a way that can revolutionize, how people optimize their health.
Yeah. Sandy?
Yeah. So this is all about the quantum leap, and you mentioned it in a few different contexts a little bit earlier. But what advice can you give for other entrepreneurs out there to make 2024 the best ever and really take that quantum leap?
I wish I'd known that answer 20 years ago because I'd be in a very different place today. But here's the truth. I love all this personal development world. I love Tony Robbins. I've learned so much from him. But it's that one piece of information that becomes the tipping point. And that's what I discovered last year. And so for anybody out there, keep your dream, keep working on a dream, be consistent, but keep on learning till you reach exactly the information that micro distinction that changes everything. And I know you had a group on the platform yesterday from Sean Callaghy, the Unblinded, with Fernando Valencia, amazing human being, also Loretta Wetzel. And I've been in that group for the last 6 months, and I have gotten so much value and distinctions that finally put my big puzzle together. My puzzle is not complete, but it's continually asking the questions that you need asked to follow through with the dream that you want. And with that is having that system, creating that system that you're consistently working at. And of course, I think was Lauren said as well, avoid the naysayers. There's a lot of naysayers out there that just going to try to stump you and criticize you and scared because you're going to go somewhere else. You just have to keep up with it.
Yeah. What's great too about that?
So true.
Yeah. It's, what the part two, we had a martial arts panel yesterday, and the biggest thing they said, and one of the gentlemen, Rodrigo, had just won the European champion like a day before, and he was doing the call from Paris, and he talked about failing and how it's just, you just step every day, you just step another foot forward, because the more you fail, the more you succeed, because that means you're out there doing it. That means you're actually making a difference. And it really is that perspective from all these martial artists on leadership and how they build their own businesses. It's that fail forward, right? Failure is just feedback, and keep moving forward every single day. I think that makes a difference as we just grow. And, it's been amazing to have you on. What are some last words you'd love our audience to just, if they were to walk away right now and remember Bart for any reason, or maybe they might not remember you, but it's the one thing that they can do. And you just talked about that a minute ago, but what are just a couple last thoughts you have?
Well, I'm going to borrow something from Sean Callaghy from Unblinded. But first of all, it's heart. And you two have boundless amount of heart. And it shows. And that transference of that information is a beautiful thing. But heart alone is not enough. You need math. So it's the heart and the math combined. When you figure out the systems, when you figure out the mechanics, and it's all heart, that's the solution.
That's it. Oh, I love it. Everybody, please give Mr. Bart Rademacher a thunderous round of applause. I really appreciate you being on here. Again, your time is important as our time, and this is your time, right? And it's a Saturday. I always forget what day is it. And for those of you listening to us in another continent, it's the next day already. But, I just appreciate what you've done. I appreciate that Mary loves you dearly, by the way. And Mary Glorfields is hello. And just thank you for spending your time with us, and we'll have more to do together. And, really with the Tribune Podcast Network, you're a blessing, the work you've done, and we want to get you more involved. So we'll have a further conversation, but you're amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I love what you're doing, and I'm so appreciative, and I learned so much today, and everybody else listening, I'm sure is learning too, but thank you. It's a privilege.
Awesome. Thank you so much. All right, everybody, give Bart a round of applause as we let him go. It's these great minds that we have on, and it creates that difference every day of everything that we're doing and just becoming better and better. I think that's that piece. At the same time, we want to make sure that everybody registers. So register, because we have bonuses to give away. Register at quantumleap24.com. Make sure that you register at quantumleap24.com. We have wonderful bonuses to give you. We're on Twitch, we're on LinkedIn, we're on Facebook, we're on YouTube, we're on the back end Roku channels, and so much more from that perspective that we have coming today. And it's that education and learning, right, Sandy? It's just learning every single day. And it makes a difference, and we're having way too much fun. And Sandy, you're just doing a great job today.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
You
I'm
know,
enjoying it.
I am so pleased to have you part of the everything that we've created through the Mentor Studio, now through the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network, and really being there and launching it. We had Steve Smith on today, who was the VP over at SiriusXM, who has joined our team to take us to the next level as we all do this as work together, and really taking a look at, podcasting from the perspective of how can we train, teach, and educate. And how are we going to make a difference as we do it? And our audience is worldwide. We go out to 23 countries on these calls. We've had anywhere, we've had shows that have had 210,000 viewers. So it's just making a difference every day and always being there. And somebody said, how come your numbers get so big? Why? Because we educate. And because we give you education from the standpoint of something you can use immediately. There's always something on this show that people can do immediately in their business, in their life, in their spirituality, whatever it is. And that's that piece that we're always going to step forward through and make a difference. So this next gentleman I'm going to bring up, if Jim's ready, just shake your hand, Jim, so I can see you shake your hand. Yeah, there you go. Jim's always ready. So this next gentleman, everybody, I'm going to bring up, and Sandy's going to be with me for this too, Jim, because here, I'm just going to bring you up so we can look at you while I'm talking. So you'll get to know Sandy too, and you heard about her because I think you've been on for a while. But her show, Happiness Solved, has now hit 100,000 downloads. She's our partner on the podcast network, and she's done 300 interviews just in the last little bit, and now has 3-year waiting list for her show. So, it's great, Jim, because, I've known Mary a long time. And the greatest thing is anybody who Mary likes, I like. That's all there is to it, right? And Mary and I have done lots of business together and put a lot of events on together in the last, Harv Ecker days, and then all of this. And she said, Jim Miller. I said, Jim, VP over sales at Tony for a long, long time. I said, he was like almost competition because I was VP of sales for Harv for 1.5 years. And then I stayed. I said, forget it. I'm just going to train the next 10 years. It's just great to have you on the show. It's great with your education knowledge, what you did at Tony Robbins, how you're moving your life forward. And we're so honored to have you on the show today. So everybody give Mr. Jim Miller a thunderous round of applause. It's great to have you on. So Jim, tell the audience, and Sandy, thank you so much for being the co-host with this. But, Jim, we are going out to 23 countries. We have people all around the world listening to this show because we are about education and information. Tell them a little bit about yourself and why they should even listen to anything you say.
Well, I could nail the first part. The second part, I'm going to really have to step up, right? So anyway, I've been blessed to be with so many good people at Tony's with Mary. Let me first mention her, a dear friend for so long, with Lauren, with Ava over on your team just recently as a colleague. But I've worked with, like you said, with Tony, with Harv, with Shanda Sumter, Success Resources. These are all companies that I had the honor of being either the VP or sales director, building sales teams, generating revenue. It's where I hang out is at the tip of the spear, right? So we're out there, myself and whatever team I generate, we're out there generating revenue for the company. But more importantly, we're like the threshold, right at the threshold where people who are considering entering into someone's coaching program or into a product or whatever the case may be, and we're there to bring them across that threshold, right? That's what our role is, and there is an art to it. One of the famous things that I do say is sales is dead, because the old way of influencing individuals, the transactional method is no longer viable. People are too advanced, situations are too advanced, and money is too big, right? I mean, I generally work with companies where the price point may be anywhere from $25,000 to $100,000 in having an individual consider to come into someone's program. So, you know, it's a whole different game out there. You know, I'll give you an example. One of the iconic sayings in sales is always be closing, and we've always heard that. But the truth is that my belief in the work that I do is always be opening, because what we're doing is we're opening relationships, we're opening considerations, conversations, we're opening up the opportunity for individuals to truly change their lives when they're with, you know, all of your guests, for example, every single one of them. And I'm so glad that that I actually had the honor of being able to follow Dr. Bart, because truly what the work that we do right now is very scientific in influence. It is psychologically based. I tell people, get out of when you're at the bookstore, get out of the sales row and get into the psychology section and really learn about the human experience, right? So anyway, so that's what I dabble in, and where my focus is, and that type of work is what we do.
You know, it's great what you do, because what happens is we know, you know, there's the clients in whatever businesses is, the people that move forward and the people that get stumped because they start taking a look at it. It's not an investment. It's like, I'm spending my money. Yes. Or, you know, and that's where you talk about the psychology of it, because we're not up on stage, or not doing these shows, or even podcasters are not really, it's not about selling, but they're getting a message still out there. So it's still selling your message. I mean, it's all the same. And they're realizing that if they don't make some kind of movement, they're going to still be there 5 to 10 years later, right? We see that all the time. The clients who, right, we've had the clients who come over and over and over, and they never purchased anything, never bought anything, and some take it and run, most don't, because they haven't immersed within. Can you talk a little bit about that psychology there of the ones that do and the ones that don't, and what you see?
Yeah, it's very interesting, because it's actually how I got the job with Tony Robbins, which is when I met him in Chicago at a UPW, and I was he was the last interview before I was hired. I had already interviewed with this president and CFO, et cetera. And I was in the VIP, you know, the very important person section, for 2 days. But then I got invited by Mary to be in a different VIP, which was a very interesting perspective, because I was at the top. I was stood on a riser, and I watched Tony do his presentation, his call to action. And when he did so, the audience stood up and froze, because they didn't know what to do. And this is the case for most people's lives. And so when I had the opportunity to finally meet Tony on the 4th day to interview with him for the job, I sat down in front of him. He had his notebook. He was in a big rush. Sage was trying to pull him out. They were rushing for an airplane. And he said, "Jim, listen, I don't have much time, but, you know, can you give me an idea of what it is that you would do with the sales force here?" And so I grabbed the notebook out of his hand. I drew a big X on the page, put the pen in the middle, gave it to him, and I just looked at him and I said, "Go." And he froze. He said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Go." And he drew a line. And he said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Tony, this is what you did your audience last night. You had your audience going in 4 different directions, 4 different places that they could go at one time, and they froze. And this is what people do. People want to do, but they freeze. Why? Because there's an inner fear, there's a reluctance, there's a mistrust. And like in sales, the conversation is overcoming objections. And what my premise is that there are no objections. There are subjections. because really what these are subjective feelings, subjective emotions that people can't get over. And so what our responsibility as an influencer is to facilitate people through their own resistance. And this is where we get to coach. The word client comes from the Germanic word klei, which means to to incline, to lean into, to rely upon. And so, when you read authors like Matthew Dixon, and in his book, The Challenger Sale, he talks about how we are the teachers. We're not salesmen. We're not saleswomen. We're there to basically lead people across that threshold and do so with influential conversations that, for the most part, ease their concern and encourage them to do what it is they really want to do. So that's the difference. The people who take action have no resistance, whereas they're ready to go for whatever reason. And we both know that that's the minority.
Yeah.
That might be 12, 15%. The other 85% of the audience is staying where they are. And the challenge is, how do we get this to move? How do we get these people to move into their own dreams and get them beyond themselves? And that's the challenge. And that's what makes this so exciting. It really is a science, like Dr. Bart was talking about medicine, about the science of everything, right? And he said to love, and also to be ready to do the math. And this is my own motto, is to outthink and out execute, right? To read the books, to do the research, to study at a scholarly level what the human experience is and how to influence it, and then to execute, to work, right? Do the work, go through the numbers, do the trainings.
It is, we used to say it's about the work, right? And somehow that word got maligned too, because we used to always say, you don't want to have a job, but if somebody loves their job, there's nothing wrong with that, right? There's people who
work.
Right,
It's
that's
not
right.
work.
Look at the people who work for nonprofits and love what they do.
Yeah.
Just love what they do, and look at the difference they're making in life. I think that's that critical piece every single time. Sandy, you had a question?
How'd you know? I have to say, this is the first time today and in a very long time that I'm actually taking notes when somebody is talking, because I normally don't do that, especially on my podcast. You said so many things that I'm actually feel like I'm hearing for the first time, to be honest with you. Mm-hmm. And one of the things that I really like to know, because I've just heard for years, sales is a numbers game. It's a numbers game. It's a numbers game. Is it a numbers game?
If you're
is
selling,
it really down to you got to get in front of 50 people in order to, the whole reverse engineering and.
Well, look, that's a great question, Sandy, because the truth is that to an extent it is. But what sales has done is sales has basically treated it in such a transactional way that it's going through the numbers to find the person with the least resistance. And that's the person that you're going to bring aboard. Whereas influence is completely different. Influence is looking at the individual, taking the life, truly seeing them through the eyes. In other words, the word influence, just the etymology, influere, to flow into. How do I flow into you? Right? Because that's the only way that I can truly get you past yourself. And I do so by understanding you, right? It's taken the virtual reality of you being you and me being me. And so you're virtual to me, and make it a mutual reality where I understand where you're coming from, and I can lead you from there because I can get you beyond yourself, right? And so this is it a numbers game? But do you treat people like numbers? Hell no. Right? It's really investing in the individual. It's because that person, that one person, may be the person whose life you allow to be changed by putting them in front of people like you, for example, people like this LA Tribune Forum, and those people may go on to be, I mean, I can't tell you how impressed I am by the people that I've had the honor of working with, and maybe, you know, doing training with them, and they've gone on to be just these extraordinary people, not because of me, but because of the content. What I did simply was to get them through themselves so that they can then go on their own journey. So that's the number, right? That's the number.
Interesting.
Right.
Interesting. So, yeah, one of our podcasters who's in the audience said, you know, what an incredible paradigm shift about sales. And that's a lot of what I'm hearing you say today.
Yeah.
And again, you know, I took a lot of notes. And I think the next thing that I want to hear a little bit more about is you talk about having an influential conversation.
Yeah.
How can you, because I guess I'm a little stuck in that, how do we have an influential conversation when you're at the end of the day, you're at the end of the conversation, you're trying to sell them something? Like, how do you differentiate between the two?
Okay, absolutely. And understand this, you're not trying to sell them something. That's a shift. That's a shift I want you to make, right?
Okay.
What you're doing as the teacher is you are creating the dynamic through which, because there is no longer the resistance, that they're able to move into whatever it is that they desire to do, be in a coaching program, purchase a product, whatever the case may be, right? You know, I've worked with Bill Walsh and all these guys, and having these conversations, right? So here's the influential conversation. It's number one is to be focused on the decision. And the decision comes way before you're asking them, the CTA, the call to action, right? Way before you're asking them to sign a contract or pay you money is the decision. The etymology of the word, desessare, to cut away from. So the first iteration, the first focus that I have in a conversation of influence with you, Sandy, is to get you to understand that your status quo, where you are right now, who you are right now, is no longer working for you. Right. That there's more, right? That you may be sublimating. In other words, you may be window dressing your reality, but the truth is your reality is no longer serving you, so you want more. However, you're comfortable there. It's your identity. You have you have, as Robert Keegan in his book, extraordinary book, Immunity to Change, you have an immunity to change. So what is it? So the first thing that I'm doing way up top in the presentation is getting you to make the decision to no longer see your reality as serving yourself, so that you can get out of it and start moving towards, so that in the end, I'm not asking you for a decision. I'm simply providing you the opportunity of choice now, to choose, right? To go forward, right? So this is because you're no longer tethered. You're no longer shackled. And now the conversation of influence, I mean, it's very strategic, right? It's very scientific. It's formula. It's a formula that you know, when I do my coaching, what I teach my those people that work with me. It's a formula. So anyway, so that's, I'm being a little long-winded, I know, but that's the conversation.
That was brilliant.
That was great. We've actually had a question from the audience, which is always great. You know, Jim, would you talk about results over process when crafting an offer?
Results over okay, all right. So what I always say is people do not buy your program. They buy the results that your program will offer. And, you know, we both worked with Harv, and Harv always said, make big fat claims, right? You remember this?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Harv was the best seller from stage, by the way.
Yes, he is.
There's nobody that can compare to Harv Eker when
we got to tell stories one day. Go ahead.
Yeah. So anyway, so the whole thing is this, is that when you and I get to the point in our conversation of influence, which is, after we've done a lot of work up top, then what I'm doing is I'm presenting you the opportunity to realize your results. So I'm putting in front of you the results. I may say something like this: Sandy, listen, here's the results that I see for you as being a member of the program that I may be speaking to you about. The first result is that you will absolutely be empowered and be held accountable, right? Because that's one thing that we all lack is accountability. You're going to be held accountable lovingly to do what it is that's necessary, so that on the other side of it, you've got extraordinary health. You've got an extraordinary love life. You've got an extraordinary financial situation. It's speaking into, because we as influencers, right, where we do our best work is when we induce state, right? When we induce the emotional state of desire, we induce the emotional state of trust, we induce the emotional state of joy, right? This is what we do. We're crafting this induction of state that's moving you down the path, so that in the end, you can choose to go forward. Will you have resistance? Always. Everybody has resistance. That's where the game really starts. And that's when we get to facilitate them through it. Oh, Jim, you know what? It's just a lot of money. Oh, Jim, I got to talk to my pet turtle. Oh, Jim, I've got to, whatever they got to do, right? Because this is what they always tell themselves.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so there's a process of dealing with that resistance and getting them through it as well.
Yeah. One thing that iPhone with its wallet, the one thing they screwed up is, remember how we used to always hear, I left my credit card at home. Remember the old, right? That was the first thing. I left my credit card at
impossible.
home.
Nobody say, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, we took that excuse right out the window.
Yeah. Exactly. Right.
It's great because, having lived it and all those times at the back table, right? And seeing, and for me, it became almost like I forgive them. I mean, they are where they're at, and we want to move them forward, and those will move, and some came later and some came back years later. But I love the way you were able to do this, because we just want people to move down the path. Go ahead.
I was going to say, you nailed it. And that's another thing. And Sandy, it brought to mind is that what we're really doing, what I call it is, it's called client shaping. It's a term that I use, and that is really taking a prospect and shaping them into a client. Because here's the truth: people do not become a client because they sign a contract. They sign your contract because they first became a client. Isn't that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just right. So what we're looking to do is to take them from the prospect identity and shape them into a client through the conversation of influence. So I'll give you an example. Whenever I ran a back table, and I've run thousands of them, right? I love working the back tables, by the way, holding the energy for the speaker in the room and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But anyway, the first thing that we did, and what I told all my team to do, congratulate the person for having the courage to come back to the table, right? First thing, congratulations. Congratulations, Michael, for coming back here. It takes a lot of courage to take this type of action. It's like, all of a sudden, they're looking like, oh, I didn't realize I did something so heroic. Yeah, of course you did. You took action. Now, let's talk about it. What do you need to hear me say in order to support you to go forward and enrolling in Michael's program? What do you need to hear me say? That's it. That's simple. And they will tell you. They'll tell you. They'll tell you their resistance. Well, they always go to the well. Well, it's blah, 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 right? Okay. And you listen actively so that but then what they're going to tell you, here's something interesting, is that what people are always going to tell you is the consequential circumstance of what the reality is, right? The consequence. I'll give you an idea. Well, I don't know if I'm going to be successful in this program. All right. That's the consequence.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not the reality. The reality is, and so I would say, okay, I get it. Why is it that you say that? And then they'll tell you, well, because I've invested thousands of dollars in other programs and I never stick to it. Right? You've heard that before, right?
A couple times, yeah.
And then I will ask them, so what's the worst part about that? Well, I feel foolish and I'm ashamed and I'm embarrassed because my husband is now making fun of me every time. You see, now we're getting to where we need to, that's the resistance right there. Everything else up top is simply, if you start jousting with windmills up here, right? It's fruitless. That's not going to move the person. That's not the conversation of influence. It's identifying the pain so that then you can facilitate that person through it or not. But
yeah, that's okay. So we're running out of time, but that was, yeah, Jim, I have to say, you're brilliant. I have to say, this has been, I watched Sandy taking notes the whole time. I know Sandy well enough to see that hand moving. And there's been so much here and there's so much more to unpackage. I'm definitely going to be inviting you back. I can tell you right now. So, and Mary said, just how brilliant you are and what you've done and what you've created, and how many lives you've changed because of what you've been part of and continue to be part of. What's one last thing the audience in their life, business, just one last tidbit you could give them before we let you go? And we'll be talking to you much more.
Well, I first of all, thank you very much. It's I'm humbled by the opportunity to be here and to be surrounded by so many very impressive people. But the one thing that I would say, especially for those of you who find yourself at a place where you're enrolling people or you're selling, whatever the case may be, and that is truly to take a scholarly approach to this. Listen, 52% of all college graduates go into sales. 52%. And of the 4,000 universities out there, there's only 100 that even have sales courses, right? So if you're going to be, otherwise you're really gonna struggle. It really is. Take a scholarly approach to this. Learn psychology, read the books, watch the YouTube videos, and then you have, the ancient Greeks said that the art of influence is the most noble endeavor that a man can engage in. So,
wow,
right?
Wow. Everybody give it up for Mr. Jim Miller. It's been amazing to have you on. We'll be having you on again.
Thank you so much.
And we're gonna work a call with you, I, and Mary in the next couple of weeks.
Let's please do. It'd be my honor. Sandy, thank you so much.
Yeah, Jim, thank you so much. Everybody give him a big thunderous round of applause. You can put ones in the chat. Thank you, everybody, to our worldwide audience, Mr. Jim Miller. And thank you you changed so many of our lives with Tony and Harv and everybody else you've worked with. And it just makes a difference. Jim, thank you so much.
Bye,
Jim.
My pleasure.
Wow. Yeah. Sandy, you did take notes, right? Because I want those notes. So look, I've been with my 8 years with Harv Eker and on and on and on, everything I've done and all the stages and success resources, all of that. And that was a wow. That was a wow moment. And being VP of sales and doing, yeah. Now I know why Jim did what he did for as long as he did. And he's still doing it because it's poignant what he does. It's poignant what he's doing for the audience. And he's made a difference in so many lives. That was just amazing. Just amazing. So before we're about to bring on Jeremy Newsom. So I just wanted to let everybody know that we're so excited to have you all here. Make sure that you have all your friends and family register for the show because there are bonuses coming to you, those who register. We've got the registration link. I know it's back here somewhere. Maybe Sandy, I'll scroll through. See, I scrolled through too fast. That's what I did. Now I just went by everything. But here you go. Make sure that you register at quantumleap24.com. Make sure that you register at quantumleap24.com. There are bonuses, there are gifts, the speakers are giving things away, and you want to be part of that. So make sure you register at quantumleap24.com. It's coming across the bottom scroll too, which we're having way too much fun with. Sandy, what do you think of the day so far? You're on mute, Sandy.
I am. There we go. It has been off the charts, amazing. Each speaker has just brought so much to the table. It's just been incredible. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, I'm just blown away.
Yeah, it really has been quite the day with all the panels
Yeah.
and the launch of the podcast network and the Tribune just being about education and information and really taking it to the next level. It's been a great show so far. And it continues to be. Let me tell you what we have coming up. We have not only Jeremy Newsom, who you're going to hear in a minute, but we also have, wow, I just look at the list and it's just incredible here. Oh, who's this Michael Silver's guy? But, we also have Sandra Horton. Wait to hear what she's got to tell you. We got an amazing panel coming up, which you are not going to want to miss. We also have a gentleman who's a podcaster, education trainer, been around the world on stages, but he's got close to 500,000 downloads a month. You need to hear what he has to say. And one of my mentors, Mr. Bill Walsh, who's spoken around the stages, has talked to over 1 million people, and has created with Power Team one of the biggest organizations on the planet. So it's quite the day we have coming up. Don't go anywhere. Just get some food. If you got to take a potty break, yeah, take the phone with you, right? Just you're muted anyway, so don't worry. We won't hear anything. And it makes a difference every day. So without any further ado, the next gentleman I'm about to bring up, and Sandy, you're going to be part of this too, so you can't go anywhere unless you need a break. Just text me. So we can both take our breaks in half an hour when we have the most or 40 minutes when we have the amazing crew take
Works
over.
for me.
There you
Works
go.
for me.
Here we go. I'm going to bring him up. Looks like he's in his, I can't tell, car, home, phone. Who knows? But there you go. So, Mr. Jeremy Newsom. Jeremy's
Michael,
how you doing?
I'm amazing. Hey, Sandy. Hi, Michael. Thanks so much for the opportunity.
Hey.
It's great. Your focus since 2012 has been guiding humans through emotional journey with their money, careers, relationships to ensure radical life changes. He says, I like this, Mary typed that he is a professional button presser. I love those buttons. At some point, certain buttons need to be physically pressed to create massive alterations. Jeremy helps numerous clients understand and demystify their finances, health, lifestyle, and our most valuable asset, time. Jeremy, how are you today?
My man. I'm incredible, brother. Thanks so much for the opportunity.
It's great to be on here, and I've got Sandy's running the co-board with me here because her podcast has just exploded with Happiness Solved, 100,000 downloads and growing every single month like crazy. 300 interviews and 3-year now waiting list to be on her show.
Bang.
So, it's all doing this together. And now we've launched the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network. You're actually part of the official day today of the launch. And it's just great to have everybody who's been here. We've had all the Tony people and Harv people and from the Tribune and educators. And we had Doria on this morning, who was Money and You, who created a lot of us who are here today. Jeremy, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Yes, sir. Thank you. My mission in life is to enrich lives. And I focus specifically on educating individuals like yourself and every single person who is here listening and watching, specifically how the stock market works. I find there's a lot of mystery about the stock market, retirement, income, IRAs, 401ks. And I've spent the last 15 years, 7 hours a day, every single day, learning so that I can help educate, entertain, and enrich people on how it works.
I love it. I love it. And what is, we talked a lot about today about how we be of service or how we give back.
Yeah.
And, part of what we do is educators and trainers. And, for me, it's been, 25 years. I always say, Mary, you're just older, so you've been around longer, but she's going to hit me next time I see her. But it's 25 years on stages and you see everything. You see everything. Yeah. And now the last 5 years has been heavy on the virtual, and we've done huge virtual shows at the Tribune. It's about education. But the audience is really a little bit, we're moving towards that TikTok. Like, I want it now. We're almost going back to that in a way.
Yep.
Can you talk a little bit about that and how you educate differently now than you did even just 5 years ago?
Of course. Let's do it right now. I'll give you an example. I'm sure both of you know this, but there's someone out there who doesn't. Did you know that you can rent out your stock like you rent out a house? Many people, they might have two houses, right? So they live in one, they rent out the other one, they get rental income. You can do the exact same thing in a stock. So let's say you have 100 shares of, I don't know, pick your favorite company, Apple, Costco, Walmart, Google, Amazon, Tesla. If you have at least 100 shares of some of your most favorite stocks, you can rent those out and guess what? Create monthly passive income. It's a strategy called covered calls. Now, I'm not offering the strategy. All I'm telling you is it exists. It's been around since 1973. And one of my goals is I love helping people just understand the simplicity of not only that strategy, but all the market strategies. And like you said, right now, I do it in schools. I will teach it for free. I think that education should be free and experiences and time should cost money. So back in 2014, I launched a freemium company that teaches people entirely for free how everything works. So they don't have to feel weird or slimy or scared about getting a sales pitch. They have the opportunity, just like our boy Jim just said a few moments ago, to change people's perceptions, to change paradigms, to offer them insight and true value so that they can ascertain if this is for them or not.
Awesome. I love it. Sandy?
Well, I'm still blown away that you can rent stocks.
Isn't that cool?
I'm like,
yeah, isn't that cool?
Can you just explain that a little bit?
I will.
Because I know there's people are like, what?
It's really wild. So Sandy, have you ever heard of the company Lulu, like the clothing company?
Yeah,
All right.
Lululemon. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Lululemon. So let's use Lululemon real-time example like today. So Lulu is trading at right now about $300 a share. So if you bought 100 shares, that your investment will be $30,000, right? If you bought 100 shares of Lulu, you would have the ability to sell the option for someone else to buy your stock at a higher price. And you could sell them the ability to buy your stock at, let's say, 330. And they would pay you for that opportunity, Sandy. Now, this is a lot like an everyday transaction in real estate, right? It's called an option to purchase. People will pay someone to not sell their house for a particular period of time. Well, you can do the exact same thing with stocks. And better than that, you can take that rental insurance once you bring in the rental income, and then you can buy an insurance policy protecting your downside. You can buy not only insurance on your stocks, but you can also rent out your stocks. And it allows for really good, flexible income generation for people who are retired or maybe want to retire a little bit earlier than before.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I've never heard of that before.
Yeah, it's fascinating.
Wow. And people are doing this today and generating revenue from it?
Sandy, that's the best part. The best part is you can do this. Michael can do this. Jim Miller can do this. Ezra can do this. This doesn't require a special license. This doesn't require a special thing. This requires you to know how your operating system and your broker works. Most people have a broker, right? Fidelity, Charles Schwab, E-Trade, Scottrade. I'm not talking about anything that's weird or sketchy or back end, like you got to call somebody. This is all from your phone. Because again, I love real estate. I own some real estate. Real estate's amazing. But stocks are incredible because guess what? There's no customers, there's no invoices, there's no contractors, there's no termites, toilets, tenants, tornadoes. You have the ability to control your money liquid, and you have the ability to do all of this yourself without paying anyone else to do it. It's just that a lot of people, I get asked at some point, if this is so easy, why doesn't everyone do it? It's easier not to. There's a certain level of education that anyone has to take to better themselves in anything. Just like you, right? You're an incredible podcaster. Podcasting is relatively easy for the most part, but you have to start in order to be great, as Les Brown says. And so if you never started, if you never offered true value to all of your thousands and thousands of listeners, then it would never have happened. But since you are doing it and you're incredible at it, it now creates an opportunity for anyone to listen to what you're saying. Therefore, you took the time. And it's just the exact same way with stocks. The thing is that so many people are comfortable with real estate is because it's been around for centuries.
Yeah.
But the U.S. stock market's been around since, 1900 and some change. So if your mom's mom or your dad's dad didn't teach you, you probably didn't know. And that's what's been firing me up since the age of 6.
Wow. I love it. So you've been doing this a long time, huh?
Yeah. I've been doing it for a long time.
That's great.
The movie Forrest Gump is what got me into it.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. When the movie first came out, so you probably remember the scene where he goes to the mailbox and he gets a letter, and Forrest Gump says, "Lieutenant Dan invested into some kind of fruit company," and he said, "We don't have to worry about money no more." And I said, "Good, one less thing." So he, he was talking about Apple, right? So he invested into Apple, and they bought a bunch of Apple stock, and they never had to worry about money. Well, that was in 1995, and so I grew up about as poor as you can grow up in the U.S. I grew up in a small township called Cleto, Georgia, and I'd never heard the phrase, "You don't have to worry about money ever again." So I asked my dad, "What's investing? What's the fruit company?" He told me about Apple. And so I begged him and begged him and begged him to buy some shares. And so at the time, we didn't have a lot of resources, but I had resourcefulness. So I went and picked blackberries from the bush, and I sold them door to door for $1 a bag, and made $1,500 in the summer of 1995, and bought some shares of Apple at its bottom. Ironically enough, obviously it was pure luck, but that investment increased pretty handsomely. And so I am now at a stage where I don't have to worry about money anymore. I get the opportunity to pour to people at a very, very high level about stocks and investing, letting them know that anyone, regardless of your age, sex, income, your political beliefs, your religious beliefs, you have the ability to not only invest, but to understand investing so you can teach your children, and we can change the educational landscape of America.
Oh, wow. That is very powerful right there. All right. So to tag on to that, when it comes to your finances, so let's keep it on that discussion.
Sure.
What advice can you give so that people can have the best 2024 ever when it comes to their finances?
Yes. Care about it and talk about it. If you want more of something in life, you have to speak about it. Many people don't talk about let's just say their annual income. And they don't sit down at their dinner table and talk to their wife or their husband. They don't talk to their kids. How much did you make this week? Where is it going? What are we doing with it? Talk about your money openly. Don't make it some weird, taboo, crazy, icky conversation topic. Discuss it. How much credit card debt do you have? How much income do you have? What's your car payment? How much income did you make this month? Discuss your finances, ladies and gentlemen. And lastly, concentrate to get rich, diversify to stay wealthy. You'll hear so many times, Sandy, that millionaires have 7 streams of income. They have 7 streams of income after they become millionaires. In order to become a millionaire, focus, get amazing at something, and go all in on a thing, and that thing will eventually reward you.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I did, folks. Last year, I just focused on my podcast, and from last January, this January, it was that focus. Yeah, yeah, and it feels great. It feels great. Thank you.
Congrats.
Thank you, Jeremy. All right. So when it comes to, let me see, I have like all different types of questions here.
Yeah.
All right. So you seem like this guy who's just like on top of the world, and you're just like you just seem to be like love life and just excited every day. And yet you've been through a lot of hard times growing up and whatnot. What do you do when you have periods of stagnation or lack of motivation? What gets you going? How can you flip that switch? Because we all have days where you just don't want to do it.
First and foremost, don't beat yourself up over it. That's really because a lot of people, they really attack themselves. I heard this recently, and I forget the exact speaker, but it was on a stage at an event. We all go to events. Everyone who's here is at this event because they want personal development. Well, Sandy, would you ever talk to a friend the way that you talk to yourself?
Never.
Me, like, I'm so mean to me, you know? It's like the things I'm so mean. So that's first and foremost is like, stop beating yourself up. When you have a bad day and you want to eat a pack of peanut M&Ms, because let's face it, they're delicious. It's okay. Don't be so angry at yourself. Go, you know what? I want to have some M&Ms, and I'm just going to relax and not be perfectly happy and outrageously ambitious for 7 minutes and just chill.
Yeah.
And it's okay. It's okay. Step 2. All right. That's step 1. Don't beat yourself up. Don't be so mean to yourself. Step 2, go do something that you've never done before. And that thing can be very, very basic. It doesn't have to cost money, and it doesn't have to cost a whole lot of time. A great example of something I love to do, go to a park bench, ready for this, for 4 hours with no cell phone, no computer, pen, paper. That's it. And sit on that same park bench for 4 hours and be time freedom. Enjoy it, understand it, experience it, own it. Because when you want more of something, you can get more of something, but you have to know what that thing is to even want to know if you have it or not. And time freedom is something that so many people are searching for, but we don't know what it feels like. And so if you can take just a few moments, the book is called, and I know you've read it a million times, Think and Grow Rich. So often we work to grow rich, but if you can carve out more time in your day to simply think, don't do anything else. There we go, girl. Come on. The best workout that we can do is run up some Napoleon Hills, right? That's number 3. If you want to succeed, you must read. Pick a new book, read an old book, read the same book that you've read before, and get different insights. And that's an amazing way to pick yourself up, because when you hit rock bottom, as Les Brown says, if you can look up, you can get up.
Ooh, boom. Okay. How many of you got a little anxiety when he was advising us to go to a park bench, leave your phone behind,
Come
and
on.
sit for 4 hours? It was like,
Come on.
Yeah. See, I
but
heard
I
that
love
too.
it.
Yeah.
I love it.
I heard that too, and I'm looking around for park benches, and I'm thinking,
I'm
why is my
like-
phone? My phone is still with me. I don't know what's going on here. So that was, and it's great you mentioned Les too, because we'll be having Les actually on Monday. So
Of course. He's the
you
man.
know, he is the man. You know, I've been listening obviously to everything you guys have been talking about, and there's just a couple minutes left. And with everything, it's like, how do I synthesize? How do I put together the message? And your message is phenomenal, and what you're teaching is phenomenal. But here I am sitting at home or wherever this is going out to 23 countries, wherever I am in the world. But here I am. What is one thing I could, except for the park bench, that one I'm still trying to work on. But what is one thing that I could do right now as an entrepreneur that if I never heard you again or never listened to any more of this show, I could take right away with me?
Buy Costco. That's what you could do. You can buy an asset. Michael, so many people don't buy assets because they don't believe in it. They get scared. They haven't experienced something. But Costco is an amazing company. It's a ticker symbol COST. If you live in Bermuda, if you live in Madagascar, or if you live in Argentina, you can still access the U.S. markets through a broker called Interactive Brokers. I don't get paid to promote them. They're a global franchise. They are FDIC insured. They are backed by all forms of government all over the world. Any single person on earth can access the U.S. markets, and you can buy access to our public markets, and you can benefit from the largest economy in the world. And you can be a part of the growth. You can accelerate your finances for your family because you can do it for $1. Like you don't have to have $1 million to invest. You can start investing with $1. You can invest with 20 cents. It's the principles that has to be in place for anything to happen. And once you have the principles established, then you can grow. But if you want to be rich, you got to do what rich people do. And rich people buy assets, and stocks are assets. And I love Costco, and it will go higher over time. That's my thoughts.
Well, thank you so much for being on. Thank you for the time that you spent with us. It's been
Pleasure.
great. The park bench. I mean, those are the kind of things, those are the tidbits of information that people will never forget. And next time they see you, they'll know about that. And that's a really critical piece as we move forward here. But you've been the best. Mary says you're awesome. And Mary's obviously a business partner and a good friend of mine. So
I love Mary.
does.
She's
Yeah,
so
she
great.
says you're amazing. But I really look forward to getting to know you better. We obviously just launched the podcast network. We can have more conversations, and it's just great getting to know you on our show. So for myself and Sandy and the team and the LA Tribune, thank you so much. You have a blessed day. People are going to look you up right away too. They do that all. Here goes the Google machine.
I love it. I'm ready.
Yeah.
And I got to say, I love the white seats. I love the white seats in your Tesla.
Come on,
Because I have
Sandy.
two.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
We have both of ours have white seats.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
I love you both. Thank you for the opportunity.
All right.
You're amazing.
Thank you, Jeremy. We'll talk to you soon. You're the best. Thank you.
Bye, guys.
What a great show. What a great time. I just want to let everybody know too, this is always, as we do this, one of those little things that, as part of the show and as part of this information that all the speakers obviously speak for themselves and create their own message and talk about what they need to. But at the Los Angeles Tribune, obviously, we're about education information, and we don't give financial advice. It's just something that it's not, we don't give the financial advice, but the speakers speak for themselves. We want to let everybody know that. And we're going to just continue to bring you the best education information on the planet that we can, because that's a really important piece as we move forward. And that will make a difference every single time. Well, Sandy, I'm going to bring up the next person. I'm going to let you chat with her, because not only I know you're just working it. And this is Sandy. You got 10 minutes, so you rock this thing.
All right.
And I'm going to bring her up right away. So, Sandra, you've been listening to the whole show. I've been watching comments and everything. Yep. And you know why Sandy's here. Not only is she co-working the Los Angeles Tribune Network with me, but her show is just blown open. I just met Sandra the other day, though. I know you. It's just all the way it is to it. And Sandra's just awesome. And you were part of a mastermind with Mo, right?
I was. Mo and many of the greats like Dame Doria. I mean, you name it.
Yep.
There's so many beautiful people.
I know DC. DC's a good friend, but it's awesome. That's just it's amazing how we get older. We know more people, but I just have more gray hair.
Are we dating ourselves, Michael? That's
right. That's right. That's right. When I said to somebody, I took the course from Bandler. They're like, what? They're like, they didn't even know who it was. I'm like, let's talk about NLP here. You two just take it away. Sandra, tell us a little bit about yourself, what you do. Sandy, you got about 10, and I'll be right back on.
All right.
Awesome. Thanks, Michael. And I just have to say, S squared. The Sandy squared. Like, this is a power moment. Let's own it. Let's bring it. Let's celebrate it.
That's right.
Love it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So, as you can
and this
tell,
is the first for me, because I don't think I've ever been on with another Sandra. So,
I love it. And however you want to call me, Sandy, Sandra, I'm embracing it all. So thank you first and foremost, Sandy and Michael, Mo, and all the greats. I have been listening, because one of the most powerful things about change is you have to do it. You have to be present. And so I'm going to bring some power. I'm all about growth. I have lived my life as someone who, hi, Doria, thank you, my beautiful friend. And the truth is this: I'm all about creating pathways of change. It doesn't matter your credentials. Yeah, I may have my master's in leadership. Yeah, I may be pro-sci, but the key is, how can I make you feel something unique that's for you? So I want to share from my heart to all of your hearts. So I'm open to all your beautiful questions. I'm going to share a little bit about my story, a little bit about activating success, and we'll unlock, we'll release, we'll bring that energy.
Sounds amazing. So, let's start with your story. Let's start with your story, because I would love to hear it, and I know the audience would as well.
Oh, thanks, Sandy. So, I want everyone to take a deep breath, because it's about my story, but this may be bring in that energy. Let's bring in all that phoneticness and just ground for a moment. Everyone has a story. And my story, I feel, is very resonant for many people who have been going through change right now. And it's over time. Many people have been living numb. They may be externally focused. They may be financially focused, but not truly aligned to what is within them. Success came early to me, but the challenge again was there was this emptiness in my heart. I couldn't figure it out until I unlocked my story, my personal story. And for you, that's your story. You're unique. And when I turned and I went inward, I grew. I became this magnet. I became self-aware. I unlocked. And I want to share about how to activate success, because self-discovery, going within to transform without. But for you, it could be a journey, or it could not be a journey. Oh, hello, we're back.
We're back. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. Sorry. I was trying to highlight you, and I hit the wrong button. So let me just leave that panel alone. Go ahead.
I love it. Nothing happens without a reason, beautiful friend. Absolutely. So it's in this awakening, Sandy, and I don't know with your story how you had that moment, that quantum leap, that moment of ignition, of momentum, of insight. And in that second, everything changed. And I use what I've learned from self-discovery, change readiness, and sustainable impact to transform myself. And you have to transform yourself first before you can lead others. And that's what I do.
Oh, yes, I love it. That is so beautiful. I want to emphasize what you just said for the audience. You have to transform yourself first. I love it. All right. So let's talk about activating success, because you've got your book behind you. It's launching April 2024. There we go. There we go. April 2nd, 2024. Love it. So what is Activate Success? Explain that a little bit. And what made you, want to bring that message out to the world?
Oh, thank you so much, Sandy. I want everyone to take a moment again. I'm all about you, those who are listening. Have you ever had that inner drive? There's something in you that's just itching to come on out. There's part of you, your story and everything that just has to come out. That's what Activate Success is all about. It's about understanding the journey of your 4 essential questions. It's about unlocking you. It's understanding who you are. Asking these really simple questions. Who am I? And then understanding what you're saying to yourself, understanding the words that you're saying, what you're telling the world who you are. And going through this process of unlocking in self-discovery, and then going through this beautiful process of change and bringing that change to the world. It's about unlocking the 25 activators of success. And that's what my life has been. And in collaboration with Dr. Sujata Ives, who's another amazing powerhouse that I've been so blessed to be able to bring this book to the world.
Wow. Wow. So we don't have time for all 25, but what are just a couple of those?
Good job. That's what I was, it's great because Sandy, what you're doing is it's always making a difference, and it's changing those around us. At the same time, it's creating a community. And that's part of what you're doing, is because the better we communicate, the better world we have. So go ahead.
Absolutely. And thank you, Michael. And it's building that community. It's understanding, again, as I said, always starts, like you listen to all the other amazing speakers and earlier, is that we do things, but do we know why we're doing them? So there are some key pieces of activation in the self-discovery. You need to get clear. You need to answer who I am. What do you want? Where are you going? How are you going to get there? And how do you stay there? It's understanding that in the face of reality, it's championing ourselves. A hint here for an activator is clarity, self-awareness, and understanding your responsibility for your life. It's getting out of your own way. It's removing the ego. And we heard the earlier speakers talk about the ego. The ego can walk in the room before you even know it. So as leaders, we need to unlock ourselves and then get out of our own way and then step into our power. So ask yourself right now, take a piece of paper out and ask yourself, put on that piece of paper, who am I? Where do I want to go? Because for each of us, success is individual. Feel it in your heart, not in your mind. Because for some of you, and I'm speaking to you, you may just be in here. So let go, move from a fixed mindset to a growth mindset. Quantum leaps are not possible without a growth mindset. And then as we transcend, we move forward to self-actualization, Sandy. And that's the key piece here. When we bring our leadership to others, is how do we show up emotionally? The power of that, to be able to understand, to evaluate ourselves, to move ourselves forward. That is a key.
Incredible. There were so many things. I'm like, oh, I want to ask about that. Oh, I want to, but I think the most important thing, because I talk about this all the time, especially on my podcast, there's only 2 states of being.
Yeah.
There's consciousness or ego.
Yeah.
A lot of people have a real hard time with that. So we don't have a lot of time here, because this is something that we could dive into for hours to discuss.
Yeah.
What is is there one thing that people can do to recognize when their ego is showing up, and how do they take that ego and put it on the shelf?
Oh, what a beautiful question. Thank you for that. I absolutely love it. I'm very fortunate to be in the emotional intelligence field. I'm certified, and I do a lot of work around understanding your impact, understanding your emotions, and having that awareness, emotional self-awareness, to say, hey, am I being attacked by my amygdala? Am I overreacting? So if you're in just a very simple situation, if you're with someone and all of a sudden you're talking and your tone starts to come up and you start to see people withdraw as a leader, hint, that is the ego is showing up. When you're not open, when you're not inviting others' perspectives and diversity of voices, these are all key things. And one of the other things you can do, Sandy, is invite, because this is an invitation, isn't it? It's an invitation to try and stretch new ways of leading, becoming a transformational leader, becoming a global-minded leader. Try out new things, because the ego cannot get in your way if you're open to trying new things, open to new perspectives and information.
Beautifully said. Thank you, Sandra.
You know, it's how, again, it's creating that openness. You know, Jim was great on earlier, because what they did with Tony, and really that mindset piece. And you know, it's how to create that opening, because we used to always talk about, it's not about it's about enrollment. How do we enroll them? But the hard thing is, are we enrolling them into our dream or their own dream? And I think that really gets them down that success quadrant. It moves them down that part of themselves that I can do this. Sandra, you've been amazing. What a great. What should the audience do right now? What can they take away right now? Not only because that's the reason they'll remember you. It's always the way. But what is one thing they could do right now for their own life, business, or success?
Just know that you are infinite possibility. That if you take the steps now to self-discover, to really understand change and your readiness to accept change, to bring change, to be change, and build long-term sustainable impact, you have the markers to easily have a quantum leap. You are on your way to truly activating success, and you can now.
Awesome. Give Sandra a big thunderous round of applause, everybody. And by the way, she is the nicest person on the planet because she's Canadian.
Yes.
So this is awesome. That's why I had a lot of business partners who were Canadian. Trust me.
High five.
Yeah, that's it. So Sandra, thank you so much for today. From myself, Sandy, from Mo, and everybody at the Tribune and Ava. Always been there, always part of the vision, the family and team. And we'll talk very soon.
Thank you so much for this honor. Thank you, Michael, so much. And thank you, Sandy.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Sandra.
All right. What a day. What an amazing day. I mean, it just like gets better and better and better and better. And, you know, it's the kind of thing, I once said that actually at a big event, Sandy, and the person coming before said, what do you mean it's better or getting better? It's been better. But it's, you know, it's all the value that we add for the audience. And Sandy, I have worked you today, right? This has been great. So, you know, and
It's all great. I'm grateful to be here. So
yeah, it's, you know, as we do this and as we move forward and really continue the message, I want to tell everybody again that we have launched the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network. And for those of you who want to be involved with what we're doing, you can reach out to us. Sandy, you want to drop again? There's a text opt-in. You can just get a little information and then we'll contact you. And there's always to see if it's a fit, right? It has to be a fit for you and for us, because we are limiting what's going on. And also Sandy will put her email address if you're out of the country and need to be directly connected. At the Tribune Podcast Network, we're about education, we're about enrichment, we're about enlightenment, we are about really taking your messages forward. We have millions of downloads already per month. You're going to be with a team of podcasters around the world. You can, and you might not be a podcaster, because we have members who are joining who want to be the best guest, be taught to be the best guest, maybe more visibility for their business. You have to remember that when you have 173 million people listen to podcasts, you got visibility, and it's about getting your message out there. and making a difference every single day. So if that's you and you want to really reach out to us and have us take a look at it and talk to you about it, we're happy to. And for those of you coming from Australia and over in the UK, we are reaching out to groups over there because I worked a lot in Australia with Harv Eker and with Success Resources and England too, and actually all through Europe. Loved my events, Sandy, in Rome. Let me tell you, the Rome events, those were fun. Those were fun. But it's about really being part of a team and a family. How would you like to be on a team of thought leaders? You've seen the people on this call and who's on these calls. You'll be on a team with those thought leaders on a monthly mastermind, on a weekly team call, and it doesn't get any better. So we're so happy to have all of you on. Sandy, just a little bit about the day as we're about to turn it over, give it to an amazing group. We have amazing Mr. Bill Walsh coming up soon. We have an amazing panel. Then we're going to have Sam Crowley, who's one of the original podcasters, but his message is amazing with his, 500,000 downloads and on and on and on.
Oh yeah. I mean, the schedule coming up is off the charts. We've got this amazing panel coming up. Aoife Roche is going to be on as well.
Yeah.
She's incredible. She talks all about how to increase your LinkedIn presence and artificial intelligence. She's got some incredible technology she's working with. But as far as the day, I mean, I'm like, just pinch me. I just can't even believe I've had the opportunity today. So thank you so much, Michael and Mo and Ava, for making this a reality for me. But to be able to talk to so many amazing people that I wasn't even prepared for. And it was like, okay, sure, I'll interview this person. Why not, right? But the panels, the podcast panels, those were incredible. And so if you missed some of it, just go to the Los Angeles Tribune Facebook page. It's going to be on there. You can click it and you can rewatch the whole thing. So that's where this recording is accessible for everyone. Go back and listen to it, take notes, because I'm telling you, there's been so much information. The value people are getting just from this day, it would cost you thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars in personal development courses just to have even a smidgen of this information. So
yeah.
And we're bringing it to you for free.
Yeah. Make sure you register too at quantumleap24.com because there's gifts and bonuses and things we have for all of you. So register at quantumleap24.com. That's quantumleap24.com. Make sure you're registered, especially because we're going to do a couple bonus calls, and you'll be talking directly on a Zoom to some of these amazing thought leaders, and you'll be getting to talk to Sandy and I. And you can ask questions, and we can really just have a dialogue, and that is such a critical piece. So Sandy, I'm going to turn the show over. I'm going to bring him up in just about a second. Mr. Roosevelt Williams III, as long as he's ready, and he puts his hand up and goes, I'm ready. All right. But the next panel is just going to be brilliant, and he's going to lead it because he's a leader in the industry. I'm going to bring you up so they can see. There you go. His happy. There you go. How are you, Roosevelt?
Oh, I'm phenomenal. I'm appreciative. One hop from the top. How about yourself?
You're the best. It's been a great day. The momentum is building. We have so many great speakers to come. Your panel is going to rock the world. Sandy and I are going to go away, and we're going to turn the show over to Mr. Roosevelt Williams.
Have a good time.
Thank you. I hope everyone is excited for this new year, this quantum leap that we're taking. I want to give a critical success factor first and foremost. This is 2024. I want to encourage everyone to drop the 20 off and just focus on the 24 hours that we have in a day. I want everybody to get excited. And most importantly, this is a leap year. So we have another 24 hours to make it happen. No opportunity wasted. Today, I'm happy to be here, maximizing this 24 hours. And we use Sunday to be able to evaluate our progress. Sunday is that evaluation piece. If you don't record it, you won't be rewarded. So making a quantum leap, you have to scale. And most importantly, this is the year to either focus and fix or focus on your task. And let me break it down a little further. Let's focus. Let's focus on one course until successful. And when we're focusing on our task, focus on your talents, your abilities, your skills, and your knowledge. So to make this quantum leap, let's focus on our task. If you're looking for tasks, just focus and fix what you've started. I'm excited to be here, and we have some guests in the room. I am Roosevelt Williams III, the president and CEO of Young Black in Business. Young is a state of mind, so we have members of all ages. The color black encompasses and absorbs all, and we define business as identifying a problem, providing a solution, and making a profit. That's the definition of business. Identifying a problem, providing a solution, and making a profit. So we have our members are joining us live here. I want everyone to get excited because this is an eclectic meritocracy. We provide educational, instructional, entrepreneurial content to early emerging entrepreneurs. The first distinguished gentleman that I like to introduce is Stephen. I like how you got your number in there, man. You're taking advantage of the now. Introduce yourselves and let us know how we can contact you.
Yes. Hi, guys. I'm Stephen De La Cruz. I am a hypnotist, business strategist, using hypnosis in your sales and marketing. And my phone number is right down below here, so you can text me anytime, and I'm available for you. Roosevelt, thank you so much, bro. I love you. I love your network. You definitely have really impacted my life a lot, so thank you so much.
Absolutely. And one of my favorite people in the whole wide world, we got Danny Essex. We call him Jump Ball. He's always ready. Jump Ball, introduce yourselves and let us know how to contact you.
Hello, my name is Danny Essex. I'm the founder, CEO, and designer of Jump Ball Apparel. You can reach me at jumpballapparel@gmail.com. Also, if you want to reach out to me personally, you can reach out to me at 619-940-9933.
Excellent. Get your information in the chat, both of you gentlemen. And I want to hear from you. Let's go with the hypnotist first. How are you starting this year off, and how are you making a quantum leap?
Yes, for us to have the best year ever in a new year, we have to do things new. So if you keep repeating things as we did last year and the previous year before that, it's not going to be a new outcomes, right? So every year has to be completely brand new. I'm joining a couple masterminds with Russell Brunson and a few others. So definitely excited to be part of those, and especially being part of a network. Your network is your net worth. So I definitely really encourage everyone to be part of YBNB. Definitely reach out to Roosevelt. I love this community and definitely have been a blessing to me. So definitely that's what I'm looking forward to in 2024.
And you're definitely a valuable, asset to have on the team, because you share with me all the time. The more you know, the more you owe. So for you even to be here to share your knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, contact my man 858-333-1534. Danny X is Jump Ball, just multi-talented, all-star player, just in the community, on the runway, business-minded. How are you starting your new year off, and what is that mental shift you're taking for this new year, Danny?
Well, my mental shift has been exceptionally well. I feel like I was energized at the beginning of the year, like I was completely activated for this year. So my main thing is getting out of my way, right? Because I am the worst person. I beat up on myself, as the discussion was earlier, as far as pretty much just utilizing your thought process, right? So for as me, I am the person that I try to utilize every aspect of everything that I do. But when things go awry, I usually beat up myself so bad that I'm like, oh man, why am I doing that? And I'm like, okay, I can't do that anymore, because I am taking myself out of my thought process in my transition as far as what I'm doing. So everything I am doing, I'm unpacking all of the baggage, as far as like the mental aspect of everything, leaving that behind where I need to leave it at, and just constantly move forward and just making myself better as I go along, and constantly networking with the people like these great minds that's been from the past couple of days now. It's just been extraordinary, and I'm so honored to be here to learn and constantly grow from this process.
Yeah. Yes, sir. And I can relate to you, eliminating roadblocks and also brain drains. Eliminating roadblocks and brain drains. That's kind of what I've been getting from this quantum leap. Before we move any further, you mentioned a mindset. And I want to share with you and be intimate with you and everyone that's on this call today on this Zoom that I'm personally going from the minnow mindset to the whale mindset. You know, the minnow mindset, just eating everything, going with the crowd, small-minded, no direction, not vetting, to the whale mindset, being more self-selective, seeing the big picture, having a coordinates, having a purpose. And, you know, it's about transitioning the mind. You know, whales are more self-selecting. Whales are vetting events, people, you know, so just seeing that big picture. What mindset, Stephen, are you going through right now? You know, where's your mind? Are you in the minnow mindset? Because in some arenas, you may want to be the minnow because there's big fish, there's opportunity. You may not be the brightest person in the room. Are you that whale? Where do you distinguish yourself right now? What mindset?
Yeah, I would say it's the aspect of like growth, right? So what would that be? I'm in the aspect of expansion and growth. 2020 really knocked everyone out, knocked us out for sure. But it definitely has been a moment of growth right now. Like the aspect of, okay, we're done with COVID. We're done with whatever happened back then. Now it's time for that quantum leap, as our title of our summit here. Just really like, okay, we know what, we put the 2020 behind us. We're no longer in the aspect of like hoping to build. Now we're built. Now it's a matter of just like getting out there and making it happen, right? And so because 2020 really put a lot of people out back, but now it's a matter of just growth, pure growth, quantum leap. And I love that the title of the summit.
Thank you, Jump Ball. Are you
Yes, sir.
are you there to share your mindset? What mindset are you in, man? Because you know you on the courts. You know what I mean. You on the runway. You're managing, multitasking.
Well, my mindset is always to network, right? I'm a big networker. Just recently, past couple of days, I was at the Retail Fest, right? Listening to these great other minds, you know, from Goldie Chan, even Dave East, he's a rapper and entrepreneur as well. You know, even Jack Harles from Midday Squares, you know, had the chance to listen to everything that they had to say, take notes, and had the chance to even talk to him and speak to him. So my main thing is constantly networking and being around great people who are in the places that I want to venture into, and always want to pick their minds and see where they started and what gems they can offer me as far as certain things, as far as marketing or certain avenues of where that I need to navigate to. But my mindset is always being around great minds as these phenomenal people on this panel right here, and always picking up gems and picking up the brain to learn more. So that's my main mindset, is networking and just building myself up doing this quantum leap.
And thank you very much for sharing that. My personal goal this year is to give more steak and less steak sauce. You know, looking for results as I make this quantum leap. And as vetting, I'm looking before I leap. Yeah, man, because you have a lot of individuals giving all steak sauce but no steak. Where's the substance? Where's the substance? You know, what's tangible about it? You know, are you able to, you know, walk on your words? You know, and I'm using myself as an example, you know, and really be able to take responsibility. Do you all know the price of greatness?
Everything.
Responsibility.
Yeah.
So as we take this quantum leap, we are responsible. You know, the person in the mirror is counting on us. So get excited. Get excited. So what's the phrase that pays with you? You know, give me a phrase, you know, that pays, you know, in your industry. Stephen, please share with me.
Oh, for me, a phrase that pays, I would say, what do you mean by phrase? Like a little tip or what? Or like a... Like
yes. You know, what is something that, you know, a truth that you can bring to power? Something that you tell yourself.
Yeah. You know, I just, my whole thing is getting people to say yes, right? When you get to the small yeses, it gets to the big yes. So my phrase that pays is say yes. So for me, whenever opportunities pop up, say yes and then figure it out. Saying no is always, a lot of times, is driven by fear. So for me, I'm just saying, you know, okay, let's just say yes. Say yes to opportunities, say yes to yourself, and just keep saying yes.
I like that. I like that because when we talk about roadblocks and brain drains, a lot of individuals put no in front of themselves, and a lot of times it's just your availability, not your ability. So just showing up and being available, getting out your way. That's what you said earlier, right, Jumbo? Getting
Yes,
out your
sir.
own way. I like that. I like that, Jumbo. What is that motivational piece that you? What's one of your positive affirmations?
Well, one of my positive affirmation is you can't hang around 2% minds when you have $1 million vision, right? So it's always surrounding yourself with the people that's going to inspire you, that's going to lead you to the places that you want to go and you want to be, right? I mean, you can have the best water in the world, excuse me. But then if you was trying to like tell people like, I have this best well of water here, not most of those people want to hear that information, right? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. So that's the whole point of surrounding yourself with pedigree people that's going to give you the right notions and the right degrees of how to navigate, because they've learned from their failures and they're going to show you and teach you the way to navigate to avoid those things. But pitfalls is going to happen. So that's one of my main things is, if you have that $1 million mindset, don't hang around 2% minds.
And I really appreciate that. And you mentioned water, and that's the essence of life. And I observe individuals, and I've been a victim of it myself, digging the well when you get thirsty. As we take this quantum leap, let's begin to dig our wells before we get thirsty, so we can be ahead of the game. We know that it's inevitable that we're going to get thirsty, so let's dig our wells now. Let's dig for those opportunities. Let's not dig our wells when we get thirsty. Have you all heard of Patty? Have you heard of Patty? So
No.
real quick, 30 seconds. Patty worked at a funeral home, but Patty was a people's person. Patty's always for the people. She's a people's person. Patty transitioned from the funeral home and shared with the people. If you were over 6'3", that the funeral home cut your feet off, and the families didn't have individuals buried with their feet. They weren't buried together because it was an open casket, so you didn't see their feet. Patty got the community in the hysteria. So the people went to the funeral home and demanded answers. They demanded answers. So before you know it, they start digging up bodies. And what did they find? Patty, the people's person, was on purpose. They found bodies that didn't have any feet that were buried. The moral of that story about Patty, the people person, is to find the truth, you got to dig deep.
I love it.
The truth is not at the surface. You got to dig deep. So be like Patty, be a people's person, and galvanize the people to dig deep. We have gold in our soul, but we got to dig deep within to pull it out and share with the world. So be like Patty.
I love your analogies, Roosevelt.
Be like Patty, absolutely.
Oh
absolutely.
man, bravo!
Oh, we on the same team, and maybe different sports, but we're all going after the same goal here. So we're sharing information, we're making that quantum leap together. And I want to let anybody know that's watching this right now that you're not by yourself. The reason why we started Young Black in the Business, because individually we were a thread. The entrepreneur journey can be lonely a lot of times. As you know, it's ups, it's downs. Sometimes you feel discouraged. But when you come and join a network like this, a quantum leap with the Los Angeles Tribune and others, we form a rope. So now we can start pulling our resources together. As you all know, but everybody that may be watching don't know, how do you make a rope stronger? How do you make a rope stronger? You start tying knots. You start making knots. You start working together. If you're an appraiser, get with a realtor. If you're a realtor and an appraiser, get with a loan officer. Let's start working together. If you're a plumber, get with a contractor. Get with a welder. We got to start making knots, passing the rope down, and we can use the knots as leverage to pull one another up. Doing business with each other. Giving steak, not just the steak sauce.
I love it.
Okay. So
definitely
moving forward, Stephen, can you tell us how are you moving forward this year? What some of the goals? How can we support you? Some of your up and coming events and activities. How can we support you this year?
Yeah, I'm passionate about training individual business owners and teams on sales and marketing using hypnosis and NLP. So anyone who has a stage would love to come and train. Also, I have a podcast looking for guests, those who have great stories of a life by design. It's called Life by Design Podcast. Reach out to me. I'd love to have you on my show. I have about 21,000 followers or subscribers, and been doing it since 2016. But yeah, definitely love. Hopefully, we'll be part of the expo coming up for the Young Black in Business here in San Diego. So definitely look forward to being part of that. But yeah, so thank you so much, Roosevelt. Really appreciate it. But reach out to me. My number's right below. If you want a free hypnosis session, I'll give you one free session so you can try it out.
Wonderful. Thank you for sharing and continue to be an asset to our network, and we're going to continue to support you. Jump Ball, how can we support you? What activities do you have going this year? How can all the viewers, the followers connect and join you, sir?
Well, there's a lot of different things that we have going on this year. One, we'll be back in Fashion Week San Diego for the 3rd year. So you can come out there and support us there for the spring showcase and the fall showcase. We have a couple other fashion shows lined up. We probably will do New York or maybe Orlando Fashion Week as well too. As far as supporting, you can go to jumpballapparel.com. Pick up some merch. If you need something personalized, please reach out to me personally, and just stay connected with me. Any way that I can help you in any of your ventures or any way, I'll definitely be available. But definitely be a part of Fashion Week San Diego. Come out and support. Check out the new designers. And as far as me as a junior being back in Fashion Week San Diego, we would love y'all support to come out and check us out on the runway.
Beautiful. And we're going to continue to support you both and highlight you both. This is just the beginning. Get excited. I want to encourage everyone that's watching right now to continue to do green activities and eliminate all the red activities. More green activities, eliminate the red activities. If you don't know what a red activity is, you probably need to focus and fix. But if you do know what your green activities are, just focus on your talents. And like I said earlier, focus one course until successful. Your task. Focus on your task, and that's your talents, your abilities, your skills, and your knowledge. And I want to say, if you want to learn more, go to joinybnb.com. That's joinybnb.com. Become a member today. Membership has its benefits. I also want to encourage you all to not only get feedback like you're getting today, but feed forward. Don't forget that. That's essential, like a spoon and a fork. You get the feedback, but also feed forward. And what that is, share what you're learning today. Because when you share with an individual, you're actually going to teach yourself in some ways. And you're going to be able to discover, it's going to be auspicious, but it's also going to be serendipity, because you're going to learn while you teach. And like I said, the more you know, the more you owe. So it's up to us to live, to give. Keep the information circulating. Go out and tell everybody about the Los Angeles Tribune and the Quantum Leap, about the hypnotist, how you can get a free session, 858-333-1534. That's for free session right there. Danny Essex and the Jump Ball and the fashion, San Diego Fashion Week. Get involved, get connected, get excited. This platform is here for us. So I also want to just conclude. Don't forget about Patty, the people's person. And I also want to let you know about talent versus technique. We all have talent. We were born with talent. You look at Kobe Bryant. He was talented from the time he touched the basketball. Your talent has a ceiling. However, continue to practice on your technique. Your technique could take you from good to great. Practice makes permanent. The reason why Kobe Bryant was so great, because he had talent and technique. He always focused on his footwork, always focused on his shot, always focused on his agility, his sustainability. That's how you go from good to great. That's a book by Jim Collins. So you have your talent has a cap. However, you can always get better on your technique. Okay, technique, even when speaking, you know how to pause, how to be poised. So yes, I encourage you to be able to discover more about yourself by digging deep. Remember about Patty, the people's person. So if there's any questions, concerns, put them in the chat. I'm going to ask Steven and Jump Ball to give us some last encouraging words before we transition, because what you say matters. So Steven, you go first. Give us 30 seconds of encouragement, and then Jump Ball, you're definitely going to lay it up for us.
Thank you.
My friends, if you were told right now you're given $10 million, everyone would say, yes, give it to me. Let's go. But if I told you, okay, you can get the $10 million, but here's a caveat. Tomorrow you don't wake up. And I say, now who wants it now? Everyone would say, oh, I wanted it, but not with that caveat. I don't want it. So with that reminder, keep in mind this is that anytime you feel less than, remind yourself of this story that your life is worth way more than $10 million. So you're worth it. You deserve it. Go after it. You only have one life. Live that life on purpose and live your life by design. Thank you.
I like it. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Jump ball.
Well, for me, I want to leave this piece of advice, just like Mr. Sean Cannon yesterday from Cobra Kai. He used an analogy that I use, fear. False evidence appearing real, right? There's no boogeyman until you make him the boogeyman, right? Those things right there don't exist until you make them exist, right? So my focus point is to break out of that comfort zone and exceed to everything that you want to be, right? So the thing is, just because you have obstacles don't mean that they're gonna hinder you in any way to constantly keep you on your path. So just stay focused on your path, stay committed to yourself, get out your own way, and surround yourself with great people and great minds like this great panel here today. And always learn. Focus on learning, reading, and educating yourself to make yourself better.
That's outstanding. And I want to just also say this is a think tank, and don't forget about the do tank. You know, all this information we have, get out there and do it. Make it happen. Go ahead and subscribe to Los Angeles Tribune. Go ahead and support the system. Share this link. Tell your friend what you're learning today. All this information, it's time for the implementation. Mo Rock.
Mr. Roosevelt Williams, such a pleasure and privilege to have you here. We know here at the Los Angeles Tribune how busy you are and how much you got going on. So for you to take time to be here is a blessing. And, you know, as I'm listening to you and listening to Stephen and Danny, I hear folks talking about purpose. That's what I heard so much in this conversation. And Mark Twain said that the two most important days of your life are the day you're born and the day you find out why. And of course, we all know that the unexamined life is a life not worth living. And this quantum leap form and the work of YB&B and what YB&B does as a community is it gives you the opportunity to examine your life. If you don't have people that can be your mirror, if you don't have folks in your life that can help hold you accountable to raise your vibration, to raise your frequency, then again, that famous quote, the unexamined life is a life not worth living. And so I want to thank YB&B for doing everything that they do in Southern California. We're very proud to have our diversity and media initiative in full effect. Every virtual summit that we do, we always want to invite members of the YB&B community. And I want to thank Stephen and Danny and Roosevelt. I just want to give you the floor for a couple more minutes here while I bring up Donna Campbell as well, one of our co-hosts. And I want you to just talk specifically about YB&B, because I think it's very important for a community to know about this incredible organization that I know Danny and Stephen are also a part of. So please, Roosevelt, if you would.
Well, here at Young Black in the Business, our goal is to make our long journey your shortcut. So we help individuals where they are, you know, and help them in their business infrastructure. We definitely can help them scale their business. We have a gala every year to be able to celebrate our members that have met their metrics in business. Our next one will be the first Sunday in December. We want to thank you again for contributing and being present. We also have our BizCon that's coming up, where we're going to have a mastermind on the mezzanine in San Diego, California. You heard of Comic-Con, where we're going to have a BizCon, and that's going to be on Saturday, May 11th. You can go to bizcon2024.com and get your tickets, find more information. We're all about coming together, tying those knots, like I said earlier in that analogy, and working with early emerging entrepreneurs, giving them the tools and the resources. Think about Young Black in the Business as R&R, you know, so we can refer you to Access Capital, and we can also recognize you. So that's what we do for early emerging entrepreneurs. We're that first step in their long journey. and we have 2 members here. And I want to be able to, Stephen, share your experience, and then Jump Ball, share your experience with Young Black in the Business, why you are members, and your experience, please.
Yeah, I love it because I met Roosevelt actually at a Bill Walsh event, and just the way he presented himself was like very wowing, very, very pure excellence in the way he speaks. And he said, "Hey, you should join us at Young Black in the Business." Like, I'm not Black. I was like, I mean, I'm not. And he told me like, no. It's about diversity. It's about the aspect. It's not about Black. It's about being diverse and being, young at heart. And he shared that whole thing today. And so I was like, you know what? Okay, let me go and let me get into this. I love network, right? It's a very cliche thing to say, but it's really truth. Your network is your net worth. And so I definitely don't like to deny being part of people's networks. So I say, you know what, let's do it. Let me jump in here. And so, and I just love the community that Roosevelt's built. And I told Roosevelt when I went to the gala in December, another wow, like, oh my gosh, like I was very moved by the extravagance that Roosevelt has built here in San Diego and Southern California. I met so many people from LA and Santa Barbara. So if you're anywhere in Southern California or anywhere in the world, this is the network you want to be part of, and that you want to come check out the BizCon and also the gala in December. Phenomenal excellence. It was definitely so. The network is what I really, really, really appreciate, and also seeing some old friends of mine. I'm like, oh my gosh, you're part of this event. You're part of this organization as well, and so it's really been a very exciting time to be part of this thing. So definitely recommend everybody to come check out Roosevelt's group with YBNB.
I definitely would piggyback off that. Roosevelt is a mover and a shaker. It's like he is all over the place doing great things. He is embedded in the community, and I commend him for everything that he does. Also, being a part of Young Black in Business, you get to network with a lot of great people within the community as well. There's so many events that's going on. So I am truly honored to be a part of it. I want to thank the Quantum Leap. I want to thank the Los Angeles Tribune for hosting this. So if you're thinking about a group of people that you want to network with, definitely reach out to Young Black in Business, be a part, become a member. It's a great organization. And from that aspect, Roosevelt is a mover and a shake, and I love being around a great person as himself. So I greatly appreciate that.
And Mo, before we transition, I just want to give these 2 distinguished gentlemen, 5 stars. I want to say we're definitely work in process, but it'd be wrong for me not to give them another breath just so they can be able to plug their businesses and their brands and their websites so they also could make knots with the Los Angeles Tribune. So Stephen, please, a breath, name, number again, and how to be contacted.
Yes, I am a hypnotist, and I teach and help people with their sales and marketing using hypnosis and NLP, a very scientific, psychological aspect to sales. I know sales was a topic earlier today, and so I thrive off of that. So I love that aspect. But also I do hypnosis with therapy. So I would love to offer anyone who out there, shoot me a message. We'll schedule it to do a free session for you, one free session of hypnosis, tap in your subconscious mind. Take away the blocks, take away the procrastination, traumas, or whatever else. And Mo Rock, I definitely would love to connect with you. Thank you so much for this amazing community. This is my second time being part of this Los Angeles Tribune, and I'm so excited. And thank you once again, Roosevelt. Nice to meet you, Dauna, as well as Danny. Oh my gosh, you guys are all rock stars. Love being part of this awesome community. Thank you so much.
Yes, I piggyback off of that as well. You can reach me at jumpballapparel.com. If you need anything from there, you can reach out to me personally. I will leave my number in the chat. And also upcoming events besides Fashion Week San Diego, we're also doing Casa Art Fashion Week as well too. So if you want to come out and check that out, that'd be at the Soapbox Factory moving forward. If anything that you need, like I said, reach out to jumpballapparel.com, 619-940-9933. I appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And Mo, just want to say, it's no ego, it's a we go.
That's right. Absolutely, brother. No, I'm so humbled that you always assemble such great people that add so much value to our programs. And I want to thank you, Stephen, Danny, Roosevelt, and certainly we'll be promoting BizCon in the coming weeks as well with a special program just dedicated to talking about BizCon and why folks need to attend. So stay tuned for that. Thank you, Roosevelt, Danny. We'll be back in 1 minute, Donna, with our next segment.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
And Donna, man, that was such an exciting panel. And I just love it when Roosevelt brings such an all-star lineup here for our community. And up next, we have somebody that's going to be very important to this dialogue and conversation of how to make 2024 your best year in life and business. Because, Donna, you and I both know that AI has been the main topic of conversation in all businesses. And it doesn't even matter what industry you're in. AI is impacting your business, your industry. And before we welcome this next guest, I just want to hear from you, Donna. I know the folks in the virtual auditorium have missed you, and here you're making a reappearance. So let's check in with you and see if you have any breakthroughs that you experienced that you'd like to share from one of our previous panels, please.
Yes, and actually just even listening to this last panel with the people that Roosevelt brought on, I think the most important phrase of that entire segment is you are worth more than. And it doesn't matter what you put after that, really, because each and every person listening to this broadcast, you are worth more than whatever you insert. And that is just an absolute truth to me. So that rang true.
Absolutely. And we're going to welcome Aoife to the stage here. Aoife, welcome to the Quantum Leap Forum. And, you know, a lot of folks, I just want to make sure that we could hear you and see you, Aoife. Aoife, are you with us? There was a little bit of a delay.
It's a little bit of a glitch. I wasn't an AI. I was the real me.
Okay, because you had me fooled for a second. I'm like, is that an avatar? No avatar. So one thing I'll start off by saying, Aoife, is a lot of people don't even know what AI actually stands for. You see, a lot of people are under the false assumption that it actually stands for artificial intelligence. What you and I know is that it actually stands for Aoife intelligence. And today we're going to find out why. So Donna, I'm going to give you the floor so you can ask some AI related questions with our special guest Aoife for the next 20 minutes or so. Aoife, Donna, the floor is yours.
All right. Well, I'm excited to have you here. I know we got to spend some time together at an event, a networking event over several days. And why don't you just share with everybody here a little bit about what you do and what really inspires you about the work you do with AI?
Yeah, so my name is Aoife Roach, and I'm the founder of a marketing agency called Attention Grabbers. And we're about 2 weeks away from launching another AI agency. So I've been in the marketing space for about 4 years, but when we really saw ChatGPT come out at the end of last year, what I recognized very quickly was how the entire game was about to change with regard to everything that we do in marketing, as well as every other industry. And I think Mo touched on it very, very much so there a while ago. There is no one who's going to be unaffected by AI. So when I started looking at the technologies, my core values are how can we do things better, faster, and more efficiently, so that we can create more time to spend time with our families, to enjoy our day-to-day lives, and how can we create more efficiencies. So one of the things that I enjoy most about what we're doing in the AI space, well, first of all, is the idea that because I'm an introverted extrovert, right? I'm one of these people that people think is very extroverted, but I'm actually kind of introverted. And one of the challenges that I saw that I had was showing up more consistently on social media. So with the evolution of AI, we are now able to not only create digital versions of ourselves or avatar versions of ourselves, but we're able to do that massively at scale. So that's one thing I'm finding extremely exciting. And then the other idea that is very exciting in the AI space for me right now is the idea of these GPT agents. And I won't go too far over anyone's head right now at the moment, but we are moving into a phase where you are going to be able to insert all of your information into a GPT agent that's going to be able to speak like you, talk like you, write articles like you, and all of that. And for the busy entrepreneur, that is a huge time saver. So those are the things that I'm very, very excited about with 2024. And I think everyone needs to be thinking about what is their AI. So, we're on here to talk about quantum leaping. Quantum leaping in 2024 is getting on the AI train now, before we end up in a situation where you end up getting left behind.
Absolutely there. And I will want to ask this question here because I think there are some myths around AI that need to be debunked, for lack of a better word. Because a lot of what I hear in some of the social circles that I'm in is, oh no, it's going to take over the world. It's this, it's like that. And honestly, I don't think that's true because it's been around. We just didn't call it AI. So, or we just didn't have the right verbiage. So can you share with us a little bit about that and the myth that this is something new? It's really been around for a while. And the history, maybe a little bit of the history of it, because
Yeah, so it's like AI is not a new concept. What is the new concept is the idea of generative AI. And generative AI being available to the masses. Before, you had to be like a programmer or a web developer to really understand how to actually leverage AI correctly. But when ChatGPT launched and you had this open AI, everyone was now able to leverage the power of AI because you could use ChatGPT to help you to do the jobs that you help you to write your articles, help you to write your social media posts, do research, write marketing campaigns, do Facebook ads, all of these kind of things. So what happened was there was a dramatic shift to people not knowing about it or having access to it, to all of a sudden everyone having access. And that created fear in the market because people are afraid of what they don't understand. Now, when it comes to AI going to take over the world and all of this kind of stuff, right, there's always going to be a shadow side to everything. But when we look at the idea that AI massively optimize our processes and make us more efficient, what that means is it's going to create more time for people to focus on activities they actually enjoy doing. Like all of the mundane tasks are going to essentially be eliminated. Now, there is inevitably going to be job displacement, right? For sure. Even in my own industry right now, like our copywriters, we have the AIs are doing the copy now, the AIs are doing the video editing. A lot of the AIs are writing the blogs, the AIs are doing the social media posts. So a lot of the things that we would have had been hiring outsourcers for are now actually being done by AI. But what that means is there is an opportunity for every one of those. So the copywriter now changes and becomes a prompt writer. They're just shifting the focus. And I think what's critically important is that people understand the genie is already out of the bottle here. And there is no turning back. So rather than us being fearful of it, we need to look at what can we do in our business so that we can leverage this technology to go back to what I said, to do things better, faster, and more efficiently. Because that is really what this is about. And it's knowing that AI is here to help you rather than it's not coming for you if you have the right mindset towards it. If you just reject it and try to block it, unfortunately, you're going to become a casualty of, this new generation that is literally upon us, and it's moving so fast right now.
Yes, and I agree because it seems like every month, every other month, there's something new and a new way to utilize AI within our business. And one of the lessons that I learned over this last year myself was without you, AI needs you, really, essentially, for it to be AI. And so that kind of took out a lot of the fear and the learning for that for me. But here we are at the Quantum Leap Summit, and it's quantum leaping your life and quantum leaping your business. So, how can you use AI to quantum leap in 2024?
Yeah, so and there are on average about 2,000 AIs, maybe even more, being released a month right now.
Wow.
So, and even ChatGPT agents have just launched in the App Store in the last couple of weeks. So at the middle of November, we came out with ChatGPT. So if for anyone who wants to quantum leap their business, and please pay attention when I'm telling you this, because it's very important. When you open up your ChatGPT, as long as that you're on version 4.0, there is an option in the settings now. If you go down and you click, and it's called My GPT. And what that enables you to do is you can create a GPT for your business. So, like Donna, what you could do you could feed it all of the articles, all of the blogs, all of the podcasts, everything that you've ever done, and you could feed that up into an AI. And that AI is then you can give the AI tasks. So you could say, write me my social media posts for the next 4 weeks. Help me to write an article on this particular topic. All of these kind of things, which is going to free you up to be able to spend more time doing what you're amazing at, is working with the clients, helping them to transform their mind and deconstruct all of their beliefs and all of that. But the evolution of the GPTs for me is one of the biggest game changers in 2024, that everyone should be going in and having a look at how they can create their own GPT. There's two tabs. There's a create tab, which is where the GPT learns, and there's the configure tab, where you can load up all of your information. So I'd like everyone on the call to pay your $20 for ChatGPT 4, and then go in and click on create my GPT. And that alone, that one thing, is going to save you hundreds of hours in your business in 2024. And then the other thing is just to pay attention to the different AI software. So I have a LinkedIn and AI training course. I did it in April. I had to recreate it again in October. And I highly anticipate I'll have to recreate it again in March, because it is moving so fast. So you need to find who are the industry authorities who are talking about this, who are giving away these AIs, and it will be in the resources hub. So for anyone who signs up, they're going to get that resource where every week I give away I think it's like for 12 weeks, I give away the AI tools that we found and all of the LinkedIn tips to help people. It's free. There's no charge for it, to help people to figure out, because with so many AIs being released every single week, it's very difficult to kind of sift through it. So we do that heavy lifting for you, and then we give you the AIs that we recommend that everyone looks at.
Wow. I love all of that. I love it. I think also too, one of the, I don't want to say skills, but one of the perks of utilizing AI is to have an omnipresent presence out there, like a 360, and that you're everywhere, showing up all the time, because that can be set up in programs. So can you share with us a little bit, how can you use AI to really create that omnipresent experience and put your work out there for everyone?
Yeah, so here's another one. So get your pens out. It's called repurpose.io. Everyone just write down repurpose.io. Repurpose.io will enable you to choose one primary platform where you're posting your content. And then once it goes on that platform, it will then circulate it out to all of your other platforms. So you can post something on Instagram, and then it'll go on your TikTok, and it'll go on your Facebook, and it'll go out into Shorts. So that's one way that you can really be omnipresent. Now, the other thing that we're working on, and if people go onto my LinkedIn profile and my Facebook profile, and what me and Mo joke about is the avatars that I'm creating. Now, the avatars that we are creating, we take a 2-minute video, we make it as lifelike. People, I did a poll on my Instagram recently, and believe it or not, 80% of people thought the avatar was the real me and the real me was fake me, which is quite ironic, right? That's how much the technology is moving. So you want to also start to think of this idea of having avatar content. Like we're working now with the LA Tribune Podcast Network. I want to be one of the first people to launch an avatar podcast, an avatar video podcast. And what that means is you can then leverage not only the text on the GPTs, but you can leverage a visual. And with our new platform, what we're going to do is you can put the text will append it onto the visual and your video will get created. You can put your video on repurpose.io and then you're everywhere. So repurpose.io I found is a really, really great one. And the other one to help you, here's another one, it's called Video, VIDYO. If you go on there, that will caption all of your videos for you. It'll cut it up into shorts for you. And that's another really good one. So then you can have your content edited, fully edited on video, and then you can put it into repurpose.io, and then it will go across all of your social media platforms.
Wow. I was familiar with one of those, but not both. So that's incredibly helpful. And I don't know if you guys saw me. I had to like literally reach over to grab a new pencil because mine get shortened here. And so anyway, what I was curious also about too, because I know when we had a couple of conversations, you were sharing some of the fun things that you were doing in LinkedIn. And I got to see some different things with avatars and languages so it can cross different cultures and different boundaries. Can you share with us a little bit about how that works and why you might maybe want to do something like this to reach places and other countries?
Yeah, so one of the key things that's coming out now as we advance with the visual is not only becoming a 100%, but now the visual can speak 40 languages. So I can take a video right now of me using an avatar, give it a script, and then that can be converted into 40 different. So I'll just answer that question. It's VIDYO. Just answer that question. And it can be converted into 40 languages. So I want to talk to anyone here who has a course or any sort of online learning platform or LMS. First of all, imagine that you could now create an avatar to help you to create your course. So that then you don't have to sit and record the video, because that's the biggest blocker that I hear people talking about. But the other one is that then you can take your course and you can convert it into any language. So you could launch in France, you can launch in Germany, you can launch in Dubai. It speaks Arabic, it speaks so many different languages. We have one client who is a roofing company, and he is in Florida, but because there's a huge population that speaks Spanish there, and we've actually got avatar videos of him speaking Spanish. And he doesn't speak a word of Spanish. And everyone was like, wow, we didn't know you could speak Spanish. And he's like, I don't. And they're like, we saw a video of you speaking Spanish. And no one even realized it wasn't him. So I want people to ruminate on that. If we talk about the idea of quantum leaping, imagine being able to reach all of these different audiences and speaking to them in their native language and becoming the authority without ever having to record the video. You can do this all using AI. So there's some really, really special things coming with regard to not only cloning the visual, but also how you can use your GPT to write it, and then how you can use the AIs to edit it and repurpose it.
And we're listening to Aoife talk about AI, Aoife intelligence, and I'm just so excited to be able to sit back and take notes. And I'm very pumped up about the translation, because the technology, what's incredible about AI is that the technology is evolving. It's now at a point where it's self-evolving. And research and development departments at a lot of these companies are using AI to evolve AI. And what that is doing is it's creating a Mach 10 speed of evolution. And so I believe in the next few months, we're going to see advancements that we're accustomed to seeing in decades. And what you're speaking about as far as translation goes, Aoife, I mean, the next summit that we do like this, I believe will be instantly available in over 40 languages in our voice tonalities. I mean, I think we're very close to actually seeing that. In fact, Meta, and yesterday we had one of the most powerful people in the whole organization of Meta on this platform. I believe the official title was the Assistant Chief Legal Counsel of Meta, was one of our guests. And I didn't have a chance to talk to him about AI, but I've noticed that there are already AI language features and translation features. And even captions are now allowed to be in audio on many different websites. So we're in some seriously exciting times. So I'm going to give you the floor, Aoife, to talk a little bit with your final message you'd like to share with our audience about AI, Aoife intelligence. And then we're going to ask you to shift gears and play the role of a guest co-host with us here while we welcome the next segment. But Aoife, the floor is yours for any final words of wisdom you'd like to share with our audience, please.
Yeah, so there's two particular key things I want to talk to the audience about it. And the first is, like I mentioned earlier, this idea of embracing the GPTs and the agents and what that's going to be made available to you. But information is only power if you actually do something with it. So go and test it and start playing around with the GPTs and start to really learn about what is actually possible. And when you're using GPTs, what I say is make sure you give it a persona, that you tell it who it is, you tell it what you want it to do, and then you tell it the task that you want it to do so that you can train it. That alone in itself will help you massively grow and scale your business with regard to how much content you can actually create. But then the other thing that I want people, and it really surprises me how many people are not doing this. I know that LinkedIn is not the sexiest platform out there, right? But LinkedIn is the highest generating ROI platform. It trumps Facebook, Instagram, all of the platforms when it comes to the platform that's going to deliver you the most ROI. So if you're now using your agents to help you build that content, or you're using the AI to help you create visuals, start showing up on LinkedIn and build yourself as a credibility and authority, because you are going to meet the intention of the person on LinkedIn is very different to the person on Facebook and Instagram. They're actively looking for someone to do business with and network with. So of all the platforms that I don't want people to neglect in 2024, and make a firm commitment to quantum leap your LinkedIn presence, and then quantum leap your LinkedIn presence with AI, and then quantum leap it with a visual. And if you do that, I promise you that you are going to end 2024 so solidly, because you're going to be so much further ahead than everybody else.
Incredible practical advice, and I definitely agree. In fact, I barely use LinkedIn, Aoife, but I'm going to start using it more often, and recommend my team to also use it more often. And so here's, and we're going to segue now, because we have a very special guest that's about to join us in about a minute or so. What I want to do is I actually want to ask both Donna and Aoife and Ava, if you're available, to also join up here, because I have a question for each of you. Now, one thing that all of us here on stage have in common is all three of us have been students. In fact, all four of us have been students of our next speaker, Bill Walsh. And, you know, I attended his course on public speaking. I know a lot of the folks here on stage and part of the summit have been his students in many different ways. So I want to start with you, Donna. What has Bill Walsh meant for your life and for your career? The floor is yours, please.
You know, I absolutely love Bill, because out of all of the classes and everything that I've ever taken from him, his guidance, his mentoring, his training, his coaching, he's on point. And the things that he taught me that I didn't think was relevant 2 or 3 years ago, I see and experience every day in my life today, because it shows up. You have to put in the time, you have to put in the work, you have to take those action steps, get over it, just go do it. Yesterday's gone, you only have today. So out of all the things that he ever taught me, there are so many. I could probably write a top 10 for Bill Walsh pretty easily. You know, and one of them up there is relationship capital. That's probably been one of my biggest learnings in the last couple of months.
Aoife, what has Bill Walsh meant for your life, meant for your career, please?
A lot of flights.
Yes.
No. Look, Bill is a master connector, and he's a master networker, and he's a really, really unique ability to understand exactly what you need at that time, and then put you in the room with the people who are massively going to be able to help you. And he is like, since we started working together, like it's been pretty fast. He did say to me in the beginning, put your running shoes on, and I thought he was kidding, but he was not. So we've done a whole host of different things together. He's connected me to a big bunch of really, really high level people to help me in my business. But one of the most impactful things was when I did his speaker training. So before, I was going out doing keynotes, but I never understood how to sell from stage. I understood how to do a keynote and talk on stage, but how to sell from stage is very, very different than speaking on stage. And then the first time that I actually went out, like I made over 5 figures on my first speaking event on my first day out after his training. So, you know, the proof is always in the pudding. It's not about what someone tells you what they can do. If someone shows you what to do, you go out and apply it and it works. So for me, and what I'm most excited about in 2024 is the stages that I'm able to get on with his blueprint and everything that he's taught me about how to actually go out and not only make an impact, but also do it in a way that compels people to actually want to do business with me and want to work with me.
Absolutely incredible. And Ava, real briefly, before we bring him on, what has Bill helped you as far as what you have learned from Bill? And we all know that he's a Hall of Fame speaker, but please, Ava.
Well, as editor-in-chief of the Los Angeles Tribune, always as partners with Bill Walsh in his events, you know, I guess we didn't have to enroll, but I cannot afford to not enroll in Bill Walsh's program because the biggest things that I've learned from Bill is service. You know, it's about serving others and being really, really good at highlighting other businesses and other entrepreneurs. And, you know, that's exactly what we do in the Los Angeles Tribune. It resonates very deeply with me. So I'm all out, like really everything that Bill teaches, you know, I soak in. And I'm excited for this hour.
I'm excited as well. And we're going to welcome Hall of Fame speaker Bill Walsh. And, you know, we're going to actually have a special segment here because 2 of your students, Donna and Aoife, are going to be interviewing Bill in this incredible segment. So with that being said, my first question for you, Bill, is how can the folks watching at home turn 2024 into their most productive year in business? Because it's January. This is the Quantum Leap Forum. So that's my first question. And then Donna and Aoife will take it from here. Thank you, Bill.
Well, I would say the more they put down in their calendar all the things you've got planned for them, they're going to have more success. So I know sometimes it's hard to look at the whole year at a glance. I know sometimes it's hard to schedule everything. But if this team has something going on, if Ava's got something going on, if Aoife's got something going on, if Dawn's got something going on, Mo, if you got something going on, people got to plug in. So I would say you start with something called a power planner. So you don't have to use mine. You can go down and you can print one off your Outlook on email and have a whole year, what's called year at a glance, broken down month over month over month over month, and ask yourself, to achieve your financial goals, how many customers do you have to effectively serve? See, the problem with most entrepreneurs, they dream about all the money they're going to make. They dream about cars and vacations and houses and jets and boats and taking all these, you know, buying this and buying that. Well, tell you what, all the things you buy are not going to bring you happiness. Someone's got some background noise, but what's going to bring you more happiness is that sit down today and write down in this next year, what does happiness look like for you? But when you start to look at your financial projections, the mistake that people always make is how much money you're going to make. How much revenue you're going to generate. If you will literally sit down today and work backwards and say, I'm going to make $1 million. And let's just say that your clients pay you $5,000 for your service. Well, then, you know, you've got to serve 200 clients. That means you've got to serve roughly 50 clients a quarter or 17 clients a month. And if you really want to make 2024 one of your best years ever, the minute you focus on serving clients and activating clients and having them use your products or services because you know you can really help them, the money's a byproduct. It's not the other way around. People go chase the money, they'll stay broke. The 3 phases for most entrepreneurs called Busyville, and you've probably seen it, Brokeville, and then of course Burnoutville. And that's where 86% of US companies go that are new startups. So to avoid that, start today. You heard about quantum thinking, right?
Quantum thinking is that you see it as if it's already done. You see it as if it's already happened. And people will look at you like you're crazy. You're not crazy. You're on path and purpose with a clear vision. And if your friends think you're nuts and your family thinks you're crazy, you're probably on the right path. But this thinking has to start before anything shows up. You want quantum results? Engage in quantum thinking. Begin to think something as if you know it's going to be. It already is. Because now all of a sudden you can build a plan around what your vision already looks like. You know, people laughed at Edison. You're not going to make any light bulbs. This is never going to happen. You can't make electricity. You can't do any of this stuff. He was laughed at until he tested it real time. And when he tested it real time after 10,000 attempts to make that light bulb work, it became a reality. Today, everyone looks back and says, oh, he made it look so easy. It's never easy, you guys. Understand that you want to build something great. You're going to be laughed at. You'll be ridiculed. You're going to have haters. You're going to have all those things. But you know what? It all needs to inspire you. It needs to motivate you first, inspire you second. And that true inspiration does not come from motivation. If you motivate idiots, all you have is motivated idiots, and they're just running around. But when people are truly inspired, people think they're crazy. You know, people thought Einstein was crazy. He was laughed at. His wife said, I'm leaving you. I'm out of here. He said, let me win the Nobel Prize. You can keep all the money. And if I don't win it, then don't worry about it. You're right. I'm crazy. He won the Nobel Prize. But he had to go to war-torn Russia when it was in the middle of a world war to prove his theory. So when people don't believe in you, it's okay. When people don't like you, it's okay. But if you really want to make this year one of your best years ever, realize that everything you've done up until this moment in your life has prepared you for what's next. So I want you to write this down. This too shall prepare me. This too shall prepare me. Every challenge, every heartbreak, every time that people didn't show up for your talk or nobody showed up for your webinar, it just prepares you for the next one. The customer didn't buy today. You got fired from your job. You know, the weather's bad. All these things that are out there, you know, you got to look beyond all that. You've got to begin to figure as if the question that Mo asked was so good is that what's going to happen in 2024 different than 2023? Well, you're different today. Where you were yesterday is not where you're at today. Tom, good to see you on there. Rex, good to see you guys on there. Parissa, good to see you. This too shall prepare me. You learn to have the vision so big that you see it as if it's already complete. I know the year's what's going to happen, but the minute you have that inside of you, nobody can take it away from you. Please avoid the negative people. Do everything you can in your power to change your voicemail. You know, you stop taking the negative calls. You've reached my cell phone at this time. Your call is very important to me. You know, I'm making some major changes in my life right now. And if I don't call you back, you're obviously one of them. I know you don't want to say that, but you know, life's too short to try to carry people. Look up Jim Rohn. He told you you can run a 100-yard dash, but you can't do it carrying 3 people on your back. So find who want to run with you. Believe it or not, there are people that want to run with you. When I told Aoife to get her running shoes on, she said, I'm ready. I said, good, go home and get some luggage. We're taking a private jet to Vegas to have dinner with some billionaires. Are you ready? She said, absolutely. I said, the next day we're flying this night. We're going to go down and have lunch with this guy named Les Brown. He's an amazing, incredible speaker, one of the greatest minds of our time when it comes to public speaking. She said, whatever it takes, I'll be there. She was having lunch with Les the next day. See, when opportunity shows up, you got to show up for it. You know, next week I'm hosting RFK Jr. in Vegas, February 4th. The week after that, I'm hosting Lee Steinberg. You might have heard of the movie called Jerry Maguire. You might know that guy. You're going to have some of the top athletes from the world, or all over the world, that have worked with this guy. One of his clients is Patrick Mahomes, February 10th at the Ahern Hotel. But you know what? If these things are there, you got to show up for them. We're doing a private jet mastermind this Tuesday to Dallas. Come and spend some time with some fabulous entrepreneurs. One owns a big public company, manages multiple holding companies. You get 2.5 hours in the jet each way to ask any question you want. And yet people will find out reasons why they can't go.
So
Go ahead.
Go ahead. One of the questions that I have for you, Bill, I know when you talk in the Rainmaker program, you often talk about motivation, but it's not so much motivation as it is momentum. How can we create the momentum, take it into 2024 and quantum leap and do all of these things that you're talking about?
Well, momentum is so different, right? Momentum they never teach you about in business. It's called the hockey stick effect. See, the problem for most entrepreneurs, they live in the world of motivation. I gotta have my coffee. I gotta do this. I gotta do that. That's all bullshit. When you're inspired, you can't sleep at night. You're so inspired. You're so excited about what you're doing. Sleep is overrated. You can sleep when you're dead. But man, while you're here, give it everything you have. And what I mean by that is that you've got a dream, right? You've got a plan. I wear a shirt like this, right? Let me just show it to you. Dream, plan, and execute. You think it's by accident? No, I live it every day. You got to start with that big dream in mind. Momentum is nothing more than the hockey stick effect in a business that helps you go from 25 grand to 150 grand, from 150 grand to $1 million, from $1 million to $5 million. The hockey stick effect is when you've got things in place. You got the right teams, you got the right systems, you got the right communications, the right leader. You got the ability to take action, and you got the ability to keep score, accountability. When you line up all those leadership, communication, teams and systems, execution, accountability, you're a rainmaker. We launched Rainmaker 18 years ago. Tell people write their books, write their grants, work on their business plans, get the right connections, mobile funnels, sales funnels, loyalty programs. We run the course. You get to come 6 days, 4 times a year. That's 24 days of training for you and 4 people for $5 grand for the whole year. If you can find something better, I'll get you my black card today. I'll sign up for it. But I know the network that you're a part of, the people you connect with, right? You got to ask yourself every day, are you keeping score or are you just a bystander? See, if you run the business, you got to keep score. You got to keep score every day. It's called LPC. Just right. And I know this sounds like, man, this stuff sounds so simple, Bill. You got to break this down for me. No, LPC, every customer can use, every business can use, right? Leads, presentations, and customers. Starbucks knows the leads, presentations, and customers every day within 10 minutes. Walmart every 30 minutes. Entrepreneurs, they know it once a year, called a tax return. So you got to realize that success is waiting for you. But if you don't answer the door, then you're going to miss the opportunity. I hate when days go by and I'm not productive. I see it happen. I see really talented people that are so freaking broke, it makes me sad because their ego, it means edging God out, right? Edging God out, ego. Because ego gets in the way. I'll set up chairs. I'll do tables. I'll help pack the plane. I'll make up graphics. I'll do whatever it takes, right? Because that's a sign of a champion. A true champion is willing to put the work in when nobody's watching. How many phone calls do you actually make a day? How many texts you send out a day? How many emails per day? How many people are you talking to about your business per day? How many new customers can you serve per day, per hour, per week, per month? And the minute you start to keep score, this becomes a lot more fun. Please, everyone, today, if you're listening, challenge yourself to keep score. Challenge yourself to create value for your clients where you're going way beyond the call of duty, right? We're launching a new TV network. We're going to launch it in Dallas in a couple months. We're shooting the show this Wednesday in Dallas, right? You can come and be on the TV and tell your story. We're creating a series called 20 for 20 about documentaries on entrepreneurs that are doing great things in this world. Because I believe the future is TV memberships. I believe you combine that with AI. If you get a chance to work with Aoife or Donna, they are brilliant at what they do. They're not good. They're not great. They're brilliant at what they do. But you know what? I've got to pay them for that. You're right. This is a business. Try to go to Harvard for 4 years and say, you know what? I'll just pay you later. Maybe if I want to pay you, I'll pay you. No, you got to get accepted to Harvard. And then after 4 years, they give you a big bill that takes the rest of your life to pay off. Go to MIT, pick any university, major university. They're going to make you work at it for up to 8 years to open a business you call a practice. You ever thought about this stuff? If you're listening today and you're saying, I'm not getting the results I'm looking for, then go figure out who does what you want to do. Go figure out who's great at what they're doing and go work for them for free. We just hired a new camera guy today because I've watched this guy's work for 10 years, the work he does. I can't wait to have him on the road with us because he's that good at what he does. Howard Hughes was the original undercover boss. He would literally go on jobs where he owned the company. He went to work at TW Airlines as a baggage handler because he wanted to see the experience the client would get when they booked a flight on TWA. So if you'll check your ego and you'll get the right teams and the right systems and the right process in place, it gives you the best chance to win. You know, it's the only way that I've found is that hard work will trump talent so many times. Now, I'm not saying that if you're 5'1" that you're going to play in the NBA, but what I am saying is that whatever your gift is, you have many God-given gifts, and you figure out the ones that, number one, you're great at. Number two, it serves a lot of people. Number three, there's money in the space. Number four, you'd probably do it for free. If you can tap into that before your life comes to an end, then you experience what living's all about. If you can watch your kids grow up and become good kids, if you can make a difference somewhere on the planet, you know, you were born to do great things. If you're listening today, I want you to write this down. I am here to do great things. I am here to do big things. I'm a miracle. Nobody comes out and say, look, there's an average one. Never happens that way. What else you guys
So Bill,
got?
just on, yeah, so I want to talk about, and you touched on so many different really nuggets in that, but the power of community, right? So with the Rainmaker program, so I've already done 2 Rainmakers. We have another one that's coming up in March, and I'm going to that as well, because every time I go there, I learn something more. I bring my team there. Like you mentioned, we can bring people, then all of my team learns, so I'm not the one trying to do the implementations. Now, when you talk about the idea of building community, because that was something you really brought to my attention. One, the idea of building a community, and 2, being part of a community. Because I think a lot of entrepreneurs, they kind of go on this solopreneur journey of trying to do it all themselves. So could you talk a little bit about how important it is about, 1, building the community, and 2, finding your community and becoming active part of that? I think that would be really helpful.
Well, number one, that's a great question, is that you want to join as many communities where your presence is appreciated, number one. If you're not appreciated, check out. If you're not appreciated in life, in business, wherever it's at, it's time to leave. That should be a sign that's knocking you upside the head that says, if you're not appreciated, leave. But what I have found out is that when you're on the right communities, magic happens. Put yourself in organizations where you're being challenged. Put yourself where you're being questioned. Put yourself where you're not the smartest person in the room. But the second one's even bigger. If you understand a unicorn business based on basic terms is $1 billion valuation, less than 5 years in business. If you look at every unicorn for the last 20 years, every unicorn company, they've all done one thing. They built something called, and I know you were talking about this, right? But they built something called an AC. They built an active community. Uber, Dollar Shave Club. Go down the line of all these companies, right? Airbnb, even Southwest Airlines got aggressive in building active communities where the community becomes bigger than the story. The community, if you look at these groups that are online, you know, where they've got 2 million, 5 million, 10 million people in their groups. I have a friend right now that has an active community, has 20 million subscribers that pay him $6 a month. It took him 5 years to build an active community with 20 million subscribers, $6 a month. Netflix, active community. Because what they've done, Amazon, communities, right? They figured out ways to create so much value. Facebook, where you check in on a regular basis. And those active communities where the valuations in a brand. You know, and when you want to think about this today, well, how do I do that, Bill? Number one, you can create a mobile community. You know, there's an app out there called Mingle, MINGL.NO. It's free. Build your own influencer page. It gives you free global text messaging for all your groups. Use something where Facebook groups, you can use that. There are now private social networks. You can build your own networks today and begin to build that community of people that, number one, have an interest in your business, an interest in your industry. Create your Facebook groups around industry specific. So real estate group. If you want to have a dental group, I don't care what it is, create a group around health and wellness. Create a group around mindset and belief systems. Not about your mindset or your belief, but around generic groups that are built to serve that community. And then begin to drop nuggets in there every week. Drop content. We run multiple groups online, whether it's our Facebook Global Business Network. We have the Rainmaker community. We have private communities. But you can start and say, you know what? I'm going to give free content, make it all for free. And then from there, you can add value drops inside on a weekly basis that move them to learn more. Use opt-in codes, use QR codes. I'm a huge fan of a platform called Mobex Pro. MobexPro.com lets you build active communities all through text messaging, where it'll follow with that client for life. And yet people don't realize that 90% plus will open their texts. People don't even open their emails. There's new laws coming out another week that's going to curb your open rates by another 60 or 70% if you're not compliant with these new laws. So you got to be tuned in. If you're not tuned in today, you're tuned out. But when you get those communities building, you can do whatever you want, because people laughed at Jeff Bezos. Just write this down. They laughed at Bezos in 96, said no one's going to buy your stupid books. 20 years later, 25 years later, he sells you whatever he wants because the community is so big, and all he does is drop value nuggets inside there. So as you start today, newsletters, use constant contact, text messaging, email campaigns, social communities where you're not selling anything, you're just giving good content. Like you're on this today, Los Angeles Tribune. They're building an active community. People get to plug in because Mo has a vision bigger than himself. He has a team, and he's attracted so many great people. Me being one of them, I love working with this guy because you know what? He's always forward thinking. He's always positive. Get around people that are moving forward, not talking about the past. If you drive your car and look in the rearview mirror all day, you're going to crash. That's why the windshield's so big. What else you guys got? I'm on fire today. I'm ready. Let's go.
You are. Oh my goodness. So one of the things I alluded to earlier when you were being introduced, and it kind of plays off the concept of building communities, is really that relationship capital. And I know that even going through the different training, you learn it, you understand it. A year later, you have a deeper meaning of it. 2 years later, you have another deeper meaning of it. So can you talk about the importance of relationship capital and what it means to use that quantum leaping this year?
You know what? If you invest your time with great people, great things will happen for you. If you hang out with 4 broke people, you'll be the 5th. It's only a matter of time, I promise you. So when I think about investing in relationships, if you meet somebody one time, you're meeting them for a reason, a season, or a lifetime. It's for a reason, a season, or a lifetime. So the fortune's not in the meeting. The fortune's not in the follow-up. Write this down. The fortune's in the follow-through. The fortune's in the follow-through. You know, I always like to give away gifts. If you want to copy my new book and you want to get plugged in for our events, it's easy. You text the word success to 26786. Take out your phones right now. Text the word success to 26786. I will follow you for the rest of your life. Whether I've met governors, I met heads of state, I've met the most successful entrepreneurs in the world, I always follow up. And I find a way to follow up that's easy, simple, and fun. It's never about what you're doing or what you're trying to sell or your business. You follow up and make sure you know what's going on with them. You figure out ways to add value to those in your life that play at a much higher level, because as you add enough nuggets into their wheelhouse, they're going to tell people about it. And the difference is many times their mouthpiece could be 100 times larger than yours. And the fun part about that is, you know what? When you're serving them and they feel value in that, they're going to tell other people. But you got to be willing to show up for your own success story. I see so many people today, they're so talented and they won't show up for their own success story. I want you to write this down. My story is too big to play small. My story is too big to play small. And if you want some of those free gifts, like I said, you text the word success to 26786. I'm sure somebody can type it out in one of these chat boxes that are in here and get followed up on, right? Get into some free communities and get details on events we got going on. Our event list is rich. We're going to be doing the Global Mobile Congress in next couple months over in Barcelona. We're doing workshops in Dubai, and we're doing it all on private jets. So we have the opportunity, if people want to go on a G550 and travel the world, listen, you tell me how big you want to play, and I'll tell you right now that I can help you build a plan around it. I'm honored, and I'm truly honored that I get to coach billionaires and work with startups and everything in between. So, you know, you're a miracle, and own that you're a miracle. And if people try to put you down, if you get around negative people want to put you down, listen, just silence is a great way to send a clear message.
I love that.
That's really, yeah, and it's true. I saw that social media post, and I think that's something, Bill, that I've definitely learned a lot from you, as well as how important it is to be surrounded by the right people and how you have to fire the negative people in your life. So let's say for the entrepreneur out there who knows they're playing a small game and who knows they're not showing up for their own success story. What are if you were to give them one thing that is massively, now joining Rainmaker, that's a no-brainer, right? Because for me, that has been such a game changer to massively amplifying my network. And also helping me to grow both personally and professionally. But what can you say to them if they know that they're going to face resistance from their peers or because they don't have a strong network around them? What advice would you give them about how they can shift that quite quickly?
Well, everything like this takes a bit of time, right? So whatever you've done for the last 2 years has put you in the position you're in. So if you don't like your bank account, it's from what you did the last 2 years. And I do know this, and Dan, thanks for those nice words. I do know this, and Rex, I know that when you're in the middle of all the thickness or the toughness of life, right? You always look to find out who rings your phone. Who calls you when they know you can do nothing for them? Who calls you when they know that you can do nothing for them? Who calls you when times are tough and says, you know what, here's a lift up, or here's just, you've got someone in your corner. I'll be that person in your corner. You're having a tough day, a tough week, a tough month. You can find me on social media. My phone number is out there somewhere. You can send me a message. You know, I did something at Christmas. I said, if you're home alone for Christmas, you come down to the hotel and I'll buy you dinner. I don't care if you live anywhere in Nevada, you're near Las Vegas. I rent out half the restaurant. I said, whoever wants a meal, I'll just buy you guys dinner so you're not alone on Christmas. And you know what? A lot of people took me up on that, and some people didn't. But at the same token, it said, what do you do for others that can do nothing for you? You will learn so much about people when they do things for you, when there's nothing in it for them. And that is a great gift. And you're going to find in your life that you're going to have to let some things go and let some people go to become the person that you're destined to be. A butterfly does not look like a butterfly when it starts out. Not at all. And I'm telling you, the butterfly effect is out there for everyone when you're willing to step outside your comfort zone. It's when you're the furthest outside your comfort zone and it lines up with your vision that you become unstoppable. And that's what really, when you talk about a quantum leap starts with you and your thinking, your belief system. But it also is about becoming unconsciously competent in your space. You can't be an imposter. You can't be a fake. You got to be good at what you do. I could never tell people that I could make them this magnificent dinner because I'm not a cook. I'm not a health coach. I'm not a life coach. So why would I try to be a life coach when that's not me? I'm not going to be nice to you. I'm not going to kiss your ass to make you feel good. I'm going to tell you the tough things that are required to build a great business and some of these other things you can learn from other coaches. You're going to find that successful people, they hire multiple coaches. LeBron James spends millions of dollars a year on coaches so he can play at the highest level. And Donna, you're a great example of someone that if they're going through challenge, if they need help with that biggest breakthrough ever, they should get on the phone because you've been there before. They didn't manage a multi-$100 million hedge fund. They don't know what those real challenges are like. You've been there. Aoife, you paid the ultimate price. You came from nothing. You traveled out of Ireland, came to the U.S. with nothing, didn't know anybody, and launched a great new business. And Mo, man, you're like the ultimate pioneer that I know. You keep reinventing yourself, and you do it in a way that shines light on others first. And that's what makes you so great. You know, Mo doesn't get up and say, I did this and I did that. Mo says, no, let me show you what that person's doing. And before you know it, you know, you got to show up for your own story and play full out. And if people want to put you down for it, tell them to fuck off.
That's
I love it. I love it. And I just do want to say something though about Bill's cooking. He's very modest. I've had his cooking at Fogo de Chao many times. He's a great cook.
I can make reservations, brother. You know that.
He does a great steak. and we have about 10 minutes left with Bill Walsh, and I just want to bring up a couple more of Bill's students.
Hey, Michael's in the house.
Hey.
Sandy. And let's start with you, Michael. Here in closing, because Michael, you were actually inaugurated into the Los Angeles Tribune Speaker Hall of Fame. And I didn't realize this until after the fact, that out of the 3 people that were inaugurated, 2 of them were students of Bill Walsh. And I just want to know, Michael, to kick it off, what has Bill meant for you, for your career? Please, floor is yours.
Hey, Bill, how you doing?
Great, buddy.
The biggest thing, for me was always find a mentor. And I heard this, right? We heard this way back. Jim Rohn used to talk about always find that mentor, that person in your life. And I kept watching Bill on stage, and he was on all these stages, and a lot of the stages, we worked with, and the students would come back and say, it's life-changing. I have literally gone through this Rainmaker and it's changed my life. And we probably put over 1,000 students through the system. Well, we didn't put them through. Bill got on stage and enrolled them in, and they kept coming. So I took this Rainmaker course, and it changed. It's, first of all, it's part of the reason I even got into podcasting, because I saw I could do something that I hadn't done before. It changed the way I talk, the way I present, the way I look at basically everything I do in the last, that was 2017, right? In the last 7-8 years. But it's taken thousands of students through that, and working with Bill and spending time with Bill. It's the way I phrase, it's the way I talk, it's just the way, even the cadence of my voice. Sometimes I listen to it. I listen to an old video of you, Bill, and I'm like, oh, for the love of God. And it is true. It's part of the reason that I am and in this industry, and what I've done is because of Bill Walsh. But we were with Chris Howard way back in Australia, and then this Jeff and Kane takes Australia by storm. And guess who their coach was? It was Bill. And I could just do this over and over and over. So thank you so much, Bill, for everything you've done for me.
Love you, brother. Glad to have you out there doing what you do, man. It makes a difference.
Thank you.
And before we give Bill the full floor to share his final thoughts, Sandy, I also know you're a student of Bill. What has he meant for you, please?
Oh, well, let me tell you, and I say this every time I have the opportunity. And now I'm so grateful to be hosting Speakers Theater every Thursday at noon Pacific time with Sean Lazan. So join us Thursdays Pacific time, noon Pacific time. But when I first met Bill, it was in December of 22 in Las Vegas, and I was there to do live podcasting. So I was sitting outside the ballroom, and I was only hearing bits and pieces. But what I did hear was like, where have you been? I would have saved a couple of $100,000 in all the courses I was throwing my money at, which were great. They were all fantastic, to just spend $5,000 to do Rainmaker, right? It was the most incredible course. I love it. I tell everybody, if you want just your business course it's incredible, jam-packed 3 days of information. I then went on to take Platinum Speakers, which was phenomenal. Changed everything for me. Most of my speaking is done virtually, and boy, did it really just change everything. So Bill, I am so grateful for you, and I love you. It was so great spending time with you on the cruise, and Austin and Aoife. It was amazing, and Donna, of course. So thank you so much.
Well, get your reservations for next year. It's going to be great again.
Awesome. And we're just going to give the floor to Bill. Any final words with our audience, please? Solo layout, the floor is yours.
I would just tell you, number one, that you're connected to a great group here. Listen to everyone that's broadcasting today. If you get a chance to work with Sandy or Michael or Donna or Mo or anyone that's on Ava, the whole team, get plugged into people that are moving forward. Please understand, if you spend time in a parked car, you're going nowhere. If you spend time looking in the rearview mirror, you're getting beat. But really, to understand quantum leap and quantum success starts with quantum thinking. It starts with you thinking way beyond what you can see and focusing what you can believe. You don't have to see things to believe them. They happen every day around you. I need you to think the same way about the way the sun comes up when you think about your future, as if it's already going to appear, as if it's already done. And then put the mind that has all the things, put that to paper, and then begin to dream it and plan it and then execute it. The toughest part is execution. Begin to write out a plan that shows how many clients you're going to serve each day, each week, each month. And before you know it, you're living into your own success story. Quantum success is two things. Become the intuitive performer. Become the one that understands what it really means to be unconsciously competent in your space, and pick that one niche. Don't be doing 20 things. Get one thing you're great at. Put that into a plan where you're wrapped around with a budget and a system and a team and an execution model. And then before you know it, right, you learn to condense time frames. You see things as they should be, not as they are today. And before you know it, you line up the right people to make that plan of action a reality in your life. And it's the only thing that I can tell you that has driven me so many thousands of miles ahead of my competition, is that I would always see things as if they were already done. And then I'd figure out who was required to make it happen. So with that, Mo, I love you, brother. I love all you guys for being on today. Thanks for all those amazing words. I'm just grateful. I'm eternally grateful for the work and for for the efforts you guys all do to help others.
Thank you, Bill. Love you too. And we'll be back in 1 minute with the next segment. Michael Silvers is going to do a fantastic one-on-one with Jonathan Trone, and you don't want to miss it. We'll be back in 1 minute.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Wow.
And welcome back. It's my honor to be alongside Mr. Michael Silvers. And I just want to take a second, Michael, because I haven't had a chance to publicly thank you for what you've done with the podcast network, what you're doing with Sandy, and really helping us on our mission to redefine the way the newspaper companies are perceived, not just in America, but around the world. And we believe that you're going to play, you have already played, and you'll continue to play a big role on our mission to really redefine and change the status quo. And I see Rex Sykes has also been in the background, leaving comments. Rex, you were very engaged with the last segment. I'm just curious before we move on, if you wanted to chime in and make any statements, because you haven't had a lot of airtime today, but you've been, in the back contributing a lot. Rex, do you have anything you'd like to say?
Well, I just think it's really cool when somebody who's out there doing it shares it, and breaks it down and makes it easy for other people to begin to imagine that they too could do it. But in order for that to happen, they just actually have to follow the directions of the person who's giving the directions. There's so many people who listen to mentors and coaches and never do what they say. So if you put it into practice, if you actually apply it, to know and not to do is not to know. But what Bill exemplifies, and what you guys here on the platform exemplify, is that if you know it and you do it and you share it, others can too. And for that, I'm very grateful.
Awesome, Rex. And yeah, that's something that's always puzzled me, is how some folks could seek mentorship and seek wanting to know the answers and actually be given a blueprint and then not follow it. That's something about the human condition that I haven't figured out. I know, Michael, you and Rex, both, one thing the two of you have in common is you two have been in the personal development space for a long time. And I imagine the two of you have seen a lot of that. And so I'm really curious, why? Do either one of you have an answer?
There's actually... Good. No, there is and there's not, actually. It's funny you said that, because during the break too, while we were eating, we listened to a Tony Robbins, actually, because he just did his big event, and he's still in that, trying to get the billion people and the ones that don't move. Again, remember, it's creating the habits, it's the mindset, it's putting everything into place. And some people also, they just need more time to prove it. And the other thing to always remember is that we can't all be leaders, right? Because you still have the greatest employees on the planet. You still have the people that work for the nonprofits and the teachers and people who do that. And the mindset that shifts, that changes them, at least from one perspective, and Tony talks about this all the time, is when you take the ownership. And so some people just don't move into the ownership, but in a way, we still need everybody to do what they do. And Jim Rohn, remember, Rex, Jim Rohn talked about this a long time ago about the McDonald's employee. McDonald's was made to be a place you start, but not that you're still at when you're 50. And I think it's when you start to take the ownership, and that's why you keep educating and investing in yourself constantly. And the ones who do move forward. Rex?
Oh, that's so beautiful. When, as an actor in Los Angeles in the 70s, we used to say, oh, I'm just doing this acting gig until a managerial position opens up at Jack in the Box or McDonald's or something like that. But and using Hollywood, there are a lot of people who they seek out the power brokers, and sometimes the power brokers give them a lunch or a dinner or a session and goes, here, do this, here's the notes on your screenplay or whatever. and they don't do it. They just take the advice and they walk away. And here's the consequence is that power breaker now knows that the person they just spent their time with is the person of no action. And they're likely not to give their time to them again. So you just is accidentally or inadvertently or for whatever reason burned a bridge when it could have been otherwise. Demonstrate your value and that you value their expertise enough to do what they say. But part of it is, Michael, part of it is that we, there's this push for people to color outside the lines before they learn to color inside the lines. You know, that if you find your own way and do your own thing and everything else. And so when they have the opportunity to learn from somebody who knows the steps, the process, the methods, the procedures, the strategies, they think, well, I'll just, do my own way. And then they miss by miles.
Yeah. I think that's an important piece. It is. And I've got to bring Jonathan up here in a second, but Rex, we got to talk about this. This is a great conversation we should have on one of the shows.
Sure.
Because the one thing I know that you still do and that I still do is we still take courses. We never. I'm in Aaron Young's course. Larry Gilman's mastery. I'm there. It's always right. It never. And I think that's that mindset difference. So I got to have Mo put me and you. We should do a show on this because this is a topic that so many people I think would love to hear more of, and this would be great. So Rex, thank you.
You bet.
This is great.
Absolutely. And can you please, Michael, just introduce Jonathan a little bit to our audience, and we'll go ahead and bring him up. Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. So our next amazing speaker presenter, Jonathan Trowan not only has created the Self-Love Summit, which has had 30,000 people on virtually, and the registrations are off the shelf, and they've been doing it for years and creating this summit that has big names. John Gray, I could just go on and on and on. But he also, back in the 80s and 90s, he created the Los Angeles. It's one of the LA Live concert series, and it was number 3 in the whole industry. And he's interviewed just about every rock and roll star on the planet back then, and everybody. And the greatest thing is he made him number 1, the greatest interviewer. Number 2, it showed him what he wants to do with his life and not. And number 3, he's affected millions of lives because of it. So I'd love to bring up Mr. Jonathan Trowan. Let me grab him. Oh, great. There you go. Hey, Jonathan, how are you?
I am great. Thank you so much, Michael. Truly, it's an honor to be here with you.
Yeah, it's great. And we've done so much together, and you're now doing the Mentor Studio podcast, and you have the Self-Love Summit, which you just pulled off again and was brilliant. Tell me a little bit about the one thing audiences always love, and especially this is towards the end of the day. And by the way, for everybody listening, after Jonathan, and this is tremendous, you're about to hear the gentleman that was one of the original podcasters who's had his show is huge, and you're going to see how simple it is to get your message out there, and he's brilliant. So just wait for that. But Jonathan, the biggest thing that people always ask is, you've had this success, but you were lucky, right? You just did something lucky, or you did something, but it's that tenacious tenacity and never giving up. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely luck. Luck is a piece of it. I'm not going to deny that. But when I started LA Live, this was back before people ever heard of the internet. This was in 1995. We wired up at Los Angeles, all the clubs, from the Whiskey and Roxy on the Sunset Strip to Dodger Stadium and everything in between. When we would approach a label or a band manager, we didn't have any contracts at the beginning. It was a phone call and a handshake. And it's just having the heart and the belief in yourself that you matter, that you can do it. I mean, there were other people interviewing bands, no big deal. I wasn't the first one to interview a band. In fact, if you listen to my first interviews of bands, they sucked. Right? If you want to do something good, here, write this down. If you want to do something good, you have to be willing to do it bad 50 times. People come to me and they want to do a YouTube channel or a podcast and stuff. I go, great. Are you willing to do 50 crappy episodes? Because if you're not, I don't really want to help with it. Because you have to go through that. And you have to have the belief in yourself. You have to have the belief that you can be better. I mean, when I started LA Live, this is back in the 90s, I did it just because I wanted to go to concerts for free and I wanted to interview bands. That was it. And I had no way to do it. So I said, well, beginnings of the internet, let me start a company. And that's what I did. You got to be willing to do crazy things as well and know that you can do it. Because there were companies I wanted to start before that I never did because I didn't believe in myself. This time I just said, I really want to see free concerts. And I just started calling record labels and venues, and we got it done.
I love the thing I hear though is you got it done. You went ahead and did it. You broke past the fear, because the fear is like, oh, I can't call them or they're not going to. And you went ahead and did it, which I think is a big thing. Can you tell us, because there's voyeurs, everybody's a voyeur, and then we'll move into what you're doing now. But who is the favorite band you ever interviewed and why? And then we'll start talking about what you're doing now and how you move towards that.
Well, I mean, I gotta say the favorite band I ever interviewed, because these were my idols. When I got to interview Joey Ramone, it was amazing because I saw them every single year except for the year when I went to Europe. Also, so I saw them in Europe and the United States. But see, here's what you got to understand: you also have to have great truthfulness and understanding of you. Because when I sat down in front of Joey Ramone, I froze. I had already done hundreds of interviews with bands way bigger than Joey Ramone, The Who, Cher, like huge people. But now I'm sitting in front of my idol and I froze. So I had to gather myself and I had to pause and I go, okay, Joey, here's the thing. I've done a lot of these interviews, but I've never interviewed an idol like you. You impacted my youth in a way that you can't even imagine. And when I shared that with them, all the air in the space, it just calmed down, because you could see the tension when I froze. He's like, who am I sitting in front of? What's going to happen here? But when I came with that honesty, it was great. He opened up about everything. It was a great interview, and he made it comfortable for me. So when I started in that business, I had to put on, I didn't have to, I did though, put on a face pretending that, I knew what the heck I was doing when I didn't. What I learned was you don't have to pretend anymore. And when I sat with him, I stopped pretending. I said, here's the deal. And when you tell that to people, it brings out the compassion from them as well. And that's really what made that. I mean, it was great just because he was my idol, but it made it a really great interview because we could see the humanity in each other.
Right. And it's that piece of whoever's across the table is a human, right? It's that part again. It's just, they're just who we are. By the way, I did the same thing the first meeting I ever had with Harv, and that was in Australia. I couldn't believe I froze for a minute. And then it's actually, the bigger story was the first time they put me on a stage because they needed a fill-in. There were 4,000 people in Singapore. And I took the last step onto the stage, Jonathan, and I realized it's not about me either. It's about them. And the minute I came to be of service, I realized I'm never going to be nervous again. And it was a huge shift at that point. But it's now you fast forward, right? And you've taken a shift in your life, because a lot of people take shifts in their life and they're afraid to do it, or they're afraid to take the step forward. And, with what brought you to where you are today, what was that step forward, and what are you doing?
So there I was in LA, living the life of my dreams, getting more confident with myself. Yes, because I studied Tony Robbins and Bob Proctor, and so I studied the greats, and because as a kid I was really shy, really shy. But I began to become a good interviewer because of what you just said. I made it not about me. I made it about the other person. I'm living 3 blocks from the beach. I see the sunset out my window, but something was still missing. I was not happy with myself. I'd walk from 3rd Street past 2nd Street onto Ocean, where all the big houses are. You know, I only lived in a big apartment, but then there were these huge mansions, you know, on the beach. And I'm like, man, when I get there, then I'll have a right to be happy. That's what when I live in that house, I can picture it right on the beach. There's the house, a pool. I don't know why houses have pools when they're right next to the beach, but it was the house, the pool, the beach. And I said, when I live in that house, then that's when I can claim success. So there I was living the life of my dreams, but I discovered that I was miserable. Every night when I looked in the mirror, I would beat myself up. I would say horrible things to myself, like, you're not good enough, you can't do this, you can't do that. And then, you know, Bill said something really interesting. Bill Walsh, student of Bill Walsh, okay, like everybody else. He said something really interesting before. He said, if you're not appreciated, leave. Now, here's the thing. When you're not appreciated by you, it's really tough to leave.
Yeah.
Look, I had the number 3 site on the internet. It was MTV, Sony, and me. But I wasn't MTV and Sony. I was number 3. I wasn't number 1. Man, I had plenty of reasons to beat myself up, but I couldn't leave. And then here's what I figured out. This was a stunner for me because I thought I was just a crazy person. All over Hollywood, all over Los Angeles, there are all these massively successful, I put that in quotes, people who are miserable. You know, where I go to backstage at all the concert venues, and everyone's, you know, just doing lots of drugs. And I never did lots, but I was in the mix because we were trying to escape reality. So I woke up one day and said, oh my God, we're all miserable. We need to change this. And I went on a search to figure out what was wrong with me. And I made the biggest discovery of my life. The biggest discovery I ever made. Write this down. If you guys ever had this thought that other people are better than you, and you'll be happy when later, this is the discovery. I realized that nothing was wrong with me. And that was like, boo, what? Because my whole life I tried to be someone else. My entire life I tried to pretend I was someone else or be that person, right? So now I am a coach. Okay, well, when can I be Tony Robbins? I don't want to be Tony Robbins. I love Tony Robbins. I learned from Tony Robbins. I don't want to be Tony Robbins because I can't be. You know who I can be? Jonathan Trowan. Now, every day, at the end of the day, I look at myself and I just say amazing things to myself. I build myself up. And this is what you asked, what am I doing today? It's the self-love revolution. Because self-love and self-compassion is the number 1 missing ingredient of whole life success. Not just money, because we know a lot of rich people, miserable, right? Taking their lives. I won't go through the names now. You know all the stars we know about that have taken their own lives. And the other people, we just don't know their names, but they're there. And I'm just on a mission. You know, if you've got that much money, you shouldn't be miserable. You don't need to escape. I'm on a mission for all of us to begin to fall in love with ourselves so we can have even more success, even more health, even more freedom, and even more love than we ever could imagine.
Yeah, you know, the great thing about that is you haven't just said, well, I'm going to change this about myself or do this about myself. You're taking it out to the world and bringing some of the greatest speakers, authors, and trainers together for people to bring that into their lives. So you're back to being of service with everything that you're creating. And I know you just had the event, what, a week ago?
Yeah, it was
days ago.
No, 2 weekends. It was 2 weekends ago.
2 weekends ago. Wow, time goes too fast. Okay, and you're going to have another one, and people need to know when that's going to happen, so you know they can contact us. But for you, why do you keep doing this? Because it's a lot of work.
It's a massive amount of work, but people are hurting. People are struggling. Even people with a lot of money. So I was told back then, this is back in the 90s when I did LA Live, you know, when you get six figures, you know, then you can be happy. Then it gets easier. So I got my 6 figures. And, you know, okay, everything's not there. Well, maybe the new car. So I get the new car and so I get a girlfriend and and I get the place close to the beach. So I got everything. I got the place and it was a great place. And I got the girlfriend and I got the car and I got the bank account. I go, what is wrong with me? It was because of all the stuff out here. And then I started witnessing it around me. I really thought I was the only one that spoke to myself. It was me and the crazy people in Santa Monica. I live in Santa Monica, California. A lot of people there. It was me and the crazy people talking to ourselves. But then I realized, oh my God, it's everyone else. And we have to change the conversation. See, here's what we're taught. This is what we're taught in school. I want to know if this resonates with everyone out there. So we're taught this equation that if you work hard for long enough, then you'll be happy. Or no, if you work hard for long enough, then you'll be successful. And then if you're successful for long enough, then you can be happy. So we work hard, we get successful, we get the VP title, we climb our way up the ladders, or, in the entertainment world is the, executive producer title, different titles in Hollywood. And tons of people work hard and get successful. And you can, if your Facebook's anything like mine, it's, hey, get your, it's not 6 figures anymore. Get your 7 figures in 30 days. Okay, great. You know what? And I even believe that some of them can get you there. But if you're miserable getting there, believe me, when you get there, you'll still be miserable. Money is the magnifier. Because here's the real equation. Write this down. It's not work hard equals success equals happiness. Happiness first. Make yourself happy. Start being kind to yourself. Start building yourself up. Be in a room where you can accept yourself, that you don't want to leave the room you are in. Be happy. Now, when you're happy, you are successful. Because isn't that why you're working so goddamn hard in the first place? So you can be happy? So focus on being happy. By the way, people think this is selfish. When you're happy, it's a virus. Happiness is a virus. You impact everybody around you. I'm a better dad when I'm happy. I'm a better boss when I'm happy. When I have a tough day, I'm a crappier dad and a crappier boss. So I really focus on being happy, not just for me, but for all those around me. So the equation, be happy. When you're happy, you're successful. And when you're happy and successful, it is so easy to do the hard work that you were born to do. You were born to do it. There's that book, The 4-Hour Work Week. Nothing against Tim Ferriss. I actually love him. He says great things. But you know what? I want to write a book, The 100-Hour Work Week. I want to work all the time because I used to say, when I first became a coach, way back when, before I understood about self-compassion, any of this, I used to say, I loved helping transform people's lives. I don't transform anybody's life. But what I can do is help people transform their own lives.
Yeah, there you go.
And I'll show up all day long for that.
There you go. Jonathan, it's always great having you on here. Jonathan's part of I'm going to bring Sandy up too, just because, and then we'll have to transition, but they know each other well, so I don't have to do this introduction.
Sandy.
Yeah.
Hey,
But
Jonathan.
it's, Jonathan, it's great to have you on. You've been part of the Mentor Studio, My Journey, for years. You're part of the Los Angeles Tribune podcast network. You're making, with the Self-Love Revolution and Summit, you're making a huge difference in the world. You also have a yoga studio in Austin, so you're physically affecting people at the same time, in a good way, and you're just creating so much in your life. What's one last thing you can give to the audience before I have to let you go, which I'm always so sorry, because you're just awesome, that they could take away today?
Here's what I want you to do. I want you to walk to a mirror. As soon as you're done with this, you go to the bathroom, you go to brush your teeth, walk to a mirror and say one kind thing to yourself. It can be about the way you look. You like your eyes, your mouth, or maybe it's something great that you did today. Maybe you were a good parent today, or maybe you were a good friend today. Maybe you helped someone at the store. One kind thing to yourself. You don't have to make it a list. Start with one. If you do that every day, you train your brain to look at the great things about yourself. And when you do that, the beauty is you start building up everybody around you as well, because you're no longer scared. You lead not with fear, you lead with love, and you change the world around you.
Awesome. Everybody give Jonathan a thunderous round of applause. It's so great. Don't you like when I go into virtual land? It's so great having you on, Jonathan.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mo. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Sandy. Thank you, Bill. Also helped me become a better speaker. I'm just so grateful for being here.
Oh, you're the best. Thank you so much, Jonathan. And we'll be hearing from you. We're going to be talking a lot more about the self-love revolution, everybody. So get ready for that, because we're all going to be on part of it, and we want you to be part of it too. And just watch for the notices. You'll be seeing more coming out. Jonathan, thank you so much. All right, Sandy, we're going to transition right in, because this next gentleman is he's such an introvert. He is such an introvert, and we've put him on stage, and to get him to talk and to speak, it's the hardest thing. And the reason, and I'm just going to bring him up, and then we'll have some fun. So, so the reason I have Sandy up here too, and Sam, you'll get to know her so much better because she's co-partner on this thing. But she's her show hit 100,000 downloads, and she's just flying, and she's just rocking. Happiness Solved is rocking. So, and she's so embedded now in the industry, and we're all going to meet at one of the events. We won't tell you which event, but it's the one in March, and it's a podcaster event. We're all going to be there. But and it's a great, because on today we've launched the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network. The website, let everybody know, will go live in less than 10 days. They're programming. There's so many of you. We're programming the back end. Nice rolling scroll. It's going to be on the Tribune website. It's really awesome. We have now joining the team the gentleman who is the VP of XM Sirius Radio for their VP of Sales and Podcast Division, and that's all he did for 18 years and did all the revenue and sources. And he's excited to work with us. We have so many people coming on board because you're part of our whole mission is just to be a service. We're doing this show without any sales. We haven't sold anything. So, and it's just as a newspaper, it's how can we educate and enrich and enlighten people's lives and make a difference and really be that cutting edge. So the gentleman that I have below me today, Mr. Sam Crawley, is one of the original podcasters. Yes, he's like 90 years old, but it's all good. He's been on stages around the world with Harv Eker, Tony Robbins, Success. We've put him on stages all around the world. He's spoken to audiences of 10,000 and more. He's got a huge show that he still does. Are you still doing every day?
Every day is Saturday.
Every day is Saturday. You still do. You're a trooper, man. You're a trooper. And the biggest thing about Sam, he's one of the biggest hearts on the planet, because whatever we needed at the events, he was just there. He showed up. He was there with the audiences. He did whatever the audience needed. And he even showed up once when he was sick as a dog, but he still always showed up. And his show, how many downloads per month do you have now?
Well, we're over 25 million monthly, anywhere from 3 to 600,000. It just depends.
That's awesome. Just in that ballpark. Wow. You know what's amazing though is you're affecting all those lives. You're making a change in all those lives, and I think that's what makes a difference. So we wanted, and Sam's part of the Tribune Podcast Network. You'll see his show on our network too, and he's just amazing. And Mary Glorfield says hi, of course. So, he's the best. And he's also the best panelist we ever had on our stages. And Mary will tell you that, and everybody knows who Mary is on this because we've been talking about her all day because what she did with Tony. But it's just amazing to have you on. So Sam, tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got started.
Well, great to be with you, Michael. Once again, Sandy, nice to meet you as well. I got started, I guess I'm one of the dinosaurs. I launched my podcast back in 2005, before the iPhone, 2 years before the iPhone was invented. I just had a yearning desire to share a message, tell a story, teach a lesson. I'm an ex-stutter, college dropout, and I was in a corporate gig, and my 3-year-old daughter at the time used to ask me, Daddy, is tomorrow Saturday? Because it was the only day we saw each other. And so I said, hey, you know what? Here's a great idea. I'll quit my 6-figure job and let's go make every day is Saturday. So I launched a podcast of that name, Every Day is Saturday. And I started just screaming into a microphone. I still podcast from my car in a Dunkin' Donuts parking lot every day. So I don't have a studio. I just plug this mic into my iPhone and I grip it and rip it every day. And, I never got started to get 25 million downloads or none of that. I just wanted to see if it was possible, So I launched the podcast and I got hired to speak a little bit after launching that, which is amazing because there was no apps or anything like you had to really struggle to find what was called at the time a podcast, which was a marriage of the term, was it the iPod and a newscast, and they married it. Steve Jobs, he called it a podcast. And you could only get it on like that little nano thing, and you had to go find it and stream it and get it on that arm patch that you would go running with,
Yeah.
And, and so I started getting, just downloads from people around the world. And I said, hey, this is pretty cool. I think I'll stick with it. Here we are 18 years, 20 years later, and still doing it from a Dunkin' Donuts parking lot every day in my car.
That's amazing. And the amazing thing is you're in such great shape, because I don't know how that would happen for most people being by a Dunkin' Donuts every single day. What you did though is you were always tenacious, because you've done it every single day, right? And the thing is, you keep dropping into our lives on a consistent basis. It's like, no matter what's going on in the world, no matter what's happening, Sam is always there. People really appreciate that for what you've done. And you did it for your family too, because how many years now have you not had the corporate job?
Going on 20. I mean, it's almost been 20 years since I had, which is unusual. So I had a job since I was 13, since I had a paper route. I'm from the industrial age. My mom worked in a factory, raised 8 kids by herself. So I'm always hey, go get a job. And then I just kind of said, hey, I don't know. I don't like this thing. I'm psychologically unemployable. I got to figure out something, because I don't take orders very well. And the bottom line is, everybody has a story to share. Everybody has a lesson to teach. Whether it's the at-home mom, or the corporate guy, or the blue-collar guy, or the mom that's going to a job every day. I mean, everybody has a story. And here's the beauty, is that nobody can duplicate your story. And that's what really makes it magical. And I think the hard part is, Michael, is convincing people that, look, you got lessons to teach. You got wisdom to share out there. And I ain't the smartest guy. I got 20 college credits. Most of them are gym and health class. All right. So I don't want to fool anybody thinking I'm going to, I'm the intellectual in the room. All right. I'm not. But I get pretty excited about waking up in the morning. And I think that's, I don't take that for granted. I'm 50. I'll be 56 years old this year. A lot of guys in my class reunion and girls aren't there anymore. They had a different path, and the Lord took them a little bit too early. I'm excited. Like, I'm really jacked up to get up and share an 8 to 10 minute message every day about something that happened, and people resonate with that. Let's do it. I mean, let's get this party started. Let's
I love it.
Start talking.
Yeah, I love, I feel this sort of the same way you do too, because actually my 3 best high school friends, they've all passed.
Yeah.
And by the grace of God, I'm still here.
Yep.
But that means the message, right? And with kids, and I have, the grandkids, we got to keep getting that message out.
Yep.
Because who we're leaving the world to. Sandy, go ahead.
Well, I just love the fact that you do your podcast from your phone. And I train podcasters to launch their podcast. And I always say, keep it simple. And I always bring you up. And I'm like, one of the biggest podcasts out there, he does it from his cell phone, because people make it too complicated. So what advice can you give a podcaster who's just getting ready to launch, or who's in the first, 50 episodes? What advice can you give to keep them going? Because I think, there's like an 80% fail rate with podcasters right now.
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt, Sandy. If you make it to episode 10, you are in the top 1% of podcasters out there. Okay. Episode 10. So my best piece of advice is, you don't need to get it right. You just need to get going. All right. And your first 100 episodes don't even matter. So 50's okay, but go to another 50 and they still don't matter. And I don't mean that you don't matter. Let's not conflate the two. Okay. You're finding your voice. I mean, this is something brand new. Talking to yourself is not normal, unless you're me. I mean, most people, we're not like talking. Podcasting is different in the sense that you're just having a conversation with yourself. Now, there are podcasts where you interview somebody, which is great. Okay. Or you have a co-host, which is also great. There's no right, wrong, or a way to do this. But if you're a podcaster, I'm speaking to the person who's just launching on their own. It's not normal to just sit there and have a conversation with yourself. But here's what I would recommend. Capture in the notes section of your phone. Use Android, use iPhone, doesn't matter. We have 70,000 messages every day coming through our mind. Capture some of those, whether you're at the grocery store, in the produce section, you're at church, or at the treadmill, at the gym. There's conversations going on all the time. I mean, I get some of my best content from everyday conversations. Like, oh, that'd be a great topic. Oh, that'd be a great topic. Put it in your phone, capture that thought, put a 5-bullet outline of what that thought, 5 bullets, talk about it. Thought, 5 bullets, talk about it. Get going. Here's what most podcasters get caught up in. Oh, my Aunt Edna's going to listen. you know what? My ex-boyfriend's going to listen. My ex-spouse is going to listen. You know, they're going to, okay, they might for like 2 episodes and they're off to something else. It's not about them anyway. You know, it's about building this global movement. Michael, you know, you book people on stages all the time. You've been on stages all around the world. How hard is it to get booked on a stage? It's one of the most difficult things to get a big stage. You got to know somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody.
Yep.
You fire this thing up. You got your own stage. This is it. This is your stage. Do you understand? Like, you can build a stage of millions of people speaking into your phone every day, bigger than any stage you could ever be on. You know, I mean, I see all these people on LinkedIn. They're all jockeying for that $2,500 keynote rubber chicken dinner speech happening in Des Moines, Iowa. You know, you don't need to do that. You can build tens of thousands of people just by speaking into your computer, your phone, wherever your studio is, but you don't need a studio. That's my big thing that I teach, is that you don't need a studio. Like, nothing happens if the message isn't tight and it's not clear and it's not concise. You need $1 million message. And that is no pressure other than the fact that just start sharing your wisdom, who you were. Coach a former version of yourself. Who did you used to be? You know what I mean? Who'd you used to be? Who you are now? Coach that person. Let's go, you know, share it.
Yeah. You know,
I love it.
Go ahead, Sandy.
I was just going to say, this is my podcast studio right here.
Yeah.
This is where I do it. Right here. Here's my mic.
You don't need a fancy studio. You just don't.
Nope.
You know?
And, you know, the thing we always hear too, Sam, though, all the time, and you talked about this, Sam, is we constantly get, and, you know, not everybody's going to be a podcaster. We know that. Not everybody's going to be a speaker, a trainer, an author, a book, a best-selling author. Not everybody's going to work at, you know, at a McDonald's. You know, everybody's got their own. But I constantly get from people, I just don't have a message.
Oh.
Right.
Oh.
And you sort of talked about that, but can you talk about that a little bit more? Because truly, that is one of the number one, and Tony Robbins, actually, I listened to something to him today. He talks about that too, right? People just do that to themselves. But that, I hear that constantly. I just don't have a message.
Oh my gosh. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I mean, think about everything you've been through in this life. You know, what have you gone through? There's 3 things happening. You're going into a crisis, you're in the middle of a crisis, or you're coming out of a crisis. Okay. Always happening in everybody's life. Unless I want to be a guru on Instagram and put some filters out there and pretend like I got my 3rd house in Malibu. Okay. Do I want to? We all have that going on. Talk about one of those 3 circumstances, you know, about what you're doing. You all have a story. My gosh. I'll share with you 30 seconds. There's a guy at my country club. His name's Kit. He lost his wife last year. I said, Kit, what advice would you give for a guy like me? He said, Sam, let me tell you. No, Kit's like 80. Okay. Like, I didn't know I was going to lose I did not know I was going to lose my wife. I wish she would have left me a voicemail that I could listen to for the rest of my days on this earth. Okay. And I said, Kit, man, that is it. Like, that's a pot. Like, these are audio seeds. Listen to me, people. These are audio seeds that you're planting in the hearts of other people that will live well beyond your years. Okay. So you think you don't have a story? Kit didn't think he had a story. He said that like 7 seconds to me. And it is still, that was 2 years ago. 2 years ago, this guy said it to me. I'm getting ready to tee off on the first tee. I have not forgot about that yet. That could be a podcast right there. I mean, everybody has a story to share and a lesson to teach. I'm telling you, man, if you've lived any kind of life on this earth, you've got wisdom to share with other people. And I promise you, the more authentic and casual, not well produced, not something that needs to be Hollywood lifestyle, the more casual that you are, the better it will be received around this earth. And there'll be people 8,000 miles away. Michael and Sandy, I get emails from a lot of men in prison. And I don't know why this is, but I just know this happens. Every week, I get emails from guys in prison. I get 15 minutes a week to listen to anything. I choose your podcast, and it gets me through my week. What would it be like to get an email from somebody who's been incarcerated? And look, they're trying to make they did something wrong. Let's not discount the fact that they probably did something terribly wrong. They're trying to make their life better. They want to hear from you. They want to hear from you, you know? So that's what it's about.
Yeah. You know, when we launched, that's wow. And what you said about the gentleman too, I've had some personal, that's why that's a hold moment. You
But,
know, when,
but you see what I mean? It's not
yeah,
about the number of downloads. That right there, Michael, that gripped you. You know, have you ever lost somebody that you wish you had a
yeah.
voicemail from?
Yes. Yeah. 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 And just saying that, it's interesting because with stuff I'm going through right now, I've actually saved some voicemails. I've saved some things. And you saying that, I'm like, that's it. That's exactly right. And in a way, what I feel I'm creating here and what we've done through the years and now the Tribune podcast is my son and my grandkids listen to podcasts. They listen and I'll somehow, you know, and I don't, it's not about me, but it's about maybe I'll affect something for them. Or maybe I'll make a difference. I do. That was a huge message.
Yeah.
That's and so, you know, people have to move past that. The other thing too is for business owners, just touch on the fact of please how many podcasts there are and how many people are actually listening to podcasts compared to, you said most people quit at 10 anyways. It's a huge market for business owners, but how many people are listening to podcasts nowadays?
Well, look, there's over 3 million podcasts on Apple iTunes alone. 82% of those have not been updated in the last 90 days. Okay. So there's a huge, huge opportunity for a business owner right now. I don't care if you're a local realtor in Peoria, Illinois. Okay. I mean, if you want to differentiate yourself, you are now part of the media. So if you're a podcaster, a realtor in the middle of nowhere, it could be Australia, London, North America, South America, it doesn't matter. You're a small business owner and you want to be part of the media. Right now, you're interviewed on local television. I mean, I teach a lot of my clients, look, if you want to be interviewed on local TV, the first hour is hard news. The last 2 hours are cookouts, puppy dogs, and kittens and adoptions. All right. You're in there teaching about your area of expertise because you are the authority, because you have a local podcast speaking to the market. If you're a business owner, that it's wide open for you, wide open. And all you have to do is just share a snippet, a 60-second reel of what you've talked about on a recent podcast to get yourself interviewed on one of these networks.
That was brilliant. And I love that. And I think that that's what many business owners don't even realize, because people are focusing too much on the instant gratification and the downloads. And they think, well, the downloads aren't coming. And like you, and I love how you said that it doesn't matter. It took me 3 years and almost 300 episodes to get to over 100,000 downloads a month.
Okay.
And I just stuck it out.
People they'd be like, life well lived for 100,000 downloads.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter if it took you 3 years, Sandy, 30 days, 10 years, because if you're 100, I love that you brought that up. I love that, because let's talk about two separate podcasts. You have podcast number one, who's Susie Smith. She's a fitness expert who teaches you how to get six-pack abs. That's global. That's going to be just unbelievable. You're Johnny, the vegan muscle builder, very nichified, okay? And you only got 10,000 downloads, okay? Is Johnny's market any less? He's got 10,000 individuals, or 10,000 times his podcast has been listened to, only from vegans who want to build body muscle. You know what I mean? It's so nichified. Yeah. I mean, look, we have clients that are sponsored that only get 100 downloads in an episode. 100. Oh, that's nothing. But they have $10,000 a month sponsorships because they're sponsored by Big Pharma or a neurosurgeon. Like, this is a neurosurgeon talking specifically about his particular practice. And it is niche. It's very small, but it is huge in that particular industry. So I would not want anyone to get caught up in how many downloads you get, how long it took you to get them, how many listeners you have. Who is your perfect audience that you're speaking to? And just share that story, man. You have no idea who's listening and how much it can move the needle.
Sam, I want to thank you. This has been phenomenal. You are part of the La Tribune podcast network. Everybody out there, by the way, you're going to hear a lot more from Sam. Let me tell you, he's one of the most brilliant people on stage I've ever known. And I just, any last words before we let you go?
No, I'm good. I really appreciate you having me on. I get fired up. I'm sorry if I'm yelling and screaming too much. I just get so excited when it comes to telling your story, because I know what it's like not to be able to share your story. So forget about who's going to listen, who's going to judge me. Just, you don't got to get it right. You just need to get going. All right.
Awesome.
Boom.
All
He
right,
said
everybody.
it.
Yeah. Sam, listen, Sam Crowley is just one of the most, I'm going to bring you up just for a second. You're just one of the most amazing people I've ever worked with. I appreciate every minute with you, and we'll be doing a lot more together, and just keep doing what you do, and send those Dunkin' Donuts my way. All right, Sam, have a good one. All right. Talk to you soon. Bye. You know, just a great day. It's been a great day. Mo, I'm going to turn this over back to you.
Well, Michael, and I see so many awesome people still in the virtual auditorium that have been with us all day. I see my good friend, Mr. Moskowitz, who's was speaking yesterday. Now he's participating. And think about that, folks. The speakers, these thought leaders, they're also participating, which is a testament to the quality of content that we're producing here at the Los Angeles Tribune. And of course, all of the incredible podcasters that today made this historical announcement to join us in our collective endeavor to redefine the way newspaper companies are. So in closing and in conclusion, Ava Manuel, also we'd like you to join us up here momentarily. We'd love to just let everyone hear, all of our co-hosts, co-producers of this virtual global summit, to share their closing remarks. And let's start with you, Donna Campbell, please. And you're muted. And by the way, closing remarks for day 2. Can you believe we're only 50% finished? We'll bring up Ava Manuel as well. Donna Campbell, floor is yours.
It's one of those fun little host errors that we always have to remind our guests to unmute there. But it's been such an amazing day. It's been totally intriguing with the podcasting and all of the fun things that we're doing to really redefine how media works in this world. And I think it was one of the best statistics that I've heard in the past was, you know, in the past, it was 17 times more negative than it is positive. And with what we're doing here at the Los Angeles Tribune and the podcasting, the special thought leader edition, and all of the different pieces, changing the way media really works and creating it positively. And podcasting has a huge piece into it because it allows people to have a voice. And that's what I absolutely love. Ava.
Absolutely. Well, this day has been amazing. Michael and Sandy, congratulations. Congratulations for launching the Los Angeles Tribune podcast. You brought some amazing experts, guests, speakers today, and I'm just astounded by the value that they brought today, you know, in our broadcast. Thank you for shining your light so brightly today, and congratulations on opening the LA Tribune podcast. And like Donna said, it's definitely a way to get, you know, our message out there with greater amounts of downloads for people who are commuting, who are able to listen audibly, you know, multitask in different ways. So what an exciting expansion for LA Tribune.
Thank you for that, Ava. And
Well,
Sandy.
let me give it back to you.
Thank you for that, Ava. And Sandy, we would love to hear from you. You did such a fantastic job today. 5 hours straight of interviews. And I got to say, I don't think it's an accident that you're in the 0.5 percentile of podcasts in the world. So Sandy, some closing remarks for day 2.
Oh, thank you. It was an absolute delight. I didn't know I was going to be interviewing some of these amazing people. And I'm so grateful for Michael for, you know, we're surrounded by amazing people. And what I love about this is that he's shining a light on me so that I can have a bigger impact in the world. Mm-hmm. And I'm so grateful for that, because that's why I do this. My why is so much bigger than who I am. And being able to have all of those podcasters on today and have them share their voice and their just everything that they're about and the wisdom, because that's what we're all about here, right? We're about lifting everybody else up and sharing each other's stories and just making this world a better place. So thank you. Thank you, Mo and Ava and Michael.
Thank
Donna,
you so much,
Rex.
Sandy. And Mr. Rex Sykes, you know, the community here didn't get as much time on air with you as I know they would have liked. Yesterday, there was an abundance of Rex Sykes. Today, we had a little bit of scarcity of Rex Sykes. But here at the Los Angeles Tribune, we're abundance-minded folks. So I believe there will be ample opportunity tomorrow or the following day. Rex, please, closing statements of day 2. By the way, your eyes look better today than they did yesterday.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm healing. taking
Yes,
all
sir.
those blows to the head, you know. Anyway, you know, what's so beautiful about the Tribune and the podcast network and everything that's happening is that it's showcasing experts, people who are making a difference in the lives of people, and also two people who are making a difference, who are sitting and listening and paying attention and learning and growing, so that they too can go out and plant seeds and grow, you know, a great harvest. So the effect that it had, you know, I said earlier just in the chat, you know, quantum actually means something very tiny. A quantum leap would mean a really, really exceptionally tiny leap. But I know, I mean, we think it means large, but it really means really, really infinitesimally small. But when you think about it, that splitting the atom creates so much incredible energy that tiny little leap becomes so vast, so big that it reaches the, you know, all around the universe. So it's no small thing for it to be a small thing. But if you take one small step, what you can accomplish is beyond anything you might presently be able to imagine. So keep dreaming, keep moving, and keep doing it. And somebody's life will be better off because you did.
And Rex, Moirar says that Rex does not need to speak much to impact. So there you go. In just a few short words, you still make a powerful impact.
Thank you.
Mr. Michael Silvers, if you have any closing statements, sir, and again, I want to thank you for all the work that you do in helping our endeavors here, and congratulations on this remarkable journey that you have helped spearhead for so many awesome leaders that we've got. The community here is just now starting to get introduced to this incredible community that you have spearheaded with your leadership, and we're just so excited to see what the future holds with this remarkable community of thought leaders with the podcast network. If you have any closing statements, Michael Silvers.
Yeah, you know, it's just great because, you know, we're changing a life every single day. We're making a difference every single day. And that's all we've heard from everybody, you know, over the last 2 days. And it's one person at a time. And are you willing to take your time? Just like everybody listening to this, your time is incredibly important. You're spending time with us, and we appreciate that. And all the speakers and trainers and authors and everybody who's been on here, it's their time too, and have said, this is where I want to be at the moment. That's the force we're building, and that's the force you've brought here, Mo. That's the force of people you've moved forward. So I'm honored to be launching the podcast network, and to have Sandy and Steve Smith and all the people who are and all the podcasters who are just like, yeah, we're in. We don't even know. We're just in. And to have that force coming to bear to just change more lives along the way, and to make a difference as we do it, and to keep moving forward and learn every single day. And as like Sam said, to have that one person, you know, when he said we wish his wife had left a message, and that just tears me up. And I'm realizing who are all the people that I need to hear from and always be there for. And this is the voice that we're giving them.
Absolutely. And join us back, folks, tomorrow morning, same time, same place. Just a couple final statements. A appearance on this platform is not necessarily an endorsement. Everyone that is on our free speech platform speaks only for themselves, and the views expressed by the speakers do not necessarily reflect the views of the Los Angeles Tribune. And also, we do not condone medical advice or financial advice. Check with your financial professionals in your lives. Check with your medical professionals if you hear anyone speaking about medical advice. And ultimately, you're responsible for the own choices that you make in your life. And with that, I want to thank all of my colleagues here, and we'll see everyone tomorrow. God bless.